Hello, hello. As you can see, my face is not exactly visible right now, but that's because I don't know how to make my camera work from a few different sources. So my camera source is switched to Discord. We're waiting. Hello, Ellen Degenerate. We're waiting for Anastasia to join us. And the way it is now, I will be visible together with Anastasia on Discord. And we won't have the problem that I had with you, Ellen, when I tried to make myself visible for you on the Discord, but I couldn't. I don't know why, but this new camera that I've got, it just does not accept more than one source at once. I need a... Who is fanatic again? What is the topic of the debate? Interracial dating has the Joe Lewis line. Wait, can you elaborate? Can you elaborate on that, please? Can you elaborate on your sort of... I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that, I'm afraid. Interracial dating? What? Is the person saying that interracial dating is wrong, or... I don't get it. What? What's... Oh, uh... I need... I need context. Oh my god. I need context to give you tips for this grand debate. You personally don't want to date non-black people because non-black people can't understand black oppression and thus it might be harmful to the child. Why? This is interesting. Why the assumption that a non-black person cannot understand black oppression? Maybe I would start with there because that seems to be like an interesting topic to explore. Why is it impossible for a non-black person to understand black oppression? What are the elements of black oppression that are impossible for a non-black person to understand? I guess those would be my topics to sort of explore. what the person's view on these topics are. Do you think that do you think that it is impossible for a non-black person to? Oh, well, I would still try to explore it and try to get some answers from them on that front, you know? What are the elements that are impossible to understand? Because I'm not sure I met some other pushback which is strange. The chattel slavery only understandable and happened in contents of black Americans, however it seems here's a strong evidence that similar structures exist in literary of today's Romania. Well, that is the problem, isn't it, Karasu? Like, you might be shocked to hear this with strongly biological aspects of it. You might be shocked to hear this from me right now, but my white mom had a gun put in her mouth because she had a brown baby with her me. So I think white people can only understand anti-black racism, but can even be victims of it, right? Like, you know that my favorite topic is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, right? You know about my little favorite thing in the world, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, right? You do know that it was an estate country where people's lives were decided by their social class, I guess, to translate from the word estate. And the lowest in that country were the peasants. The peasants who in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth were basically viewed as slaves, even though they sort of, as the nobles said, changed masters a lot. They were still basically slaves. And there was a strong biological component added to it when the doctors within the Commonwealth said that the brains of the peasants were shaped like the tools they used for work. That peasants were biologically inferior, that peasants were not as intelligent, etc. And there's a diary of a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth noble leaving the country just as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was actually falling during the uh, partitions, and the noble saw black slaves, and in his mind he just started comparing them to the peasants. He basically said they were like peasants. So was there similar structure in your opinion? Was it a totally different structure in your opinion? I would like to hear your thoughts in the chat about this comparison that I've just drawn. Hello, Lenitas. Hello, Japoon. JS Spoon. Is D4 worth the 70 clams? I think it is, but how... Are you a big fan of this genre? Are you a big fan of action RPGs? We're still waiting for Anna. Anna will be here in 20 minutes. Anna will be here in about 20 minutes. So what do you think? What do you think of the comparison that I've just made? Of a pretty, in my opinion, similar structure of oppression? A strongly biological aspect and even one drop blood sense. Pet peeve I never heard about. Huh? Sorry? I used to like Joe Lewis until the miscegenation debate happened, and it completely tore down my opinion on a lot of streamers in those circles. What circles? So what do you think? I think it is somewhat distinct, but I have aspects of it, as biology of science emerging had been used to back these relations. Right. Like, it's not the same thing, but to say that those... I don't think it would be accurate to say that those things are totally unrelated, even if they're not the same. However, Roma people's situation has been exactly the same in many in many ways. Roma people from the start had been viewed exactly as slaves. Right, yeah. He got mad at me the other day because I logic trained him into admitting his rhetoric is anti-black. Oh my god. Like, well, the worst thing about this, since we are Ivy Evans, hello Lucy, enjoying the history lesson. Similarities around, we had biological identifiers, skull shape, even black people being blind in the dark. The one drop was big in America. Oh, yeah. Believe it or not, and that might be another shocker, people tried historically to argue that sex workers had different skulls than regular women. Actually, there was a whole argument that sex workers had different skull shapes than, than women that were decent. So that's... and there were people that tried to push the born prostitute theory, that some women were just born with special biological characteristics that were that sort of pushed them to becoming sex workers. So that was a thing that was pretty prevalent. Yeah, very true. Before there's a certain amount of cognitive dissonance and overchargeability whenever I heard yikes stuff from him. Okay, I want to actually touch on to what Karasa has said, because do you know what the biggest difference between Roma people's situation and black people's situation is, in my opinion, Karasu? And it might not be pleasant for people from Europe to hear, you know? The slavery of black people is at least not denied or sort of, well, of course, hardcore conservatives will sort of try to not teach that history. They say that it's horrible to teach about that the US is founded on slavery, etc. But apart from that, everybody knows that it's something that happened. When it comes to the Roma people, the entirety of Europe is basically in denial about there being the problem of systemic racism against Roma people. Like, the entirety of Europe is in huge denial about there even being a problem. He's also against no-fault marriage, and he got mad because I said, oh, so you just believe your dad should talk your mom for ending the marriage, huh? It has been barely talked that had been existed in portions of Europe. Plus, had been little cross-nation organized movement of Roma. Right, like, Europe does not even accept that there is discrimination or hatred of Roma people currently. Like, it's incredible. It's incredible how much denial there is on this subject. It's just... I've sort of met with a mild form of it very recently when I heard like Turkey cannot. I don't think Turkey hates Roma people. We have songs about them, and you know, it's like the romanticization of the past culture is not the same as a lack of discrimination, you know? It's like there's a lot of that. And also, I talked with one person. I heard the same in Adam Something's Discord server by a Lithuanian. Yeah, I've actually talked with a person who said that they are a bit wary because in some, I'm not gonna use specifics, because in one country, Roma people have a very bad reputation of, you know, of swindling people, etc. And I said, well, you must understand that the bad reputation is actually a part of the discrimination. Creating this bad reputation, because the same reputation is being pushed in Poland, of course, that is part of the discrimination, you know, pushing this bad reputation on a whole population. Does that make sense? Like there's this, tell me if this sounds familiar, okay? I gotta admit, I had not really any knowledge on the Roma people till recently, like the big racist issues, and are more against Turkish, right? Specifically Polish. Like, tell me if this sounds familiar. Oh, the Roma people are not really trying to get food to get by. They're actually a part of an organized gang that tries to swindle people. I've heard this rhetoric in Poland, and apparently it just exists all around Europe. Most Hungarian Roma had not continued any tradition that was destroyed. They are not even nomadic. Have you heard of this stereotype slash conspiracy that I've just told you? Roma people aren't really mentioned in NLNL. Wait, what is NL again? New London? Oh, Netherlands, sorry. I see. Well, they are mentioned in places like Poland, in places like... Yeah, okay, I will repeat when the whole narrative goes like this. When Roma people ask for food or for money or for help, they don't really ask for it because they need the help. They are actually a part of a bigger gang, an organized sort of scheme, and they sort of just swindle people as they are just employed by a gang, right? That's a thing that I hear a lot, you know? And I've heard from one person that they have another good reputation. And you do need to remember that that the building of the reputation is part of the discrimination, you know? Like that is the thing, that people do need to be aware of the fact that building those negative reputations is part of the discrimination. Okay. welfare queen narrative exists against Roma women, right? And it just perpetuates the problem, right? Because in my opinion, the problem isn't whether or not Roma people are in some gang or whether or not that is not the issue. The issue is putting Roma people in a position when they have to be on the street asking for these things. That is the problem, right? Not whether or not they are in a gang or not. That's sort of missing the most crucial problem, right? It's like, I'm gonna give a very strange comparison, but bear with me. It's like saying, oh, we've built these big, what do you call it? What do you call them? We've built those spikes on benches because homeless people poop on benches, right? Homeless people poop on benches. And some people might say, well, maybe it's fair enough. Homeless people um, poop on benches. And someone should say, who cares if homeless people poop on benches or not? What about the homelessness problem? What about the problem of the fact that these people are homeless? you know? But the issue is that people just take homelessness as like an obvious thing and then just go from there examining if homeless people do enough bad things to be punished for it or not. Does that make sense? And I think it is basically a similar logic with Roma people. It's almost as if discrimination from legal work creates this incentives to do illegal work instead. Yeah, homelessness is also extremely normalized, and at least in Poland, Roma people are often either homeless or semi-homeless, if that if that if that term even makes sense. Semi-homeless. As people assume that if people are homeless or in a bad situation, and I don't think I'm far off. People often assume that if someone is in a bad situation, then they somehow must have deserved it. And that they shouldn't get help because they somehow put themselves in that situation. I think many people think like this. I've been homeless and semi-homeless. Semi-homeless simply implies couch surfing, right? Well, it implies sort of that you sort of have a house, but you're always in, like, at the brink of losing it. I've been homeless too, not rough sleeper though. Anna will be here in 5 minutes. Anna said she needs to, rest a bit after coming back from home, which I think is fair. Hello, Scott Lewis. Anna will be here very soon. I'm not gonna rush her, right? It's, she's doing a lot of pretty intense, important work. I'm at the brink of homelessness. That's not good. We should band, pull together and try to do something. So when the cities put spikes on it, that will essentially sentencing many to death. Yes, yeah. You're right, yeah. Because it's inconvenient for people to see that homeless people exist. It's inconvenient for people to see that. Howdy, that's why I joined. I follow her on Twitter. Yeah. We're gonna talk about a lot of things today with Anastasia. We've DM'd about some of them. We're probably even going to talk about some recent Twitter stuff, which I've seen, and I've got thoughts. I've got thoughts on the recent Twitter stuff, on the most recent Twitter stuff. I think it's relevant to our topics on. Gosh, there's so many topics to cover. I don't even know where to start and where to finish. Some of them are funny, some of them are historic, some of them are just about the train wrecks of the recent debates. I probably will want to talk about that recent panel that Anastasia has been on. That was just. I know you cannot see my face, but not much I can do. If that's that I couldn't move all of my student housing because I'm no longer a student, but the housing market is. If I mean, there are options, I think, but we just need to think about them together. She dominated that debate. Yeah, but that's that is true. But there's also an underlying sad truth that Anastasia really should not have been exposed to this. Like, I'm baffled that people think like this. Quite frankly, I'm perplexed that people think like this, Scott. The comment about Anastasia's father was, yeah. Uh, let's fundraise to get Cornel West to turn against the People's Party. If we raise enough money, he'll do it. He's been griefing for a while. True. I think we should help Lenny Tats with the housing situation first before we fundraise for. Wait, what was that? Oh my god, the hello was voiced and I got scared because I heard hello from the game and I was like, what was that? What was that voice? I'm gonna message Anna and ask if we're ready. I thought the same thing. Those people on there were kind of trashy. They were horrible. Like, how do you form those brain dead takes about Ukraine? Like, I think it comes from living super far away and from this weird, bizarre form of American exceptionalism that sees certain countries as real countries and actual players on the international board, so to speak, and certain countries are seen just as pawns to be played and to be used in the most effective manner. You can really see these through some of the arguments that were made. Like, it's incredible for me to hear things like, oh, Ukraine should be just forced to negotiate. When I hear we should make this war end as soon as possible, and when I also hear the follow up on of we should just force Ukraine to negotiate. All I can hear is we should force Ukraine to give up. This is all that I can see or hear. We should just force Ukraine to give up. And I'm gonna be honest. If I were in a panel or a debate or whatever, and someone told me, uh, "I just want the war to end as soon as possible," my answer would probably be, "Yeah, I agree. That's why we should give Ukraine more weapons, faster, so that Ukraine can end the war quicker." You're right. You're right. The war should end as soon as possible. That's true. Just not in the way you think. Right? Does it not ever occur to them that Ukrainians, Hungarians, Czechs, and Slovakians can have agencies to instead supporting the division between the great? Yeah, exactly. I'm not even going to go into the whole denazification of Ukraine because I had thoughts on that as well. But I will save my thoughts on for when Anna's here because oh my god. We're gonna start with some fun stories this conversation. I said we should either be all in or all out, but don't have acid. Yeah. Give Zelensky an Ava. True. Like you could make a like people keep crying about billions, gazillions of dollars given to Ukraine, but many experts from many countries keep saying that Ukraine is receiving a drip instead of receiving a transfusion. That Ukraine should not be given um, equipment reactively but actively, which means that Ukraine should not. It should not be a situation of oh Ukraine is starting to run out of this, so we will. Oh, it's ready. Right, we're ready. Ready to call. My goodness. I'm calling right now. Alright, we're ready. Are you here? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I'm gonna make you louder. I'm going to make an attempt at making you louder. No, it's okay. I've got this special setup that cost me $100, so, it's true. It's much better than my old one. Okay, I'm gonna turn on my camera because my new camera cannot accept two sources at once, so I can only be here with you or in the OB. It's weird. Okay, this is I. Hello. So yeah, for now, not forever. Don't worry. The animation is I have to keep my reputation as a VTuber alive. Oh my goodness, the ball. And of course, I mean you can. There's a free software for it. Yeah, I can. It's true. I think it gives you a more professional vibe when you do what you do. Yeah, and Russians committing war crimes. I think it gives you a bit more personal. Okay, I'm gonna make an attempt to make us visible. How do I do that? Okay, I'm just gonna make you visible. I'm gonna be the smaller party, or I'm gonna add you. In the meantime, we can already start. I don't really have a super organized plan of the topics, so we're gonna probably be jumping left and right unless you have some super priority that you would like to. It's true. It's true. That's why I call myself. You know a streamer called President Sunday? Yeah. So I call myself the number one President Sunday orbiter because I have books and he has books as well. See? We are in the orbit. Oh. But oh my gosh. Right. So have you I'm pretty sure that there's so much Russian propaganda that it's hard to keep up. Have you heard the pretty recent one about Poland? There's a super new one in which Russia has said um, that Poland should give Russia 750 billion dollars and give territory that Russia has graciously given Poland after World War II, and and that Poland would not even exist if it wasn't for Russia. So I I know. And do you know why? What sort of prompted this weird Russian outburst for money and land? So I'm not sure if you are aware of this one, but the mayor of Warsaw, we call it president in Poland, um, at one point took an old embassy of Russia terrain. It's a lot of buildings. And he sort of just confiscated it. It was near the start of the conflict and just gave it to the Ukrainian refugees, you know? So Russia basically said, Poland is now desecrating the memory of the USSR. Poland is confiscating Russian land. So, wait, you're not being heard. You're not being heard. I think I know how to fix this. Okay, now say something. Now say something, and you will be probably heard.
That's a cool.
Ducks are cool.
Does it work?
It should work.
Not that I know how to fix anything because I'm
Okay,
not
it
like
works. I can see that it works.
not a streamer.
A bit better.
A bit better, yeah.
Okay, now it's now it will be super better. Now it will be super better.
Should I say something again? Or
Yes,
I can
yes.
hear myself too,
Okay, that's great.
which is not fun. I mean, it's echoing a bit.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
I
same
make
echo.
it quieter on my end so that you should not be hearing the echo anymore.
Mm,
Are you
yeah,
hearing the echo?
seems like no echo.
Okay,
Fixed.
that's good. See,
Brilliant.
technical problems. So what do you think?
Well, I think it's pretty, typical.
Standard,
Yeah, I don't know how else to put it. Not surprising, yeah.
like
Anything is pretty much everything was graciously given by Russia. It can be taken away by at anyone at any time they want, right? So, oh, something is going on. There is a conversation I can see.
okay. My goodness. Sorry.
There was a conversation behind the scenes.
Yeah, a
Is
secret
is everything all right?
conversation. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
what was
So yeah,
I?
pretty much. You were talking about like how Russia graciously gave you
Oh
land and
yeah,
now you're
and
desecrating it. Yeah,
it's
I can
bizarre.
imagine.
It's bizarre
Yep.
because the land that Russia is alluding to used to be German.
Yeah, I know.
So Russia wants Poland to return to Russia land that used to be German.
Yep.
I am mind blown by this.
You're mixing things up. You don't know anything. It was always Russia, you know?
Yeah, I guess everything was Russia at some point.
Everything was Russia. I tell you, like literally the entire planet is. So they can make like claim their rights to pretty much anything, and it makes sense
Yeah,
somehow, you know.
but I also, interestingly enough, I have had a Twitter debate with a weird far right Polish person about
Hmm.
Ukraine. It was very weird and very, how should I say it, spontaneous, because it
Hmm.
started from a totally different topic, and you will be very, you might be weirded out by the topic. It started from people talking about how Polish women don't want to get pregnant.
Oh,
What an intro to a debate about Ukraine, right?
yeah, not what you expect.
And someone said, if only the Polish uprisers during the January uprising, you're familiar with the January uprising, yes?
Yeah, January. Yeah,
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 knew that Polish women would not want to be pregnant and that people would die, then they would be really it will be horrible. And I sort of inserted myself with a history take saying, you do realize that the January uprising was actually about creating a Polish, Lithuanian, Ruthenian, I added Ukrainian in brackets, country, right?
yeah. Mm.
And the
And
person
what did you say?
and some person jumped at me. You're a bitch. You're an idiot. You just took Ukrainians out of your ass. What Ukrainians? I was like, well, Ruthenia, you know, you're familiar with the English term Ruthenia, right?
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ruthenia was the Great Duchy of Ruthenia, which was supposed to be created because you're familiar with the it was like Hadzicki, I think. There was this plan to turn the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth into the Polish Lithuanian Ruthenian Commonwealth, right?
Mm-hmm.
The the Commonwealth of free nations, of free sort of separate countries that were forming a union together, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I said,
Sort of, yeah.
you do know that Ruthenia, the Great Duchy of Ruthenia, was Ukraine, but in all but name, right? Because it encompassed the terrains of Ukraine. A person was like, no, what do you mean? What, you crew? I know a lot more about this than you shithead, you shitling.
Yes, yes, yeah. Very
And
nice Twitter conversation as
yeah,
per usual, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's,
it's kind of like expected. I mean, far right people in all sorts of countries tend to be oftentimes like pro-Russian or against Ukraine in some capacity. So it's not like I
yeah,
usually like shade on tankies mostly, commies, leftists, because they piss
yeah,
me off more. But overall, of course, like it's expected that ultra nationalist types, for example, would be pretty much against. And in Poland, I actually, fun fact, encountered such people a couple times when I was there in Poland.
yeah.
So it's not like it's that surprising, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
So yeah, makes sense.
ultranationalism is like a state of mind.
Yeah, you mentioned that tweet I made about
Oh,
a
yes.
lady. Yeah. You wanted to comment on that. So
Yeah,
basically, it was a tweet about comparison. It's an old one. It was like 6 months into war, basically. And what it was doing, that video, it was comparing what people say they lost in Ukraine due to war, so hardships people faced in Ukraine, and the video actually compared what Russians were answering. So basically, they would ask, "What is like the toughest thing that happened due to this whole war situation?" And a Russian person would say like, "Oh, I can no longer buy Lipton tea," you know. And
right.
Ukrainian will say, well, my father was killed, I lost my home, I had to evacuate from my city, things like that. So comparisons like that. And this bit that of that video that I posted was basically like a lady saying that she lost her brother, he died defending Mariupol, and she was forced to escape Nova Kakhovka, which is especially sad considering the dam and probably her house was ruined entirely. Back then, it was just shelled and occupied, but now it's also non-existent pretty much because of the dam flooding. And
Yeah.
so this Ukrainian lady says that this is what happened, and this another Russian and another lady Russian in Moscow says that like it didn't affect me like pretty much at
At
all.
all.
It's
Yeah.
smiley, and and she's like, and she's asked like, what do you think about this whole thing? And she says, well, I follow the situation, like I'm starting to be like a
A
diplomat.
diplomat. Yeah.
uh, Ironic, yeah, but on the other hand, Eritrea and North Korea, you can still have diplomatic relations with those. So maybe she will be a diplomat after all. But
Yeah.
overall, yeah, she basically like, I'm starting to be a diplomat, I see the situation, but yeah, it's kind of sad, that people are dying just, on their own, not getting killed by my
But
countrymen, just
it's
dying
really
on their own.
bizarre because the person actually, it's a little bit, telling that the person basically said, I am sad for the people that are dying, laughs.
Yeah, laughs. Yeah, she's very smiley about it.
Like
She's so
it's,
sad that she laughs all the, and it is such a like a shit eating laugh too. It's like
yeah,
she's like grinning borderline, not just like
like,
smiling. It's not
yeah,
a forced smile.
she actually, she didn't say, she did laugh. She didn't just smile,
Yeah.
she did laugh.
And
So it
she then
was,
adds the very infamous Russian thing is that people are dying. It's sad, yeah, But
yeah,
at the end of the day, it benefits Russia, so it's all that matters. It's for the greater good of Russia. And
yeah, oh yeah, she did, yeah, she did
yeah,
say that.
yeah, and interviewees asked like it benefits whom,
Whom,
like
yeah,
who is benefiting, and she's like, well, Russia, obviously, duh, she's like basically, she's at least kind of like honest, which is better than what you usually get. But I just pointed out in my Twitter that this is what we mean when we say Russians should be held accountable, not like this, comical, ha ha ha, Ukrainians are dying, like what some people imagine. So when we say Russians should be held accountable and all Russians are responsible to some extent for the regime, for what it's doing, for the state of ideology in Russia as well.
yeah,
And when we say it, people are getting like really triggered by that, especially like Westerners apparently. But what we mean is we don't mean like this caricature of evil that some people imagine when you say someone is a fascist, like, or a Nazi, right? It's
yeah,
just this. It's like this person. It's like this
this,
callousness, this disregard for human life.
yeah,
If
this
it's not,
sort of
yeah, it's
not
yeah,
caring.
egotistical. Yeah, egotistical, very egotistical. So she basically cares about like specifically like if it doesn't touch her, then who cares,
Then
right?
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah,
also,
yeah.
yeah, and also the other thing is that she it's a pretty much textbook fascist thinking, you sacrifice the individual liberties of people, so in
Or whole
Russia, right?
groups,
So
of course.
yeah, the ability to leave Russia, to go abroad, the ability to buy like, I don't know, some goods from other countries, things like that, which is nothing compared to what Ukrainians suffered, but still, it's the sacrifice of
For the
individual liberty
greater,
of
yeah,
Russians as well, right?
yeah,
Just for the supposedly greater good of the nation, which is, like I said, as
yeah,
textbook fascism. And yes, and that's what I mean when in all of us mean when we talk
yeah,
about Russians and who support this whole war, not just this is the attitude I encounter the most,
yeah.
so to
And
speak.
that
Yeah.
is a thing. I said I had thoughts because I have sort of met with this sort of attitude years ago. I
Hmm.
sort of had a friend that was from Russia, and she also had this sort of, oh, we don't really think about things that happen on the western border. We don't really think about people that like about
Hmm.
Polish people or other people. And that what was distinct to me that at some point we entered history, right? And we talked about the infamous Russia-Japan war, which you're probably familiar with, the
Yeah,
famous,
yeah.
very embarrassing war which Russia clearly lost.
That's a common, Russia
You
losing
know,
embarrassingly.
it was for the first time, that was before World War I, when sort of Russia showed itself as a brittle empire to the world because everybody was afraid of Russia, and all of
Hmm.
a sudden Russia just lost to Japan and embarrassed itself and showed its weakness to the world. And interesting enough, the person who I was speaking um, about this said, "Well, wait, no, we never lost. We never lost that war."
Typical.
I was like,
Very typical.
"Wait,
Yeah.
no, Russia factory lost the war." She was like, "No, we didn't. We didn't. We never lost." You know, and it's
Hmm.
sort of reminded me of this tweet thing. You know, when the person is sort of like, we don't care. None of this affects us. We're above it all. We're sort of the greatest. We're just, we're cleaning house in other places right now, but it's at the end of the day, it's just for the greater good. I don't think it will ever affect me, because there was a question at some point, do you think you might be attacked at any point? And she was like, no,
Yeah.
no, no,
Nah, yeah.
no.
It's kind of funny actually that she says like they ask like, are you worried about
Yeah,
them attacking us? And she said a little bit. And then when they ask, are they actually are going to do it? What do you think? Are they actually are going to attack? And she's like, nah, no.
nah, no
And
way.
yeah, so yeah, it is quite a. I like this interview with this girl specifically because it's actually like the honest thing. It's not
Yeah,
what they say publicly most of the time, although they do say such things publicly. Obviously,
but
it's
they
not.
say worse
But
things
when you
publicly, sadly.
yeah, 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 obviously, yeah. But when you read, like, their forums, Telegram channels, chats, I speak Russian, right? So I can, easily do it, and we do it. Yeah. So basically, it's this type of attitude most of the time. There's like this way worse things. So like, genocide those Ukrainians, like the Ukrainians don't exist. They need to be like flattened and killed
Yeah,
and put it in their place. They're like, they betrayed the great Russian, whatever the fuck people, right? So they need to be prosecuted for that. That's also the attitude you will see quite often. But
yeah.
the most of it is this lady. So this person is what you get. And yeah, so many people have trouble. Apparently, seems to be that they have trouble. I guess accepting this type of thing, that almost like the majority of the nation can be of such a mindset, and that it's not just some evil like Putin or some evil like dictator, whatever it is the problem, but the nation itself shares the ambitions of a said dictator,
There's
which is,
a
by the way,
Yep,
sorry,
continue.
I just
No, no, no,
quick.
continue,
Yeah, so
continue.
basically this is also, I know people like kind of like, oh, Hitler examples, right? But in this regard it kind of works because it wasn't just Hitler, it wasn't just him. There was like not all, obviously it's just very stupid to assume that entire nation 100% supports anything, right? But overall you could easily say that quite a lot of Germans shared his frustrations, shared his I guess you could say resentment towards how Germany has been treated after World War I,
Yeah,
and this all accumulated to them actually supporting and standing by
right,
this genocidal,
right.
maniac,
Of course,
which
there's
is
the
pretty much exactly the same situation in a way in Russia.
right.
So yeah.
Of course, there's the whole thing that the Nazi Party never won the elections without going to a coalition. But let's just drop that topic because it gets
Mhm.
a bit complicated. But with
Yeah, this is
Russia,
also the same with Putin because I mean, not like the voting and democracy actually works
yeah,
in
he
Russia,
just put
So
away
I'm not.
democracy. But
Yeah,
like with
yeah.
Russia, it's a few factors that people really don't seem to grasp. I've noticed this on the panel that you've been on. Like
Which
one
one?
part of it, the one that was a horrible mess when people started talking
Oh,
about your father. Um,
yeah, that one. Yeah, that was
yeah.
fun.
So one thing is the propaganda that is being pumped into people nonstop. There people
Mm.
probably, I would assume that a lot of people don't really know what's going on the front, don't really know what's going on in Ukraine. I would assume that is not
In
a
Russia, you
thing
mean?
that is, yeah, that is not a thing that
Mm,
is.
to be quite honest with you, I don't really share this kind of like thinking because, yeah, sure, some people don't follow it. they like deliberately avoid it for or just don't want to talk about it, to read about it, anything. Some people do indeed just consume like straight up Russian propaganda from straight from Peskov's tit,
Right. Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
that's also true. But and I have like insane amount of relatives in Russia, so like
Mm-hmm.
100 people. A
That's a
big Greek
lie.
family, yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, Greek families are humongous. So yeah, so basically, most of them, are kind of like, Russia adjacent, like not pro Russia, but they think it's a good thing, and we just need to give up, and
Your
everything will be
family.
cool. Yeah, in Russia, yeah.
That must be
At
pretty
least,
hard.
um, kind of like expected since 2014. I kind of, accepted that. But there are, of course, maybe like 10 out of them, if I'm generous, but more like five that actually, understand, and they support us, and they care for about what is going on. They're very desperate, very sad about everything that is going on, and nothing can be done about it from their end, because they are minority of a minority, And yeah, so it is a very rough situation, but speaking with them, it's very clear that they know exactly what is going on. So if you actually prod at them, they do know. And they read Telegram channels. They are most of Belgrade, which is actually the city that bombed my Kharkiv the most, Russian city, Belgrade. They are all, like almost the entire city is signed to our Kharkiv Telegram channels. So the
Right.
connection between the city was so strong. People from Belgrade would come to Kharkiv all the time. They would shop here. They would go to the doctors here, things like that. They
Yeah.
would visit their friends. They would just go on weekends to just drink and party and things like that.
Yeah.
Because Kharkiv
I
was
think
a great city
I
once
think
upon a time. But
Karasoti.
but
Yeah.
yeah, so basically what I mean is that they know, they
Yeah.
know.
I
They
think
they are signed to our
I
publics.
think
They
Karasu
see it.
from the chat has a good point that they might know, but they do not sort of feel it. I think there's a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of
true.
brainwashing happening in Russia. I think that's one of the two pillars. The other pillar is the pillar that I wanted to say people seem to really do not grasp, that there's this strong sense of national, almost mythological identity in Russia that you sort of talked about during the panel, that goes back to being the
Try
descendants
to.
of the mythical Kiev Rush, that they are the true
Yeah.
descendants, that they are the true inheritors of this, and that it creates this special sense of national pride. And
Yeah,
that
and
is,
superiority to others as well.
yes,
Yeah.
and that is why uh, Russia has this special relationship to Ukraine, which is it perceives it as a threat to that, as a direct threat to their whole um,
Yeah, there's like
myth
a
of creation,
foundational.
right? A
Yeah,
myth
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah,
creation.
yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And we've talked about a little bit about the Polish, Lithuanian, Ruthenian Commonwealth, right?
Hmm.
And Ruthenia is basically analogous. It's like a synonym to the Kiev Rush, Like in Polish, it was called Księstwo Ruskie, Wielkie Księstwo Ruskie.
Hmm.
And
Wielka Knieżeństwo.
of
Yeah.
course, Russia invaded because it could not let that happen. It couldn't exactly let a Wielkie Księstwo Ruskie to just pop, right next to them,
Mm.
because that would mean that wait a minute, we're supposed to be the successors of Kiev Rus.
Yeah, Ruskie. Yeah,
If
yeah.
an actual Kiev Rus just spawns right around our border, then it just sort of undermines the whole idea, right?
Yeah, it is very. I would say like you could easily point out in Russian society like main myths. There used to be three, now it's two, on which like the foundation of Russian like self understanding is built upon. So
Yeah,
one is Kievan Rus, like you said, like
yeah,
the descendants of being the main descendants of Kievan Rus, so to speak, being like the main Slavs, because Ruski they use the word Ruski, right? Not Россияне, which
yeah,
is Россия is actually how it's called, right?
yeah,
Russia.
Russia, yeah,
They don't say Россияне usually they say Ruski just to, it's like an umbrella term they use, basically. It's not
Yeah.
even like a nationality. And they did their best to try and to equate русские, Russians, right? Русские to Slavyani, to Slavic people. So for them, it's like basically like the same thing. So it's the Slavic people is them at the end of the day.
Which,
So this is a very important myth to them. And also the second one that is kind of no longer a thing was October Revolution. So this
yes.
was a very like intense event, but since Soviet Union dissolved and no longer exists, it's kind of weird to jerk off to
Yeah,
the
rest. Yeah.
to the failed state that no longer exists. So they don't do it anymore. And the third myth is, of course, World War II, or as they say, Great Patriotic War. This is their victory supposed against Nazis is just like a foundational
Yep.
principle to them. It's like the thing they're insanely proud of, the thing they obsess over, this militarization, military prowess, military power, and quite honestly just being able to scare everyone shitless.
We're
To install fear in other people is what they care
we're gonna
about.
go
Yeah.
back to
And
that because it feeds into the current propaganda quite a lot,
mhm.
that World War II thing. But it's, in my mind, the Ruski thing sort of fails because in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, a very big distinction has formed of Rush Rushini, which
Mhm.
was basically modern day Belarus and Ukraine, right? Which is very interesting because for the longest time, the language that was called in Polish Ruski was the main language of the Great Duchy of Lithuania. It wasn't Lithuanian, it was actually the Ruthenian language. That was like the main language of this country, which later formed into Ukrainian and Belarusian, right? And there was also the fact that that language could sort of continue and exist and in liturgy and among the people. And Russia was had this problem that it has been conquered by the Mongolian Empire, and
Mhm.
Russian language was influenced by Mongolian language,
Yeah, the Golden Horde. Yeah.
which meant, and that was another big problem for Russia, that język Ruski, which later became Ukrainian, was closer to the Kiev Rush language than Russian was, in effect.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons, not the main one, but one of the reasons why they are so intent on attacking Ukrainian language as a language.
Yes.
To say it's a completely, so it's not a language, so it's like a dialect. They actually call it quite a lot. I heard it so many times, like from Russian, even before 2014 revolution, but now especially they call it like basically like spoiled Russian.
Oh,
So it's
the attack on
yeah,
Ukrainian language actually happened in the 18th century when Russia incorporated
yeah.
the
I'm not
lands
saying
into.
it's new, yeah, but
It's very very
um,
old, and those are the
yeah,
reasons. It's like a threat to them, to their
yeah. So it's
foundational
very
language.
important
Yeah.
to ruin this, like even the idea of like Ukrainian language as a language. And also yeah, you're right, it goes like back to history. For example, like in Russian Empire days, I think it was 19th, if I'm not mistaken, century, the
Mm-hmm.
beginning of it
Yeah.
is then when the Emsky Ukaz was created, or Valuev Circular. Those were laws that prohibited Ukrainian language and prohibited to publish books. Pretty much, at first it was educational, then it was like any, like novels, anything.
Yeah.
And
The
the guy
Russification.
who actually, yeah, Russification, yeah, and also the guy that kind of started this whole business. I'm trying to see it properly because I'm sitting on the floor. Don't ask questions why.
To
Yeah,
the
so
Japanese.
basically is, yeah, basically I have like pillows, and that's what I said. So yeah, basically what happened is this, that they the guy who actually was the one who wrote that law, Valuev Circular, Valuev, it's in his name. So basically he said a funny thing, in my opinion, because it's very appropriate still. He said that Ukrainian language never existed, it doesn't exist, and it will never exist. This is basically kind of like the thing you can hear like now easily in Russia. So yeah, so
Yeah.
it's just kind of funny that they forgot to evolve with time, I guess.
But Russia
Yeah.
basically says so many crazy things that it astounds me that anybody still listens to the Russian narrative. You really have to be quite dishonest to still listen to that narrative. Like the
Yeah.
denazification of Ukraine is one of the narratives that I'm astounded people still cling to. Like
Oh yeah, yeah. That one is a foundational one. To be quite
like the
honest, it's
the,
like
the,
since 50s.
the
It's
funniest
pretty
thing
prevalent.
Yeah, the funniest thing I've heard about it is like when, on one hand, Russia says we want to denazify Ukraine, and then they add, but did you know that Ukrainian refugees fear Polish people just as much as they feared the Nazis during World War II?
Yeah.
Or actually, at the beginning of this year, um, Putin has made a speech in which he said that Russia, that's why I'm talking about the World War II thing, right? Russia is once again fighting against Nazism. It is
Yeah,
fighting
he said.
against the entire Nazi Western world.
Uh huh.
Every country that supports Ukraine is a Nazi country. I was like,
Yep.
okay. And people still try to do the Nazi narrative when Putin said in a speech that every single country that supports Ukraine is a Nazi country full of Nazis that also need to be denazified. Like
Yep.
Russia
Well, it
against the
is.
world.
Yeah, it is Russia against the world always. But the thing is that basically, I think it's a very, very important narrative. Even it might sound very silly, to any reasonable person, obviously.
Hey,
But yeah, in Russia, like on internal market, basically, like the people of Russia itself, it is unbelievably effective. Because, like I said, this like heroic. I don't know, like death of Russian people to stop Nazism, and they
yeah,
consider themselves the saviors of the world against Nazis. Basically, they don't learn about what happened before Stalin and Hitler decided no longer
yeah.
became no longer pals with each other.
That was
They
forbidden
don't.
in Poland for a long time, by the way, when it was still in the Soviet sphere.
Yeah, so they don't know like about the non-aggression pact, not pact Molotov-Ribbentrop. They don't know about the fact that Hitler and Stalin attacked Poland from west and east, from both sides. They don't know about occupation of Baltics, about Finland. Even sometimes people don't even know about the invasion of Finland by Soviet Union. So not only that, they also have like pretty much no understanding of how much impact Great Britain had on the war, United
Yeah,
States had on the war, the Lend-Lease, the giving of like weapons that the United States gave to Soviet Union, and food and fuel and everything, like basically
yeah,
intelligence, everything, right?
yeah.
So they have like very little understanding of that, and they pretty much consider themselves to be like the saviors of the world that made this great
Oh, yeah.
sacrifice just because they're so good. So so this is like very important to them, and they also speak about it always as Russians. So they never mention like Ukrainians, Belarus, Georgian
Oh, yeah.
people who also were part of the Red Army. Nothing, like only Russians.
Well,
So
Stalin
so
himself
yeah,
was Georgian, right?
yeah, of course, yeah. So for them to, but Russian, the most important thing is that he was Russian.
Which
Yeah.
is
So
ironic because Stalin is a young. I don't know. Are you familiar with his main pseudonym, not Stalin? Are you
can you
familiar
say it
with
again?
Stalin's main pseudonym, not Stalin? The main name that he went by around his main um, cooperator.
You mean his surname? You mean
No,
the
no, I
actual
mean
surname of?
the main nickname that he used, so to speak, the main
Um,
pseudonym. It wasn't
maybe Dana,
Stalin.
maybe I remember. What was it?
Koba.
Oh, yeah. I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
you probably, yeah, you must be familiar.
Mm.
Do you know where he took Koba from?
No, I'm not. No, not really, to be honest.
As a teenager, he was that is extremely ironic. He was in the anti-Russian. Um, she was, trying to defy Russia as a Georgian. He was in the
Ah, I
opposition of
see. I
Georgia,
see. Yeah.
and there was this book hero called Koba. He was a freedom fighter for Georgia. you know?
Hmm.
So he took on the name Koba as this fighter for the freedom of Georgia against Russia. And then
Yep.
he became the ruler of the USSR and conquered his own country. So
Yeah, and also persecuted heavily Georgian, the thing. Yeah, but it also actually kind of reminds me of this epic thing. This picture, everyone knows it. I think that the Soviet flag on Wehrmacht, like the placement of
yeah.
the Soviet flag in, yeah, and the guys who are on the picture actually cut out the Georgian guy. There was a third guy there.
Oh yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, yeah. Not only that, but also the two guys that are actually placing the flag are Ukrainian, both of them. So one is, I think, from Zaporizhia, and the other one I
Oh
forgot, but also from Ukraine somewhere. And then they gave medals like to the Russian, to with Russian surnames, dudes who were never there on that rooftop and never placed
yeah.
the flag because they just couldn't allow Ukrainians and Georgians to be the ones who did it.
That was
It
a
had to be
that
Russians.
was a
Yeah, very funny.
very USSR thing to sort of redact pictures like this.
Yeah,
Very,
truly, yeah.
but
And to give medals to people that have fuck all to do with the actual
Zaporozhye, like
event. Yeah.
it must, like it has to be a very special feeling when people try to say that Zaporozhye of all places is like Russian, when
Oh,
people
yes.
from the
Yes,
West say
thank you.
that, like when people from the West try to say maybe Ukraine should just give Zaporozhye away, and I'm like,
Ew, it's just like literally the
what?
heart, like, of the
Like
country, like
the
Zaporizhzhia Sich, and
yeah,
everything.
yeah,
Yeah.
like I have here this book, Kozacy Zaporozhye,
Thank you, yeah.
the Kozacy Zaporozhye, like come on, it sounds like a
Yeah, yeah.
joke if you start saying that come on, of all places,
Yeah. It's
like,
well, actually one of the most heart-wrenching things.
yeah, it's
Everything
like
is heart-wrenching, because every part of our country that is occupied is, of course, hurtful and painful. And but this is in particular is just I just them in Zaporizhia is just a
yeah,
fucking
it's
insult.
like it's
Yeah.
like a spit to the face, and people claiming, well, maybe Ukraine should just give it up. Like, no, are you kidding? Is this a joke?
Yeah.
Like when,
Yeah.
and of course, speaking of the Ribbentrop-Molotov, I have this book here. The Soviets are not getting in, and it's basically a
Oh.
book. I've been seeing it. This sort of line of thinking more and more now. I'm sort of getting into it that basically, if the USSR did not enter into Poland from the east, then there's a high probability that probably Poland could have stalled Germany a lot longer
Yeah, yeah.
than it did, which
Yeah, I
would
heard it,
mean
yes. Hmm.
which would mean that, well, the war would have went a little bit differently than it did. So
Yeah, it was very convenient for them, yeah.
the whole narrative of the USSR being the saviors when they were basically the people that enabled the war in the first place is very
Hmm.
interesting to me.
I actually really enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. I I hate it. But when people actually talk about like things like, oh, they just stole, like they just were trying with no proof whatsoever. By the way, that the Soviets supposedly were trying to win time to defend themselves from
Yeah,
inevitable invasion of Hitler. When the proof of the matter, we have like Pact Molotov-Ribbentrop secret protocol, where not only they collabed basically using modern language,
yeah,
but they also were like, hey, you know what? We can separate Europe in two spheres of influence, Soviet and German
yeah,
one, and also we can, one up on that like whole Anglo-Saxon, Western
yeah,
degenerate democracies together, my guy. Like mustaches unite,
basically.
Yeah, so yeah, basically, and also the best way we all know, right, to defend yourselves from a future Nazi invasion is to invade Finland, right? Nothing prepares you better
Yeah,
than losing 300,000 men and plus injured
like
as well, of course,
just
yeah, in Finland, and thousands of tanks, artillery, equipment, like literally, like I don't know, everything.
the
I actually read
question.
very,
Yeah, yeah, you're
sorry,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, was it? Yes, sir.
I actually read a very interesting conclusion that quite a lot of historians came to apparently is that one of the reasons actually why Hitler decided to attack Soviet Union eventually
Mm-hmm.
was because he saw their incredibly poor performance of them in Finland.
Right.
So he basically was
That
like,
is
oh,
pretty.
whoa, I will send you a link if you want, like
Yeah, yeah,
very
yeah. I
interesting
I am
to read up on
interested
that.
in it. Yeah,
Yeah, so there was
absolutely.
like pretty much obviously, right, the reputation of Soviet army all over the world was plummeted, not only just, for Hitler, but for the rest of the world, for the France and Britain as well, obviously, right? But Hitler obviously saw like just how low quality of an army it is when actually you cannot fucking take Finland that is this big, and you're losing like insane amount of numbers and for an entire year pretty much. So it's a little less than, you know what I mean. Like, so it was
Yeah.
just not. Yeah, it was a fatal fucking blow, not only to Soviet reputation as a force, as a global power, and as a army, but of course, yeah, it was very interesting. I find time then to send
Yeah,
you like
and
about that, quite a
keep
bit
in
of info
mind
about that.
that when Germany invaded, at first USSR did basically just fold, and Stalin hid himself in
Yeah,
his room and had a mental breakdown, which probably Russia is not
yeah.
that keen to talk about that part of the
No,
invasion.
nobody talks about that one. That one is not sexy. Yeah, nobody talks about that. But yeah, it's just yeah, it is true. Of course, like first it was pretty bad. Obviously, also there was kind of like ironic that Finland then ended up letting Nazis pass through
Yeah,
them, which was entirely what supposedly was the, the narrative why Soviet Union attacked, because they were afraid that someone would attack them from Finland, and Finland declared themselves neutral, and they were like, what the fuck more do you want, basically, right?
yeah,
And Russia was like, well, you have to cede territory to us, so we can,
as always.
keeps ourselves secure. And the Finnish were like, well, no, not gonna do that, sorry. And basically Russia, Soviet Union conducted a false flag operation, so pretending that the Finnish people shelled their own guardsmen, and those guardsmen died on the border, and that was the preface, which most historians consider to be obviously false
Right.
flag. Yeah, so they then attacked, as you know, Finland, and
Right.
Finland was pretty much it was the only like active conflict at the time, actually, interestingly enough.
This brings
Yeah,
me
so
to
the rest of the world
another
was watching, basically.
brings me to another topic from that fateful panel that you had when
Oh, don't call it faithful. Yeah,
you know
please.
well, I say fateful, the fated panel, like when you told them about the Kiev Rush thing, and one of them said, thinking he was very smart, said, "So do you believe that there's this innate?" Because he was basically trying to accuse you of being an essentialist that
Mhm.
ascribes this essential part of Russians. He was trying to make you into some sort of like weirdo essentialist, by saying, "Are you saying that there's this essential part of every Russian that makes them think this, no matter if it's Russian Empire, the USSR that was totally different system, and now?" And I'm reading this very interesting book right now. It's called State or Revolution, and it's
Mhm.
about Polish socialists and communists before World War One, 1892, 1920. It might seem unrelated, but it sort of is, because the communists of that era, 1892, 1920, they wanted to take part in the wider revolution that was part of um, Russia, right? And they clashed with
Yeah,
the
and
socialists about it. And the narrator says something that is extremely interesting and something that the people from the panel should take to heart. The communists of Poland were very enamored with the idea of revolution, not recognizing that the USSR communism was just a transformed version of Russian imperialism.
Yeah,
You
just
know?
an empire by the new name. Yeah, but not to mention that fact. But it also kind of like, of course, interesting that this same period that the Red Terror was happening. So yeah, it was. It just was these exact years was the years when the main part of the Red Terror campaign of Soviet Union was happening when communists occupied Soviet Russians, occupied Kiev, that was trying to establish themselves outside of Russian influence. We have like Central Rada, which was the government that was created, and Ukraine was declared independent country after
Yeah.
Russian Empire dissolved.
In
But of course,
1917, right?
yeah, yeah. Of course, it didn't work out because after that we were occupied by in months by Russian, forces, and the Red Terror period began when they pretty much just executed everyone who was not part of the glorious proletariat vibes,
Yeah.
So that could be they would call them nationalists, bourgeois. They would call them I don't know, like a white army people who are
Yeah.
like highly educated people, aristocracy, anyone who was like so to speak for nationalist ideas against like Soviet Union, against Russia at this point, quite honestly. And yeah, so pretty much anyone who was not part of the who was
Glorious
not willing
party.
to yeah, who was not willing to succumb to basically like Soviet Union, they would just execute, torture,
Yeah.
imprison, and all the jazz. Yeah,
And
so this
the
lasted
work
for quite
of
some time.
the work of destroying the Ukrainian elite was also, of course, continued into the Holodomor,
Yeah, obviously,
which
yes. So
is
one of the main examples of that is executed Renaissance. Is the term, which is the term that refers to writers, artists,
yeah.
political activists, educated people that all have been pretty much executed by Soviets.
Like
So,
I
yep.
always talk about this with the people that say Holodomor was not like a genocide. I was like, what a weird coincidence that just as peasants starved, the all of the elite was executed. Like what a coincidence that it's just
Yeah, yeah.
happened to align in the same time period, right? The famine and the execution of the elites, right? Like, it's maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe just they
Everything
discovered
is
the
just a
traitors.
coincidence. when Russia when Russia comes to play. So it's just very interesting. Like you mentioned this cursed panel, but so I
Yeah,
will address a little bit. It is the most interesting thing about this whole conversation, if you can even call it that, because everyone was like interrupting everyone, and it was like a
yeah,
clusterfuck. But overall, it's just very interesting that they accused me, I guess Dylan as well, in that we were like saying that Russia is just evil and not allowing any nuance, while I
right.
pretty much made I went out of my way to highlight the fascism, the
Yeah,
ideology, not like the people,
yeah,
even the
exactly.
ideology itself, the regime, the state, and everything. I do think that Russians obviously are part of that ideology, of course, right? But
Right.
it's not like it's not essential. It's not like
Exactly,
innate.
right.
Yeah, anyone can be, fascist and
Yes,
whatever
exactly.
the hell.
Like
Yeah. So yeah, but they people who said that, they couldn't stop to explain the West being evil just because it is.
the West.
They will never stop saying like this is just what the West does, it's just what they do, and you calling like us essentialist
Right.
when it's just very funny. So there are no reason for the West, America, whatever the fuck, to be evil. It's just like their essential nature. But when you like ascribe Russians actual actions, actual like actual physical actions, not just
Yeah.
words, but like annexation, invasion, genocide, cultural genocide of insane amount of nations, of just unbelievable damage that they done through the years, and we are called for that to be essentialist and
Yeah.
to just wait in Russia like as an evil
A
empire. Yeah.
part of me wished I was on that panel because I really wanted to say that moment. No, that's not what you're saying. What you're saying is that there's this overarching nationalistic ideology that sort of
Mhm.
prevailed
Was
through the
not addressed.
existence
Yeah.
of the Soviet Union. It was never dissolved, and it just continues to today. It's like it's not an essentialist trait, it's just part of the
Mhm.
myth building of the nation, and most
Yeah,
nations
but
have this. I'm not personally the biggest fan of the nation states and nations as they are now, uh, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's a difference. I'm not exactly like I don't think like many obviously leftists will lose their shit when they hear that, but I don't think like nationalism in itself is just is a very like destructive and bad thing. It doesn't have to be. So there's
It doesn't
civic
have to be.
nationalism.
Although I'm not the
Yeah, yeah,
biggest fan personally.
yeah, I'm not exactly to be honest either. I'm like not like a right nationalist type of person, but at least I wouldn't like paint it all with like some
Right.
it's equalized Nazism or like fascism with nationalists is both is just simply wrong.
Yeah.
Because because sometimes when I talk with like people in Ukraine who are quite further right to me and nationalists, for example, right, they pretty much never talk about ethnicity. So for them, Ukrainian is just a citizen of Ukraine. So whatever the heck their ethnicity is, so
Right.
it doesn't have to
Yeah.
be ethno-nationalism. Yeah. So for
Exactly.
example,
Right.
my friend who is Azerbaijani, who's a volunteer, I'm not ethnically Ukrainian, as you probably know. And yeah, so quite a lot of people, they are just all Ukrainians to this people, to like pretty
Right.
far right people in Ukraine, because we are, it's nationality is what matters, like citizenship is what matters, and the level of care I guess you have
Right.
for your country also matters, right? And not the ethnicity, and it doesn't have to be exclusionary, is what I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
like of other people.
And
Yeah.
oh, there's so many things from that panel, from all of the debates that I'm hearing when people, I've told you, basically treat countries as with this distinction of real countries that are
Yeah.
the real players on the stage, and there are these pawn countries that are basically don't have agency, don't have any
Oh, I hate
sort
that.
of,
I hate it so
like
much.
whenever I
Yeah.
hear the US will fight Russia to the last Ukrainian, what does that
Which is Russian
even
propaganda, by the way.
what does that even mean? Like, you do know that unlike what your fantasies dictate to you, Ukraine is an actual country. It's not just a pawn to serve either to for Russian influence or for US influence. It has its own interests, it has its own, like,
Not to them.
right,
They don't
like
see it that
you
way.
have
So
the
yeah.
you have the Lublin Triangle. Are you familiar with the Lublin Triangle? We might have talked about it a bit briefly.
I think we did last time. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like this close relationship between Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine, based on the shared heritage of being in the one country of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You know,
Yeah.
and it's based on the Pact of Lublin that has created this. And how does this further the interests of the West? I think it's ridiculous to treat these countries like this.
Well, you have to, I think, take into consideration that those like supposed like Russia apologists, lefty communists, whatever they are, right? They are first and foremost imperialists just as much as far right people are. So for them, it is all about the United States because this is their mindset. They don't actually see. They also see the world in those like bigger powers, so like Russia, China, and America, right?
Right.
So they have like this understanding of the world, and this is the only thing they can't understand. They cannot even fathom, like a
Yeah,
country, a history, a conflict, a war that has pretty much like zero things to do with them at the end of
exactly.
the day.
Like
Yeah, so for them it's not possible.
when I
Yeah.
hear about people saying that it's all about NATO,
Yeah.
all I can
It's
say
basically
is
imperialistic thing, yeah.
you do realize that this conflict existed before the US existed
Yeah, that's
and
why I always
before
say
NATO existed.
yeah.
You
Yeah.
do know, you do realize that, right? Like, it's not all about the
Yeah.
US. It's a really weird sort of US exceptionalism, you know?
Yeah. Actually, like I talked to Destiny about it, and he explained it, I think, in the best way, which I steal from him all the time.
Right.
So basically, he said like we talked with him, and he basically was it was about this whole idea that there are like those far right people, and generally like people like who are American exceptionalists who think like America is the greatest place ever, like it does nothing wrong, it shoots butterflies,
Right.
and there's like the opposite of it, which is America is the most evil country on planet Earth. It does everything wrong. Everything it does is wrong and bad. And at the end of the day, they kind of meet together.
Right. It's the
Because
horseshoe
they're
theory, so called.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They basically both are American exceptionalists, just in a different
Right. In a
spectrums.
different
So the
way.
one Yeah, the one group thinks that everything is allowed for America because America is the best, greatest, blah, 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 right? And the rest, but is exceptionally great. And these groups think that America is evil all the time. It does
Yeah.
only the bad things because it's exceptionally evil, but still exceptional.
Yeah.
So you still live in the most exceptional place ever, right? At the end of the day, if
Yeah.
you're
It's
American.
just a matter
Yeah,
of if it's a good
yeah,
exceptional or bad exceptional.
yeah,
It
exactly.
baffles me. Although maybe it
Yeah,
shouldn't
kind
at this
of
point, but
pretty irritating to deal with, to be honest. But to
yeah.
be fair, this panel was just people on that panel were not good faith
Oh
whatsoever. So
no, no, no,
there's
no.
like, yeah, there's no point in the conversation with them, to be quite honest, because it's just
But
no point. Yeah,
still a shame that you sort of had to be exposed to something like this, to this sort
yeah,
of brain
you
rot,
know,
as I put it.
yeah.
Like,
I exposed to that all the time.
oh,
I have Twitter.
I also saw all of the Dylan debates, which also were like, oh, come on. Like, I think it's time to say it, as a proud Polish Jewish person, it's time to say it. Please, please stop talking about
Mhm.
Bandera. Please stop about talking about
Oh,
Bandera killing people and
yes.
how this justifies somehow Russia invading Ukraine. Please stop talking about it. Like people really
I
have
appreciate it.
like
Yeah.
people have no clue about the history of this conflict.
They don't
Like
need to. They don't need to know, to have a clue. They just repeat Russian propaganda points. So this figure, right, Bandera as a person, and overall UPA, right,
Upa,
and
yeah.
UNUPA, yeah, they were blown so much out of the fucking proportion at this point.
Yeah.
So in any reasonable world, most people would never even know about them. This is
Yeah.
such a niche little like crumb of
Although
history,
it also
according
depends
to.
because like there is a Polish historian that is like he was actually called an apologist to UPA because he said that UPA is like mostly it gets really complicated and that is why people should before talking about UPA in a vacuum just read all of the things that are probably not
Mhm.
even available to read in English
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a
but
lack of content.
there is this really interesting magazine that came out when the conflict started. It talks about how history gets it's sort of mythologized. There's mythology to each nation's history. And for example, the author of this article should said that Polish people should remember. I got food here. That
Oh,
Polish
cool.
people should remember that UPA and Bandera in the current modern sort of mythology sort of mindset of Ukrainians, it doesn't function as this anti-Polish thing from the period. It exists
Yeah,
mainly as an anti-Russian imperial
Soviet. Yeah.
thing,
Mhm.
and that
Mhm.
Polish people should take this into consideration when discussing these things. So it all gets really complicated, and I really don't appreciate people that have no clue about it coming in and saying, Ukraine is just a bunch of Nazis because there was UPA and Bandera and they killed a bunch of Polish people and a bunch of Jewish people. It's it's complicated. It's complicated
Yeah, which is
history.
which is not the only thing they've done.
Yeah,
They also were
it's
like,
like
yeah, were a resistance movement who fought against eventually both Nazis and
I
Soviets.
right.
Yeah, that's another story. But overall, yeah, people just generally only just I guess it's just important to understand this, that the only reason they use him, Bandera, even talk about it, that no conversation about Ukraine is possible without mention of Bandera and Leon Upa, which is
Right.
ridiculous in itself. But yeah, but just because it is part of the narrative to paint Ukrainians as Nazis. This has been used as, Bandera is like the scarecrow, basically, of
Yeah.
Soviet propaganda. So he was blown out of the fucking proportion. Like I said, nobody would even know the man.
Yeah, in the
If it
West, no
wasn't,
chance.
yeah,
No
yeah, if it
chance.
wasn't for like insane amount of like propaganda, and of course, just everything is supposedly clear and simple when it comes to Ukraine. So nobody talks
The
about the history of, for example, IRA, right, in Ireland. who also
Yeah.
worked with Nazis, also did not want to even support English people with the better. It's a every country had such groups, and it was nothing like out of the ordinary in Ukraine, to be quite
Yeah,
honest.
like
And yeah,
it's evidenced by the fact that if you ask any of those people, oh, that's interesting, can you tell me more about the organization, how it came about, and what was the historical context of the area at the time, they will not be able to tell you. There's
yeah,
no
they will just say,
chance.
"Oh, there's Nazis. They just hated Polish people and Jewish people."
There's
That's
no
it.
chance that they will
Yeah.
tell you any of that. Like, I like to ask people, even though most people don't even know about the topic, like questions that I don't really have easy answers to those questions, right? Like, what should have happened to Lviv after World War One?
Mhm.
I really don't have an easy answer because um, Ukraine formed. Lviv was at the time mostly Polish people. They wanted to be part of the newly formed Poland, and conflict arose around that, right? And I don't have an easy answer to what should have happened in to Lviv, if it should have been the part of the newly formed Ukraine or it should have been part of Poland, because you know what happened, right? War,
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Poland versus Ukraine, and Lviv became part of Poland. But apart from Lviv, which was Polish, a whole bunch of lands that were not
Yeah, yeah,
mainly
yeah.
Polish
Western,
became
yeah, yeah.
part of Poland.
Polish,
15
exactly. Yeah,
fifteen
the
percent
region of
of
Lviv.
15% of citizens of the so-called Second Republic were Ukrainian. 15%. That's a lot of Ukrainian people that became citizens of Poland, and also, which is interesting because at this point Russia still claims that Ukraine didn't even exist.
Hmm.
Right after the war, which I find this is a testament to how complicated these times were. Right after the war of Poland and Ukraine formed a military pact against Russia/USSR. I'm not sure if
Hmm.
you're familiar, right?
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, that war was lost. At which point, my sort of let's just say you could call me a bit of like radical, you know, when it comes to my political position. So, in my opinion, when that was over, at that point, Poland should have basically said, you know what, we are. And there were ideas like that floating around. They lost because the far right movements were a lot stronger than any other ones. At this point, Poland should have said, you know what, we're not a Polish state now. We are actually a commonwealth of Polish people, Ukrainian people, and Jewish people as well. And all these languages are equal. And with time, we will sort of sort it out. I think that should have happened.
Unlikely, all
Unlikely,
things considered.
yes,
Yeah.
unlikely. And those promises, because there was like this concept, and it fell, that Ukraine was supposed to be made an equal language to Polish language.
Hmm.
Ukrainian people were supposed to enter the government. I've alluded to this in the DMs, and all those sorts of things were supposed to happen. It was a law that was even written, and it never came to be. Instead, Ukrainian people were degraded. They were sort of
Yeah.
moved away from the government. And of course, it created tensions that boiled and boiled and boiled and exploded. So
Yeah.
that's one
Obviously.
part of the story that,
On our side, it's that did seem like basically you guys kind of like stood us up, you know,
yeah,
separated us basically between the Soviet Union and Poland. And of course, when the East was mostly fighting against, Russians and Soviets, and we wanted to be, a whole country again. There was moves made to do it, but unfortunately, the inside fighting kind of like fucked us up, and also the occupation by the Reds, the Soviets eventually. And yeah, it did seem to be like the west of the Ukraine was kind of like fighting off basically against Polish and oppression, so to speak. and there were like camps, and which you probably know, which was like very quite a lot of mistreatment as well, which is
Yeah.
by the way what Bandera suffered himself. His brother, I believe, was tossed just dead to his like to
So
his door by Polish. So it's not like exactly an easy story.
yeah,
It's
it's not.
definitely not
It's
an
not.
easy time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for them, for example, in the east of Ukraine, just to make it a context, I guess, pretty much nobody like talks about the Polish people,
Right.
in regard that like oppressors, people like don't see them as such, because it's such a long ass story. So first of all, right? And but the West, of course, they have much more conflict with the Polish than they did with Russia, before, of course,
Yeah.
Russia engulfed all of it, after World War II, in the process of
Yeah.
World War
Yeah.
II,
Yeah.
like all of the Ukraine, and Polish as well, Poland as well, but that was like already like
Yeah.
afterwards. So yeah, it's a pretty complicated
It
story,
is.
but that people have like zero idea about, and most
Yeah.
importantly, they don't care at the end of the day. They every
Exactly.
time someone brings up, for example, UPA or Bandera, they bring them up to simply degrade like Ukraine and
Yeah.
repeat Russian propaganda. That's it. There's no other purpose to it.
There is no. There's no honest attempt to understand history. There's no honest attempt to sort of understand the very complicated Polish-Ukrainian relations. And
Yep.
it
And
is very complicated.
yeah, and it is exactly like the same thing that actually happened on that stupid panel. No offense to Week, by the way, who did the panel. I think he's cool, but it's just the
Was
people
surprised
there.
by his pretty
Oh,
cool
he's like,
opinions
yeah,
on.
he's not weak. The weak is wicked, not weak. So yeah, basically what happened is this, that I brought up, like, the collaboration, obviously, which makes all tankies and leftists in the West just shaking their boots when you bring up bulk Molotov Ribbentrop for obvious
Yeah,
reasons, right? But because it destroys basically the whole narrative. But that's like another story. And simping for obviously Soviet Union. But
which
yeah, but
is
basically I brought it up. I brought it up like as a as a collaboration and stuff like that. And then the most stupid person on that panel, which was Omni, who didn't know like anything about anything. I don't know what the fuck
right.
he was doing there. Yeah. So basically, what happened is that, yeah, and yeah, like, he made it like a smart, supposedly, remark that he was like, oh yeah, like Ukrainians were not collaborating with Hitler, and you like, no Nazis in Ukraine, right? And I was like, holy fuck, man. Like, we are actually comparing right now, like the smallest fucking group of partisans that, no offense to them, have literally almost no impact on anything. I mean, I appreciate their resistance, but at the end of the day, it was like
There
very
were
small operation.
paramilitary groups, yeah.
Yeah, but to compare that to actual on the books pact between Stalin, Hitler, whole
Yeah,
Soviet Union, the attack
like
on
it's
Poland,
pretty
the
ridiculous.
yeah, occupation of Baltics, invasion of Finland, and all that happened. And then, afterwards, when they actually expelled Nazis, right? They didn't expel. They expelled them, but they occupied all the countries on the
Yeah,
road to Germany. So to
including
compare
Poland as
that,
well, yeah.
yeah, Poland, of course, yeah, Moldova, the drill. Pretty much everyone, up to the half of Germany, right? So this is just absurd to even like put them not on the same
Yeah.
plane. Even they're not in the same fucking galaxies in terms of impact and
And
actual.
of
Yeah, it's
course,
just absurd. Yeah.
apparently it was on the books to incorporate Poland into the USSR completely as well. But
Mhm.
some things changed. Stalin changed his mind and just decided to settle on satellite state, you know,
Yep. Yeah.
instead of just
Which,
fully.
I mean, at the end of the day, for example, Czech Republic, right? They basically made that them like a puppet communist government there.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
Well,
it's
in Poland, same
a
thing,
pretty
right?
yeah, pretty common. Like I said, you can't, like, I guess, include fucking everything, the entire continent, and so yeah. But overall, you can still control them without actually
Yeah.
including them
Speaking
in
of
the.
UPA, I've found on my shelf randomly a book. I've told you I've got. I'm gonna show you a few books. Um, a pretty wacky book called Atamania UPA.
Oh, I know this.
You
I
know
know
this
this one.
book?
Yeah,
It's
yeah, I
called by
know this book.
Edvard
Yeah,
Prus.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
from
Edward Proust, exactly. Yeah, I read some bits of it.
1988, and I know
Yeah,
I am confident that it's gonna be a wild, wild read. You know,
yeah, it is a wacky book. It is pretty wacky. Yeah.
because
Wait, We discussed actually bits of it
Yeah, it's
one
like
time with my friend.
it's from the era where everything had to be pro-Soviet Union. So that's one.
Yep, yep.
And I
Yeah, it's
really
pretty juicy.
I read a fragment when it says, yeah, those people were not just hyper nationalists. It was the capitalist hyper nationalism.
Yes, of course.
You know.
Capitalist is the worst part, you know. Also,
So
I must say I can't remember their names right now, but I read quite a bit of I saw quite a bit of actually books of Polish authors who were very intent on like demonizing like UPA to like an absolute like absurd degree. Not to say that they didn't do anything wrong, obviously they
yeah,
did, right? To Polish people in particular, right? But overall it is was just so filled with like disinformation, demonization, and repeating Soviet Union, like Russia talking points.
well,
And I
and
saw quite a bit. One of the best ones, you probably saw it actually. It was a long time ago. It was, I think, 2006 or maybe 2000
right,
seven, so quite some time ago, there was like this book that everyone was talking about supposed atrocities of UPA that they did to the civilians. And all pictures in that book were pretty much fake. They were pictures of Nazi occupation.
right.
So what Nazis did, and they blamed all of that on UPA without any pretty much proof. And quite a lot of Polish people picked it up and they started to spread in that book and saying, "Look at what UPA did." It was like such a clusterfuck. And then a Polish official actually had to make apologies to Ukrainian
Yeah,
government,
that's
which
yeah.
was
It
hugely
becomes
yeah,
it
yeah, it
becomes
was a
really
clusterfuck.
really messed up, and a lot of we're getting more and more sort of honest look at history. We're getting more and more sort of, especially since I'm hoping that the Polish far right government will not mess it up, quite
Mm.
frankly, that the relations between Ukraine and Poland are getting really good, and we're getting a lot of opportunities, especially in the future, because I really don't think that currently is the best time to sort of talk about these things, but we're getting more and more honest views that include the Polish point of view and the Ukrainian point of
Yeah.
view and sort of this sort of actual history, that we can
Yeah, but
discuss and move forward, right?
I think we have. I don't know, like
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure
think,
about.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
The
yeah.
Polish people may have different opinion, obviously, but in Ukraine,
That
I believe.
depends on who.
Um, yeah, yeah, of course, different people, right? Not the monolith, obviously, right? But overall, I think in Ukraine for quite some time now, maybe like I don't know, like 10 years or something like that, there have been like very little, like any negativity towards Poland
Yeah,
overall.
like a,
So yeah, so people say like it's in the past, like it's completely different situation now. To me it's very important what people do now,
yeah,
so so yeah, that's what I care about. If the lessons have been like learned, if people admit
yeah,
like certain things, acknowledge them, then it's all history. Like at the end of the day,
yeah,
like history is fact, many people did many bad things in history.
right.
It's not like exactly like unique.
Like
But
the
the
most
problem with Russia is that the problem
well,
is
the
the problem
problem
with
with Russia
Russian
is that it
invasion.
has their weird imperialist we've talked about it at the beginning. Poland would not exist if it weren't for Russia.
Yeah, that shit, not only even invasion itself, which is the worst part, obviously, right? Destruction of our like, oh, let's not bring up
Yeah,
the recent events if you can. Yeah, but it's just everything, like the amount of like horror, destruction, and pain they brought up. It's one thing, but just the general ideology, not only towards Ukrainians, but towards Belarus people, towards
yeah,
Polish people, Georgian, Czech people, whatever, anyone, right? Literally anyone. So in this area of the world, in this region, so that's the problem. That's the problem we care about. So if Russia was not like that, if they acknowledged the acts of like genocide and terror they committed in the past, wars, the overall
well,
discrimination,
at
imperialism.
this point it would take a bit more than that, but
Yeah, but before the invasion, I mean, right? So
yeah,
before that, we could be like, oh, okay, yeah, let's move on. Like, it's
right,
a
yeah,
different time, different life, but it's not like that. First of all, and it has never been. I don't know if there ever been
yeah,
a Russian children's educational book in school that taught them anything
yeah.
different than actual imperialist
And
propagandist bullshit.
it's
Yeah, so that's
also, in my opinion, that is sort of my personal how I see it. Like when it comes to Poland and Ukraine, there's also been this um, normalization of relations on the level that there are many, for example, Ukrainian people in Poland, especially now. I think there are about
Yeah,
2 million Ukrainian people in Poland, and
something like that. Yeah.
I meet Ukrainian people basically every day. It's just became like a normal part of everyday life that I hear Ukrainian language from time to time. That um, my shopkeeper is a Ukrainian person, or for example, my mom who is in the rehab center right now. Uh,
Oh.
Most of her nurses and most of her doctors are Ukrainian, right? So it sort of just
Mhm.
became part of life, and I think it's sort of positive that those relations are being like I saw because we go with mom to a coffee shop, right?
Mhm.
And there was a big Ukrainian flag on the door of the coffee shop, and there was an article in both Ukrainian and Polish, and the headline said, "We are all Ukrainian."
Oh,
As
that's
in
very
this,
sweet.
yeah, as in this part, it's the big solidarity. We are all Ukrainian. We all
I
sort
think
of,
most people in Ukraine, the absolute majority, actually super duper appreciates, of course, the help that the Polish people, gave us, the advocacy for Ukraine, in European Union, obviously,
yeah,
and of course the acceptance of refugees as well. And I think I saw the poll some time ago, but I don't think anything changed since then. Maybe, but it was, I think, in the middle, like of the, like 6, 7, maybe 8 months into invasion, something like that. And there was like the Polish was at the top. The Poland was at the top of appreciated countries, like allies who we respect, and treat like the with the most gratitude, I guess you could say. So I think it makes quite a lot of sense, for the future relations
yeah,
to be built upon that, I guess, is
yeah.
my main point.
I would actually really like to believe that even if the West sort of stopped support, that Poland would continue it. At least I, as an
Yeah, I
individual,
hope
would
so.
like
Yeah.
to believe that Poland would be like, you know what, we're still continuing the support,
Yeah,
because
many people believe so in Ukraine, that many countries who are quite close to us, so like Czech, Poland, Baltics, so Estonia gave a lot actually. Nobody talks about that, but considering how like they, I think, gave like um insane amount like of their like equipment to us, considering
yeah,
how little they have.
there's
So
those
uh,
interesting stories of like this
Lithuania, Latvia as well.
Polish translator that sort of just his main occupation apart from being a translator is driving cars to the back to the front for Ukrainian people to use. Just sort of taking cars, driving them to Ukraine, and sort of just fixing them up so that they can be used near the front.
Yeah, we got a lot. That's true. Sometimes you kind of like, feel a little bit dejected because of the certain events, such as the dam and the lack of, I
Yeah,
guess you could say, support and coverage even of this event. And of course, it feels like bad. I see many Ukrainian people being, upset. Let's
I
say
mean,
about the word's reaction
it's
generally. Yeah, but
pretty difficult not to be.
yeah, but we should not, of course, forget that we did indeed got quite a lot of help, and way more than I personally expected. We will.
Well, I, I'm gonna sound a little bit like a douche, but I think it could be more. Like we've talked about
Thank
it
you. I
on our
appreciate it.
we've talked about it on our last. There are a lot of experts that just say that a lot of the help is just very reactive. If
Yeah,
you know what
that's
I mean
true.
by that, that
Yeah,
when Ukrainians start running out of stuff, the army says we should get, we're running out, and then
yeah, that's
okay,
true.
we will send more of this. It should be less active, more active, like we just sending equipment, and it should be the amount of equipment that should objectively give Ukraine an advantage over the Russian forces, like 2 to 1
Yeah,
or
that's
something.
That's I appreciate that you saying that because I talk, as you know, with quite a bit of soldiers and commanders and people who are actually in the army as a volunteer, and because of that, that's of course quite a lot of what I hear. So
Yeah,
it's very reactive. It's very like, oh, we are like on a verge of like
running out.
having none of this
Yeah,
equipment, and then we will get it. So it's not like preemptive. It's not like we have enough. There's never this
exactly,
feeling of security, I guess you could say,
exactly.
of us. Yeah,
It
so it's
was.
very rough
I
sometimes, and also,
yeah, yeah, and
yeah,
also
sorry,
yeah,
also the lack of. It's not exactly what they complain about it, but they mention it that there's a very strong reluctance, I guess, to give us offensive weapons that actually need to be used to
yeah,
liberate
terrains.
our country. Yeah, so defensive, everyone is pretty willing at this point to help us out, and finally got those Patriots for Kiev at least,
Yeah,
which is better than obviously nothing. They work pretty well and intercepting Kinjal missiles, which are supersonic missiles, supposedly unbeatable, but are getting beaten up just fine. You know, as per usual. Yeah, but overall, of course, it is all amazing and very helpful to protect civilians and protect infrastructure, and very very important. But at the end of the day, many of our soldiers, I guess you could say, are a bit anxious about the fact that sometimes it seems like we are encouraged to defend
right.
ourselves, but we are not supported when it comes to liberating ourselves and actually
Yeah,
putting a
yeah, yeah,
stop
yeah,
to
yeah.
this.
And because I can say that many sort of Polish military experts sort of say this sentiment as well, that it's very reactive, that it's not enough, that it should be faster and more. And there was this huge article. The headline was, Ukraine is receiving a drip, but it's not receiving the transfusion that it desperately needs, you know?
Yeah, yeah, kind of
And
feels like that. Yeah,
yeah,
keeps
and
us alive,
yeah,
keeps us floating, but that's about it. Yeah,
yeah,
but
and
we will see how
and
this counteroffensive will
whenever
play out.
whenever I hear in debates or panels, uh, Ukraine is receiving too much support and it should be less. Ukraine should not receive. I was like, no, the opposite is true. It should be more. It should be a lot more. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's like ridiculous. And there was one more. I'm trying to. Oh yeah, there's this slogan. At this point, it became a slogan. I just want the war to end as soon as possible. This sort of
Yeah, I
like
hear that a lot. Yeah,
dog whistle almost, like, which basically means Ukraine should give up. Let's be honest. When people
exactly.
say
Yeah,
that
exactly.
we should force Ukraine to negotiate. Oh, so you mean force Ukraine to give up? Is that's what you mean basically when you say that? You know
Just the construction of the sentence, which should force Ukraine.
exactly.
It just belays such a like imperialist
Yeah,
mindset, a disregard for Ukrainians as people. It's always kind of like funny to even see the way like
yeah,
the language
and
itself kind of
funny and
betrays
tragic a
the
bit.
attitude. Yeah.
Like I
So also there's like this thing I mentioned it with like for example like Finland, right? When they're I try to at least on that stupid panel, but overall it's just that they got pretty much no help almost comparatively. So the
yeah,
world was just watching from the sidelines. Britain and France both gave us, especially France, gave them guarantees supposedly Czechoslovakia. I mean, sorry, I said Finland. I apologize. Like Czechoslovakia, when they gave Sudetenland to Germany, right? So Hitler demanded, as you know, that part of quite a big part of
the mountain
Czechoslovakia should be
pass
given.
because
Yeah, Sudetenlands. Yeah,
yeah,
Sudeten is the mountains. Yeah. So basically, there was like mostly Germans living there
yeah,
ethnically,
hmm,
and so it is kind of reminds me of Crimea quite a lot actually.
yeah,
So basically, what happened is Czechoslovakia was like kind of okay with those demands. They gave autonomy they gave Sudetenland autonomy, the
Oh,
opportunity to.
that was also a bit more complicated. They didn't really want to, but the West sort of pressured Czechoslovakia into
Exactly,
doing it
exactly. That's what I'm
because
saying.
they were like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
yeah, yeah.
we should have peace on the continent, and let's give
Yeah,
Germany what they
What
want."
that's what I mean. So Czechoslovakia basically just was kind of forced to cave in, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
So gave them the autonomy, their language rights. So everyone spoke Germany. There was quite a lot of German influence there, political influence there, and which, by the way, was not exactly great considering they became Nazi,
yeah.
consuming
And
Nazi propaganda.
let's remember. I'm sorry to interject here, but let's remember
Yeah, no, yeah.
because the national narrative sort of likes to pretend that's the case, but just just because there are German speaking people in an area does not automatically follow that those German speaking people will identify with the German nation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
Which is, by the way,
that's a whole
great you pointed it out because it's exactly what people are doing with us. So if
right.
they think even they not only they paint ethnic Russians as that live in Ukraine as supposedly Russians, like
Right.
as part of Russian nation, but even worse, they paint Russian speaking Ukrainians,
Yes. Oh
as
well,
part of the Russian world.
for
Yeah,
Russia,
which
all Ukrainians are Russian basically. If they had
yeah,
their
which
way,
is
all Polish
exactly
people would be Russian because
yeah,
Russification
exactly
was
yeah, part
a thing.
yeah. So basically, what happened there is very identical to what is was going on in Crimea. So also like Russian speakers, autonomy. They elected their own representatives. We gave them insane amount of rights there in Crimea. They were like doing pretty chill in terms of freedoms. Let's put it like that, right? There
Oh,
was like
and
when I was
yeah.
last time when I was in Crimea, I actually saw more. It was before invasion. So maybe like I don't know, 12th, 11th. I'm not sure. So basically, I saw more Russian flags than I saw Ukrainian or any other flag. So it was like completely like, they had insane amount of like freedoms. And anyhow, what it ended up being happening, as you know, in Sudetenland, they basically were eventually pressed by the West to give away those territories. And not only Germany, of course, didn't stop, but used that as a platform to continue the invasion occupation of Czechoslovakia and proceeded to,
And
attack Poland and, as such. So yeah,
that
there's
is
that. And also, if Chamberlain famously returned, to to Great Britain, saying that he achieved peace by
mm,
any, by any means, and he was like very. And then,
proud.
Churchill famously said about this whole thing that you had a choice between disgrace and war. You chose disgrace, and now you will have war, which is what
And
exactly what happened. Yeah,
the truth is that Germany never cared about the German lands of Czechoslovakia. There's a really
of course not.
particular reason why Germany really wanted to annex Czechoslovakia in particular. Do you know what it was?
Well, I saw a bunch of like info about that, but
There's
most of
a
all,
yep.
the the further occupation of and using it as a mountains are quite useful in terms of like war
Yes,
efforts and stuff like
that
that. That's
too. But there's a really crucial reason why they wanted this terrain in particular. It's because the company Skoda, which is now sort of we think of cars when we say Skoda, right? But back then
Yeah.
it was a manufacturer of tanks, one of the best
Oh yeah,
manufacturer of
I read,
tanks.
yeah, I read that
Yeah,
as well. Yeah.
and that is like a really crucial reason why sort of Germany wanted to have those because
And
it
there was
didn't have that great capacity to create tanks as Czechoslovakia had at the time.
Yeah, also that's why they basically ended up using Czechoslovakia as to produce insane amount of
Mm,
weaponry, like
yeah, yeah,
ammunition for tanks. I actually had a interesting book about like what was happening in Czechia, in Prague, and other like places during occupation, and there were like so much information about the actual production of weaponry and heavy arms in Czechia that was used to assist
yeah.
German effort. Yeah, so yeah, makes
Okay,
sense, of
I
course.
think it's a very good comparison. Like the also, oh my god, I have so many topics and things that I wanna sort of move to. But first, I wanna read Karasukavka from the chat said something really that's related to what we're talking about. She says, my own grandmother had been from a German speaker village in Hungary, but they did refuse to escape to the fatherland when the Nazis retreated, claiming their home is in Hungary. identity is way more complex than people, assume that it is, you know?
Yeah. You would actually be surprised why leftists supposedly are so obsessed about ethnicity and languages and things like that. I mean,
But
I personally think it's quite important, like language, culture, and stuff like that. But
yeah.
they're like straight up obsessed with it, and this is somehow a factor in determining where like
Well,
the people are supposed to be. Like
yeah, there's
it's
a
very
difference between culture and ethnicity, which are very valuable and
of course.
important things, and sort of boxing people into you're part of this nation, and therefore you must sort of belong to this nation and die for this nation, and you belong to us, basically,
Not a very lefty, in my opinion, but that's another story.
Oh.
Yeah.
And another thing which people don't seem to remember, well, people just don't know. Let's be frank. It's not that people don't remember. People don't know that Russia has done this interesting maneuver before in history. They've done it
Mhm.
after World War One, actually, when Ukraine has, in 1917, sort of there was this. Um announcement of independence from Russia, the announcement
Mhm.
of the Ukrainian country, the
You mean after
Ukrainian,
dissolvement of Russian Empire, right?
yes, the People's Ukraine's Republic. I think that
Mhm.
was the name. Yeah, the
Yeah,
People's
exactly. Yeah.
Ukraine's Republic was formed.
УНР, yeah.
There
Ukrainska
was
Народna Республика.
there
Yeah.
was even I have a book on this because I have a book on a lot
You
of
have a book on everything.
like there's Jerzy Giedroyć Emigracja Ukraińska, It's about, it actually says because nationality, as I said, are you still here? You froze? My goodness. Anna froze. We're gonna wait. Where is my phone? My goodness. I'm gonna try to contact Anna. Uh-oh. Russian interference. There's Russian interference into the call. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait a few minutes. My goodness. We're waiting. We're waiting for Anastasia to come back to us. I still have not shown any of the books that I wanted to share. It's a chance for me to eat. Anna is offline. I mean, the situation sadly is what it is, so internet dying could be like, it could be expected, but we're still waiting. I am keeping an eye on the Discord. I'm hoping we can. Oh, I think, I think, I think she's back. I do believe she's back.
Hey, I'm
Hello.
back. I apologize. My sister was cleaning up the house and she destroyed the, the internet connection.
Oh, well, that's better than the alternative that I was worrying about. So,
So it's all good. She was just cleaning up and she pulled some kind of like wire, I guess, and destroyed uh,
oh,
the
that's
whole
better. That's.
point.
Oh,
Whole
now we're both.
part.
Oh, I don't know how we did it, but we're both on the screen now. That's good.
Oh, that's cool.
So
So you
this,
showed it was showing me another book.
yeah,
Yeah, this one.
Emigracja Ukraińska. It's basically mentions at the start because it might sound silly now, but after World War One, nationality was often a very fluent thing for people who were from the countries that formed the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, right? The first Polish president had a brother who chose to be Lithuanian, right? So one brother chose to be Polish, one brother chose to be Lithuanian, sort of, right? It was a fluid thing, one's identity and one's nationality at the end of the day. And this
Mm.
book describes people who were technically Polish, but they sort of tied their fates with Ukraine after World War One and moved to co-create the People's Republic of Ukraine, and even held some government positions and helped to sort of try to keep the USSR away with their grabby hands from the newly formed
Mm.
Ukrainian state. And um, this book talks about the formation of the Kultura magazine in the 50s, about
Mm.
how the relations of Polish people and Ukrainian people. I don't even
Yeah,
remember
okay.
how this book came up. What were we talking about when this book came up?
I don't know. You should. You we finished talking about this whole business of identifying like that people
Right,
considered like
yeah.
Russians, yeah, or Germans, then they
Yeah, so
speak like the
yeah, I guess
language or
this is
yeah. So that's
apropos
why. Yeah.
that there were people who were technically ethnically Polish, but were like, you know what, uh, Ukraine speaks to me as a
Yeah.
concept,
It
as
makes
a
It
yeah,
makes total sense to me because that's how I actually always viewed like idea of a nationality and nation. To me, it's like it's kind of like has a connection to ethnicity, obviously because of just certain groups live on certain like territories
right,
in Europe, and the majority people are of certain ethnicity.
right,
But at the end of the day, it's about culture. It's about values, nationality. It's about
yeah,
attachment to your people, to the communities you're in. At the end of the day, that's pretty much the only thing that matters,
yeah,
because for me, I never identified as a Greek pretty much, which I'm technically like, I am like actually like mostly Greek with Polish and Russian there as well. But mostly like Greek, and the rest
yeah,
part is like a bit of Russian and Polish. But overall, I never like identified that much with not that much at all, with Greeks and with Greek as a country and with Greek as people. Quite a
yeah,
lot of my relatives on my father's side live in Greece, most of them actually, and most of my mother's live in Russia, as I mentioned before. So yeah, so it's just I've been there in Greece. I spent quite some time there, and but it's not like I always thought myself as a Ukrainian, and
yeah.
yeah, that's pretty much it.
Basically, a matter of identity, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
At least it's you kind of hard to to put to like the ethnicity is like, yeah, sure, there are like certain like characteristics in terms of like how you look and stuff like that, but overall it's kind of hard to grasp. It's like a kind of like it is like a biological type of thing. It doesn't really make that much,
Yeah,
impact at the end of the day. But whereas nationality and identity, that is very important, obviously, in people's life.
yeah,
Whatever identity is, even right, it doesn't have to be like even nationality. It can
yeah,
be something else, right? Yeah. So identity is very, I think, like in the core of persons, like.
yeah.
I should say like no, it's very
Of their
important to
life.
people, obviously.
Even
Yeah,
have
yeah,
the
yeah.
my
So
special jacket
yeah,
with the Ukrainian pin that people sort
I
of
see that. Yeah,
bear a
it's very
lot.
cute. Appreciate that
Wear
one.
it in
Yeah,
public. My mom wears it in public as well.
that's cute. That reminds me of our like revolution time days,
Yeah, it's like
when we wore.
a thing
Yeah,
that was big in Poland. Like people wore the pins in public
yeah.
as solidarity, you know. And people also had the flag in the social media, but that's more
Mm.
internationally widespread. I don't know if people from other countries wear the pins.
Probably not, but we are, quite close
Yeah,
in terms of in many ways. So
it's
yeah, so
true. So I have a
there's that.
few other books to show you. You know, historical.
Go on. What else do we have?
We have a book. That one's pretty interesting about uh, Ukrainian organization that was formed in Lviv between 1925 and 1939.
Hmm.
It was like this is like an example of an organization who thought that they should work with the Polish government to
Hmm.
form a Ukrainian country because their idea was that the Polish country was not against it. So it's even this was not as monolithical as people try
Yeah,
to
definitely. Yeah.
portray it. There were movements that tried to build Ukrainian a Ukrainian
Well,
country from within.
like it's a very, not to be like salty, I guess, about it, but it's a very privileged Western type of mentality to look at such a tremendously like rough time in history in
Yeah,
Europe as this like kind of like a monolithic like black and white whatever the heck it
yeah,
is, like these guys allied with Nazis, they're bad, these guys like were Soviets, they were like good, I guess,
yeah.
in many leftist minds. And it is very difficult, especially you can see it how their face just they have those lone faces or shocked Pikachu faces, I guess, when people from Eastern Europe primarily bring up the fact that they were better under Nazi occupation than under Soviet occupation. This just
There's
this
a,
just
I
destroys
do,
minds.
I do have a book
Yeah.
about this as well, of course.
Oh, of course, of course.
See this book?
Oh, it doesn't focus, but I see Stalin and his stash.
There's a
Yeah.
Hitler as well.
Oh, yeah, Hitler as well. Yeah, cute.
It's
Oh, the
like
black one. Oh, I see, they're cute together, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Stalin and
called
Hitler.
under on the one and the other side of the occupation. It's a book that actually does a
Yeah.
comprehensive, it's
Let's
compares
put it
both
later.
occupations. It does a comprehensive comparison on both occupation areas, the policies,
It is
everything.
it is kind of like obvious, to anyone who have lived under the both occupations in this part of the world. So it's not like a shocker, to compare it. I think in this part of the world, but in Baltics obviously as well. But for the Westerners, it's like a whoa moment. They're like losing their
Yeah, are
minds
you
when they say
saying
that.
that the USSR was comparable to
Yeah,
Nazi? Well, there were allies,
that's what we're
so.
saying. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what we're saying. Like, yeah, we
Oh,
call like red fascists, brown
thank
fascists.
you for the subscription. That scared me,
Oh,
sorry. I have a
what?
noise and it scared me.
Oh, okay. That's not that bad
Yeah.
to be scared of subscriptions. Not the worst thing to be scared of.
But there are a few interesting books which I've already told you about this one,
This
right?
one
On
with
the
still Stalin and Hitler impressed me.
this like I told you about this one, right? The
Uh-huh. Galamoria. Uh-huh.
Holodomor.
Yeah.
It's not a. It doesn't have much narrative. It's basically just a raw collection of
Yeah.
sources,
This facts. Yeah.
documents, orders. This book is really great because it's written in both Polish and Ukrainian.
Yeah, I saw it on the page,
Yeah,
on the cover.
and it's like
Yeah.
It's a book that is written by the cooperation of the institutions from Poland and Ukraine. And there's a,
Which is probably the best way to,
yeah.
go about it. Yeah.
Also, there's this one, same thing, Polish Ukrainian,
Hmm.
about, and this is really, it's about,
You should flex all of that on them tankies.
the Tankies would hate this because it's funny
Uh,
that you mentioned this because this particular book also is about the purges that the Soviet Union has done on
oh,
the terrains
yeah.
of then Eastern, well, Western, far Eastern Poland. Yeah, you
Hmm.
know.
Yeah, I mean, not of course they will hate all of it. I mean, they hate facts, but but it's just you can flex how much like literature and books
You
you
know.
have, and what the fuck have they read? Marx.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it, I
Well,
guess.
they
Which
read
no offense
Marx
to
and
Marx, I
also
mean,
butcher it because they think Stalinism is the same as Marxism. So that's a whole
yeah,
different
that's
topic for
also a
another book.
sad part, obviously. Yeah.
But yes, there's like I think things when it comes to the relations between Poland and Ukraine are getting much much better, and I think there's a lot more honesty when it comes to discussing the history. I just hope the Polish government will not screw it up. I pray that the Polish government will not screw this situation up because it's very possible that it could. Because the
Well,
Polish,
I think it's in all of our interests overall to, I guess, create some forms of new allies, new alliances probably in the future. So I would say like countries like Poland, Baltics, Czech Republic, people who are like very interested in keeping Russia at bay. Let's put it like that, right?
yeah,
And also are very, share common history in some regard with us. I think it's very it would be a good idea to maybe create some new, I guess, fresh alliance that is not so fucking useless as some other alliance.
yeah.
Put it like that. Yeah, maybe defensive alliance of some kind. The
I
new
know
one
that
would be, yeah.
I know that one of the goals of the Lublin Triangle is to get Ukraine as fast as possible into the EU and into NATO, of course.
Yeah, NATO, yeah, of course. Which not me saying that we shouldn't be in NATO. Obviously, that would be a very great guarantee of our
Safety.
safety, which most Ukrainians before this in full-on scale invasion were actually not very. I think like 40% only wanted to join NATO, something like that. But now it's bigger, obviously, right?
Yeah,
But overall, I think there is a sense to consider alliances of a new kind, like completely like different, newer. That because the world, I think, shouldn't be, especially Europe, shouldn't be the exact same as it was before this
yeah.
event. And I think there needs to be something,
And
some protections, new protections should be implemented.
I did
Yeah.
mention once that there was this idea of a confederacy after World War One. Pretty famous historical figure in Poland, Piłsudski, which is also
Yeah, I know. Joseph Pilsudski. Yeah.
a very like complicated figure on his own.
Hmm.
Had this idea of forming a confederacy with Poland, Belarus, and Lithuania. In his view, Ukraine would be a separate country, but it would be in close allyship with this new confederacy, and that, in his mind, would create this counterbalance to Russia's influence in the region. That was the,
Yeah, I know quite a bit of about Pilsudski for various reasons.
yeah.
But yeah,
And
yeah.
this idea, of course, did not succeed. This idea fell in the what did win, as we all know, was the idea of hardline national, nation state thing
Mm.
by Roma
Yep.
Dmowski, you know?
Yep. Well, yeah. Was there anything else we talked about privately? That we didn't discuss.
Oh, there's a
We
lot
did
of this.
discuss. There was something I think we forgot.
Yeah?
Oh, it's maybe not the one, maybe not the most important thing, but have you like watched my talk with I'm Really Important?
Oh, not yet, not
Or
yet. How did it
oh,
go?
not
Tell
yet.
me
Yeah.
about because the debate with Dylan. Oh, I was
Yeah, yeah.
not impressed with it. Like,
Not feeling it. Yeah,
does Ukraine really need
yeah.
Crimea? Oh, yeah, actually,
Well, I think he kind of like to be fair to to him, he was kind
yeah,
of, I think he like bit himself a bit in the ass with the way he phrased this whole thing, because his actual opinions are much more, I guess you could say, pro-Ukraine than he led on in that
right.
debate. I think he kind of like he said like he knew Dylan for a long time. He knew what Dylan, that Dylan knows about his opinions, but the problem is that the audience might not know, right?
Oh,
So
the
he
debate
talked
made
with
him
him
look
like he
really
would talk
bad.
with like his buddy, yeah, yeah. He basically talked with Dylan like as if he was like his buddy who he's asking hard questions. And ended up looking like he was like insanely defeatist for no reason about like Ukrainian
Yeah,
future and counteroffensives and our possibilities and probabilities of actually winning. And he came off like like not in the best way in my opinion. But we talked about it quite a lot. Also, after that fucking panel with those like commies, I definitely can't hold him much against him. It's not like the worst, I ever seen on YouTube or Twitch or ever. But so basically, we talked about quite a lot of same things he talked about with Dylan, but just I was like more, I guess you could say, not aggressive, but more like
assertive.
straight, yeah, more like straightforward with my answers, probably would be the better way to put it. And I explained like what I had problems I had with him, and he what he said, and also how exactly are we going to win, how
Oh,
precedents
you're breaking up a
of
bit.
similar situations,
Oh no,
things like that. So basically, oh, do I?
a
Oh,
bit. But
yeah,
that's I this time I think
I
it's
think
on
it
my
works.
end. It seems to be a problem on my end.
Yeah, I think it's not me this time around.
It's like we go
I
back
think it
and
works
forth
now.
because my side chat sort of started also dying. So I think that's oh yeah, sort of.
Mine either, mine is fine. Yeah.
I think the problem is on my end. Let's wait a few seconds.
Yeah, sure. We can drop the call and
No, no, no. We don't have to drop the call, but I think
Mm.
it's fine now. Yeah, I think it's okay now. Yeah,
Seems to be.
it
Yeah.
seems to be
Doesn't
okay
freeze
now.
on my end.
All right. Okay, you as you were.
Yes, one of the he was basically like there was the thing I actually had like I think the most problem with was the defeatism, which was unjustified in my opinion. So he basically presented it as if there's like zero chance for us to win, so why bother, basically, right?
Yeah.
And also there was like the second thing which I thought was a bit silly, which I told him in person that it was silly,
Right.
that he brought up about that we'll have to commit war crimes to liberate our territories. This was like the thing I actually found the most problem with of everything he said, because
What
I
does that
just
mean exactly? Commit war crimes to win the war?
basically he said that Ukraine will have to dirty their hands, basically, to get some blood on their hands and to commit potentially some war crimes to liberate, and he was to liberate our country, and he was worried about how it would affect the support of Ukraine in the West if they see us getting our hands dirty, so to speak. That was the main kind of point. Maybe like I didn't do like the best probably representation of it, but this was like the gist of the
Right.
of the
Yeah.
of the point. So yeah, so basically I kind of was, I found it quite honest just silly that point.
Yeah.
So I basically expressed this like difference between actual like war crimes and just
Schrodinger's war
war.
crimes.
Yeah. Also, like the offensive themselves, of course, it's not a Hollywood movie. The war, there are casualties. Even
Yeah.
if you attack logistical targets, legitimate war targets, such as like bridges, storages, weapon storages, military objects, you still have a possibility of killing civilians,
Yeah.
obviously, right? But there is a huge difference between this and deliberately targeting residential areas,
Yeah.
supermarkets, parks,
Yeah.
yeah, which is There is a huge difference between those two things, and I don't see how on earth would Ukrainians have to attack supermarkets and parks, and also I don't see why we would deport
Exactly.
children and stole them from, I don't know from where, from Russia.
Yeah.
So yeah, so why would they have to do a butcher or go door to door or like rape and
Yeah.
torture and imprison and detain civilians? There's just absolutely
And
zero reason to do
execute
any of
and
that.
torture prisoners of war. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there are two problems with this, right? The two glaring problems. One is that Russia seems to think that all of the crucial military targets in Ukraine are kindergartens, hospitals, and
Yeah, yeah.
I mean
That's the problem. Yeah.
it's true. Like keep seeing that there was a situation where I think it was an NGO started from Poland started sending ambulances to Ukraine because Ukraine ambulances were being targeted and destroyed, and
Mhm.
those ambulances were targeted and destroyed as well because Russia wants to limit the ability for Ukraine to be able to take care
Yeah,
of the wounded,
ambulances,
and there were
ambulances, hospitals, and also our like like services, emergency services are getting
yeah,
attacked quite a lot, especially in the time when they were constantly, which is also by the way a war crime, attacking
of
heating,
course,
our
yeah.
electricity, critical infrastructure.
Yeah,
So when we had this.
people slept in tents inside of their apartments.
Yeah, yeah. So I had like no electricity every day for 14 hours every day.
Yeah,
In winter, it was cold as fuck. It was very hard to function. Obviously, you couldn't
yeah.
cook food. You couldn't like. It was like very, very rough
That's
winter
yeah.
for
That's
sure.
one problem.
Yeah, and they deliberately did it, and they admitted to deliberately doing it.
Yeah,
They
and
said like,
there.
well, let's freeze those Ukrainians, right, and the things like that.
Yeah,
So yeah,
they actually were talking about freezing all of Europe as well. I remember that rhetoric as
yeah,
well pretty vividly.
yeah.
But um, there were times when literally the situation was such that from certain areas the wounded have to be taken to Polish hospitals because
Yeah.
Russia was
No idea.
just
No.
trying to hamper the ability for the wounded to be. And the other is
Actually.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. My friends and relatives and such who have been getting like surgeries in hospitals with no electricity,
Exactly.
and it was dependent on generators mostly to, to
Yeah,
give some like levels of electricity to, which was largely thank you again to Poland and other countries who provided those generators, and also volunteers who bought them in Ukraine, obviously, and outside of Ukraine. But yeah, it was just pretty rough, obviously. And like I said, I have zero idea why on earth the Ukrainians would need to
exactly.
bomb our own infrastructure to do that. Yeah, so it's just to liberate,
There's
which makes it harder. It's what I mentioned to I, right? No, I'm really important that it is kind of hard in a way to be the good guy, so to speak, which is in quotation marks, obviously,
yeah,
right? Because there are, but it is very hard to deal with an army that doesn't respect any like rules of war, that doesn't respect Geneva Conventions and anything, and just does war crimes just as it
oh
breathes, basically, as regular as it breathes. And on the other hand, we cannot do the same because of the moral reasons, because of the just the wrongness of it all, but also because of the political reasons, because like magnifying glass
yeah,
is basically upon us, and our every move is
yeah,
broadcasted as how dare those Ukrainians,
yeah,
this on that panel, on the stupid panel. Do you remember the moment when we were talking about something, and that guy brought Scott, I think, brought drones in Kremlin, like in
yeah.
Moscow, as a comparable to what Russia is
Oh
doing.
yeah.
Which nobody suffered from, by the way. Nobody was even injured. Yeah,
Congratulations on
yeah,
that
and
one.
there's yeah, it's just truly like remarkable what people
But
will do to compare uncomparable.
like, it's easy to say when you live on the other side of the world to say, "Oh, war is just horrible.
Yeah,
Uh,
war bad, by
there's
the way,
no
it's
good
I think.
side, bad side." No, I'm sorry. In this case, it's
Yeah,
pretty clear who the aggressor
yeah,
is, who is in the moral right in this conflict. It's not a complicated dilemma. Oh, who are the ones in the right, in my opinion? And it brings
yeah,
me
true.
to,
And they try to make it, which is their
yeah,
job, I guess, as Russia apologists. You
yeah.
know.
And it
Yeah.
brings me to the other thing that I see a lot in debates and panels, which is I see it also a bit in the media, which worries me that whenever Russia does something, it's war, and whenever potentially Ukraine does something, it becomes terrorism all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Even
yeah.
those
That
both
actually quite a lot.
countries, like it's called war. Like when a country retaliates, it's being attacked and it retaliates. It's not terrorism. It's called retaliation when uh, Ukraine destroyed the strategic bridge.
Yeah,
People called
Kerch
it
captured it. Yeah.
terrorism, and I call it ridiculous to call it terrorism. It's called fighting the war that you were forced upon, right?
Yeah, first of all that, and second of all, bridge is literally the most ancient war target,
Yeah,
legitimate war target since the I don't know the dawn of fucking times, because they're used to transfer equipment, military and military personnel, obviously. So the bridges have been attacked in wars since wars have been a thing, and bridges have been a thing. You know, so yeah, it's
yeah.
pretty dumb, obviously. Yeah.
Because it is treated a bit, which I find to be to a point ridiculous as well, that any idea even of Ukraine pushing back into Russian territory is somehow treated as this taboo topic of almost
Yeah.
almost Ukrainian terrorism, which I find again ridiculous. It's war.
Expressed this frustration to several people. To I'm really pointed as well, because it just sometimes feel like, we are like supposed to be those, I told him, those like angels, so
Yeah,
like basically people expect that, which we have been, to be honest with you. We have conducted ourselves just about as good as it gets in war,
yeah,
so yeah, so that is very frustrating to, I think, many Ukrainians to hear, because it's just, first of all, it's a very childish understanding of war.
yeah,
So people must have watched like Hollywood movies, and that's about it, I guess. Which is, okay, that's fine, but don't comment on it then, but
exactly.
it's just that's a first thing, very childish understanding of war, and the second thing is that people truly make this, how to say it, they equate the victim and the aggressor
Yeah,
all the time. So there are offensive and defensive actions are considered on the same kind of level of. It is very insulting, to be quite honest. It very
yeah,
much reminds me of the situation of, I don't know, like a person being like, I don't know, let's say a woman, right, being like, for example, like beaten and raped and such by a aggressor, like let's
right.
put a man, like huge man that he's twice her size, right, and twice her power, and then she tries to, to attack him and to scratch his face like with her
Yeah.
hands or something, and people say, oh man, how could you scratch his fucking face, you nearly like took
Um,
his eye out. And
the
it's just, it very much reminds me of this
believe
like
it or
victim
not,
blaming.
believe it or
Yeah.
not, there actually might be a little bit of a moment, but there was actually in the US centric internet sphere, there was actually a debate about that
Oh,
with a
I
person
see.
claiming that that a woman actually becomes an aggressor when she sort of uses means that could harm the
Yeah, and
person that attacks.
sadistic shit. Yeah.
That it's
Yeah, I know, I
sadism. You know
know.
this?
Yeah, I know. I actually heard a debate. I think of Dylan and maybe Destiny with a pacifist person who was like trying to say that
Yeah, that
it's not
it's
that bad because yeah, that
that there's
because
this device that a woman can wear, and that it's a device of
yeah,
torture.
yeah,
And yeah, so this example is kind of interesting because bizarre debates actually do happen on this
yeah,
topic,
yeah.
which is
But it's just that's why it pretty much reminded me of. It was like not
yeah,
about Ukraine, obviously, but that was about this whole idea of equating the actions of a victim to defend themselves from the
yeah,
aggressor, the actions of the actual perpetrator with the actual aggressor, which is very
and
offensive
yeah,
and silly.
it is really
Yeah,
offensive, and it's like it's becomes really sickening to hear things like when Ukraine does something, it's terrorism, and there's another thing that is often on people's lips, it's Ukraine is escalating,
oh yeah,
and it
escalation, yeah, all the time,
becomes
yeah,
it basically, quite honest, becomes escalation is when a country defends itself from invasion. You know,
yeah,
how dare you
yeah.
defend yourself? It's escalation. What are you?
Yeah, it's
What?
very. like I said again, very similar to this whole pacifist shit about supposedly like not fighting off like the person who attacked you, right? Because it will escalate and it will like create
Yeah,
more violence. There were some silly people who were even saying like you shouldn't call cops because police
yeah.
because they can kill that person who attacked you.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just yeah,
With
very
Ukraine, it
yeah
becomes the narrative about World War III. About it's just
yeah yeah.
stop. You know, that's just God, and
Yep,
of
a lot of
course,
stuff. Yeah.
God,
Well,
it's just
probably I should, go at some point
yeah,
today. I wanna, go eat and stuff, and also have some volunteer stuff I need to figure out.
right, yeah.
So
So
yeah, so it was a
I
very
guess it's
nice to,
important.
talk again.
Yeah, I hope we can do this again. I on my behalf and on the viewers, probably on the behalf of the people that live here. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. It's really
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate,
and then
the help and the enthusiasm of people in supporting us, and also, of course, it's nice, to talk with you for very obvious reason that you know what the fuck are you talking about. it's
yeah,
that's not
it's
exactly that common on the internet, and especially you, not only just because you're Polish, you're from this part of the world, but also just educated person who understands like what the heck they're talking about. And no
yeah,
offense to anyone, but sometimes listening to especially like Westerners and especially like Americans in this regard
yeah.
talking
It can
about this whole
be really
um,
painful to listen to. To be
yeah,
quite
yeah,
honest,
yeah, your
like
brain just suffocates with no oxygen.
at the very end, I will just mention the dam thing again because I've made this
Oh
comparison.
yeah.
I think it's a very good comparison. I don't think it's unfair to say like blowing up the dam and doing all of that destruction. It's basically akin to using a nuke without using a nuke, if that makes sense. It's
Yeah, in
using
terms of damage.
weapons of
Yeah.
mass destruction without actually using a weapon of mass destruction. And I did hear about some people, I think you've shared it, about some people saying, oh, now next we should just destroy the
Kiev dam, yeah,
Kiev
yeah.
dam
I
and
did.
yeah, so
Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it past them, to be honestly.
yeah, I would
Yeah.
not
So
either. Okay,
the
thank
only
you.
thing is that they
Yeah,
luckily don't control, Kiev.
yeah,
So for them, attacking the dam from the inside would be not possible,
it's
obviously. So,
just
yeah, but yeah, of course, it is a tragic ecocide, first of all, and
yeah, and
second
it
of all,
has
of course,
been. It's just a continuation of a long string of ecocidal action in Ukraine. I've
yeah.
made a video about it. There's a whole interaction. There's a whole map. It's the most documented ecocide in the history of war. It is a really
Yeah.
and
I actually just recently, just before we talked, saw like videos of people filming stuff in Odessa. The houses of people flew there, like there's just on the water basically. They just landed in Odessa. Parts of like people, eaten up, I guess, by fish
yeah,
and stuff. Yeah. Also, like dogs, animals, like
yeah,
everything.
animals dying.
Just
There was
yeah,
really
it's already in the
people.
Black Sea at this
Yeah,
point, obviously.
people
So it
saving
just
their animals.
drifts. Yeah, and there was like this video of a guy in Odessa who is just standing there near the beach and the house drifts by,
Yeah, and
like a seventh floor. It's just, yeah,
as
it's a fucking
hard as
disaster.
it can sometimes be, I think it is important to sort of document, to take pictures, to make videos of this because all of it will become evidence. All of it will
Yeah,
become
which is why we're doing that, obviously, right?
yeah,
Not to share like amongst, ourselves, obviously,
yeah.
right? So we can see what's
Use it
going on,
will
but
be
also
used
for
as
the world.
evidence of the ecocide of like just documentation of the things happening, you know, and it's been happening all
Yeah.
over the country. That's I'm sorry to end it on such a note, but this is what I this is what my biggest sort of sad thing about the whole thing is that I'm not saying that Russia should be damaged or whatever, but what the really horrifying and horrible thing about it is this whether or not Ukraine wins, all of the destruction, all of the war is happening on Ukrainian soil.
Yeah.
Certain things are, because I've heard people say stupid things like, "Oh, it's no problem. They just U.S. wants an endless war," and even the uh, that's I recoil when I hear it. The Kiev regime. When I hear that phrase, I
Yeah.
just
It,
that they
yeah.
want it because the West will just pump money and it will be okay. And I'm just, no. There's a lot of things that you cannot buy with money. There's a lot of things that are irreplaceable, that are just, you cannot fix the ecological damage with money. You just can't do it. It's gone forever. A lot of the things that
Actually,
were hundreds of thousands of years of ecological monuments of nature, they were destroyed irreversibly.
yeah. My sister was super upset, obviously, because there was like this very beautiful place, truly like a amazing natural spot called Kingsburska Kosa, which was destroyed entirely. And
Yeah,
my sister, before the war, she was there, just so she made like very beautiful
yeah, and
pictures
just
there, and it was a great trip. And just not only is it just a disaster on its own, obviously, because animals and flora fauna
yeah,
dying, and obviously, right, but just so many like memories of people who have been there and
yeah,
who will never be able to. And also just the I can't even possibly like imagine if the locals there actually,
yeah,
so how much
and
painful it
it
is for them.
goes,
Because when I see my Kharkiv, for example, and my oblast like destroyed, it's like a level of, I guess you could say, like pain that is hard
even
to
I
convey.
imagine, yeah,
Yeah.
and it's there. It goes even more personal. Like if you like, I have a bit of a garden where I live. My grandfather planted a apple tree, and there's an apple tree. It grows apples, not every year, but it does, and there are probably many places, there are definitely many places like that in Ukraine, and they were just
Yeah.
memories, legacies of people that would have lived on even longer than the people themselves. They're just destroyed, they're ruined forever by this.
Yeah, like the house, I do hope to rebuild, my
Yeah,
father's house if possible. But overall, it was actually like an old house, like before even like revolution times it was built. So I mean, it was like it was end of the, I say, 19th century.
oh,
So
that was must
yeah,
have
so
been a
it was
beautiful house.
yeah, so it's just yeah, and the garden and everything is just yeah, it's
And
it's
of
it's
course,
hard, obviously,
like
right?
that there's,
But
yeah,
yeah, I hope to rebuild it, obviously, and I hope to do it for the memory of my father,
yeah,
but also to fuck them Russians, because because we can still rebuild it and still live there, and it is like I want it to continue its the legacy of the place as well in a way. So yeah, I hope it will be possible, but we will see. It's a lot of money
yeah,
that
and
we don't have. Oh, yeah, so there's that. But anyhow, I appreciate the conversation,
thank you.
and yeah, maybe we will talk sometime again soon. And yeah, I would like to. There's like a couple things I think I forgot, but
Well, there it's a lot.
yeah,
It's a big. There's it's a huge topic, and there's a lot of super bad faith misinformation going around
yeah.
when it comes to this
Well,
topic.
anyhow, if you have like something like particular like comes to mind, you can like message me pretty much
Yeah,
anytime, and we can
yeah,
chat
talk
about
about
it,
it. Yeah,
exchange some cute ducks in the messages, and yeah, that's and that's it. Yeah, so
yeah.
anyhow, thank everyone who
Thank you.
listened, and bye bye, and talk with you sometime
Yeah.
again
See you.
soon.
All right. We are alone. So, how did you enjoy? Have you enjoyed this little conversation? Might help collect the money when the war is over. True. Ah, so that was nice. I think we've covered a lot of important points. I think the most important thing that I wanted to say for dishonest hacks to stop, talking about Polish people and Bandera, because it's just, my goodness. So this has been our main thing for today's stream. As you can see, we are streaming pretty early today. And now we can switch gears and play a game, you know? You can play a game, you can play Diablo. Good stream, good stream, yeah, for people that live in Europe. The Bandera's argument is a red herring, yeah, especially since people that use this argument have no idea about the history of the thing, so I'm baffled by it. It is actually 1850. It's 1850 in Poland. Can you check out? You know what? Can anyone link it? Let's check it now. Let's check it out now. We are on a roll. Let's check the conversation now. I think it's almost 19. It's 10 to 19. If someone can link me the conversation, then we can just check it out now. There's no time like the present, as they say. Let's just check it out now so that they'll, we are fresh of the conversation and we can just. I am real important. I think this is the person's name, and Anastasia's convo. Oh. Okay, I think I can turn this off. Okay, now I have to figure out how to turn myself back on. I have to figure out how to turn my camera back on. Here. God, will this work? It's in fact not working. It's a big technical problem for me that I cannot switch my Hetman did research this directly in Ukraine. Hungarian and Romanian and Italian forces has been. Let me repeat a bit where I would like to push back on Anna's argument that your Caesar was worse than Nazi. It does depend, right? It does depend, but I do understand the sentiment, right? It does depend because keep in mind that the Holocaust happened under the German occupation. So it does, like, since I do understand what Anna was saying, I didn't really want to turn it into a, oh, technically this side did this, technically this side did that. The point is, the point of what Anna was basically saying is that to many people from the West, it's not even possible to compare the occupations, right? Because there are like it is possible to create contexts in which German people were also seen as potential liberators. Keep that in mind. So, and even this becomes complicated, which is why, like, I understand what the broader sentiment behind it is enough not to want to go into this whole, well, technically speaking, in Poland, for example, Germany did the Holocaust under the occupation, etc. That's not really the, you know. Yes, the Great Patriotic War narrative count Ukrainian civilians as Russians. Yeah, that's true. People often try to sort of argue about things when arguing about certain things just sort of misses the broader message of what is being actually said, which can be a big mistake because it just leads to people talking over each other and not really understanding what is. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's complicated. It was a complicated piece of history, to be sure. You know, and that is exactly why I say that people should not talk about UPA and Bandera in debates because they have no idea about that history. Maybe once people learn about the whole context, about the whole history, they can start talking about uh, those things. But at this point, it's just used as an attempt at a weird red herring. Yeah. Like, for example, there's the whole topic of the retaliation against. Right, because Hungary never really accepted the genocide acts in Ukraine. How do I do this now? How do I make myself visible on stream? I want to make myself visible, but sort of I can't. Because my camera only works for the Discord right now. If I just turn Discord off completely. Right, right. Yeah. And I think it's important to be able to. Alright, it worked. Oh my gosh, I'm back. I'm back, everybody. Oh gosh. I'm eating right now as well, as you can see. Because this food has been just here for. Alright. We're taking a look at the. Mm, we're gonna take a look at the convo of Anna and Irai. But first, I will go to the toilet. Be right back. Don't go anywhere, please. Don't run away. Don't go away. I'll be right back and then we'll take a look at this video. We are on a roll. All right. I'm here. And we are about to. We're not here to listen to me. We are here to listen to. What was that? Well, not this. We're not here to listen to my phone rumble. We're here to listen. There we go. We're here to listen to Anastasia, actually. We have had not enough of listening to Anastasia, and we will listen more. We will listen and learn about the conversation. I'm expecting my view of I am really important to change a bit based on this conversation. So let's go. Apparently it's pretty okay. It's pretty good apparently, and it's not as bad as the debate. So let's check it out. Let's jump in. I can't hear anything. Why? Why can't I hear anything? Wait. It should be okay. Is this muted?
Let's see. Take a moment. So it's like 8 o'clock at night there?
Mm-hmm. Evening,
Nice.
yeah. 8 o'clock in the evening, yeah.
Okay. Almost done.
Okay, we're gonna do dungeons while we listen.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hello, I'm watching right now.
I mean, it's only polite, right? To say hello.
Of
Yeah.
course.
I don't know
Yeah.
if they're real. I think that they're just in my imagination. I have no proof these people exist, you know?
Oh, they're real, I'm sure.
Think so.
Partially sure, at least. Yeah. How should I call you, by the way? I'm really
Uh,
important sounds very important, but maybe some other way.
some people call me IRI.
Oh, I see.
If that's easier,
Eerie.
that's
Use your
Destiny.
name.
Eerie.
Yeah.
I call you.
You can call me by my name. My real name's Guy, if you want to call me by that.
Oh.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
I call you
Like a
Eerie.
guy? Like a
Yep.
dude?
Yep.
That's a funny name, dude.
I
Okay.
wouldn't have.
I right works, I think.
I would not have
Yeah.
picked it, but my parents thought it was wonderful. So thanks, mom and dad. But it's been nice. It's kind of a unique name, and it stands out.
It's a name of the childhood friend of the protagonist.
Guy. That's what makes it funny.
It's like Tales of the Abyss.
At least you're not unpronounceable, so there's that.
True, it's easy. Not some weird
Yeah.
name with like 20 letters in it and silent letters.
Yeah, like
and all that.
Anastasia, right? Like that.
Yeah,
I
but
gave up.
how common is your name in Ukraine? Is it very common?
Anastasia, yeah, it's pretty common, yeah, I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
But
if
it's just
is it Anna or Anna?
Anna would be better.
I would pronounce it the same way as you, Lucy. Eerie. Yeah. I just say Eerie, And I bet it would be actually, it would be probably natural for Anastasia to pronounce it that same way. This is interesting. The pronunciation of her name is interesting because in Poland, you will say Anastasia, And why I'm saying this is interesting, I'm getting into a bit of a linguistic rant, is because in Polish, you have the distinction between a short E and a long E, if that makes sense. You write either the short letter E or the long letter E. And the name Anastasia, I am pretty sure is it's written with the long E, which is why in Polish you read it as Anastasia and not Anastasia, Yes, correct. The long E. So it's Anastasia and not Anastasia, And I can sort of hear that in Ukrainian, this long E is pronounced even more, and it sort of ends in Anastasia, Does that make sense? So in Polish, it's Anastasia, which is the long E, Anastasia, and not Anastasia, the short E. And I can hear it sort of like the Ukrainian pronounces the E really much, Anastasia, Right. I'm gonna write the short and the long E in the chat. It's like short and long. I'm gonna write it. Because in Polish, the long E is like the English J. The long E in Polish is like the English J letter. So like this. Right. I believe that it sort of evolved like this in Polish. There are certain sounds that still exist in Ukrainian. They used to exist in Polish, but they do not exist in Polish anymore because they fell out of use. So I find this extremely interesting, even if it's not directly related to the conversation between
Better.
them.
It's
Anna.
basic. Yeah. It's basically the name I came up for mostly Americans because they can't pronounce my name. So I needed to, since
Anastasia.
I landed on CNN back in a day, I decided that I need a name that they will not butcher, and I thought of like Anna, which is a different name, by the way. And not Anastasia is a different name. Anna
Right.
is a different name, but I decided that that's the best I can do for now. Yeah.
Although,
I think that's really smart. You know, you want to be like
Yeah.
is accessible and
technically speaking, Anastasia is not aware of this. All right. This is getting, oh my gosh. Okay, this is getting into the weeds, and this is getting a bit interesting because Anastasia is referring to the fact that there's a name Anna, right? Anna, Anna, right? Anna, Anna in Polish. But England also has the name Anastasia. England also uses the name Anastasia, and it is often actually shortened into ANA, Anna. You know, so Anna from Anastasia is actually not the same as Anna. You know, ANNA. ANNA Anna is not the same as ANA Anna, which is short from Anastasia. So, you know, because I've been raiding in Final Fantasy 14 for the longest time with a British Anastasia, and she's been using Anna for the longest time as the shortening of her name. Does that make sense? My little linguistic name rant. Does that make sense? I think I'm making sense. I think I'm making the best sense.
it's relatable and easy, less barriers, you know, and it doesn't hurt you. Who cares? You know, you go by whatever.
Yeah. For sure, yeah. My family and friends and people call me Anastasia, which is impossible to pronounce for most Americans. So I decided like,
Anasia?
swear here or not? Yeah, for sure, yeah. My family and friends and people call me Anastasia, which is
Anasia?
impossible to pronounce for most Americans. So I decided like, can I swear here or not?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I decided like fuck that, you know. I need to like America friendly name, and that's how Anna came up.
Yeah, Anna is different from Anna. Yeah. But yes, I think I wouldn't.
Also, like
I think I probably would not have problems with pronouncing Ukrainian words.
people, they would call me like Ukrainian Anna because there are like a bunch of Annas there. So to differentiate me, they decided to call me Ukrainian Anna, which I thought was kind of funny and fun. So I decided to use it as my, as my name on Twitter and overall. So that's how it came
Well,
about. Yeah.
Do you know?
Also, while we're at it, I'm gonna also Ukrainiana. I'm gonna address a thing which might also, at some point, it might come up. So I'm just gonna address it before it becomes a thing. That during our talk at various points. Oh my gosh. Wait, what happened? This is so... What? How did I... Okay, so I'm gonna address something. At various points, I have no clue how this happened. Am I lagging? What? Oh, that's great. That's amazing. The controller just stopped working. I love it so much. Oh, that's great. Okay, so yeah, the controller just stopped working. That's what happened. I'm so happy that I'm not on a hardcore character right now because that would have been annoying. So As you may be aware or not, a few times during the conversation that I've had with Anna, don't rage, Lucy. I must. I must. The name Destiny surfaced. Okay? The name Destiny surfaced a few times during our conversation, you know? And also President Sunday sort of surfaced as well at some point. And as amazing for content TM it would have been to start a whole debate, also TM, about the Destiny and about Destiny's character, you know. I think that as many things I disagree with Destiny on, the putting aside my judgment of Destiny's character, of his politics, I think that Ukraine and the support he's given to Anastasia is a good thing, you know. So this is another thing that I think that going on a whole thing about Destiny would have been a huge, enormous waste of time, and yeah, there are priorities here, and I think it's counterproductive, especially since in this case Destiny and the whole DGD thing, they are objectively doing a good thing when it comes to this particular topic. So I think that's fair on Anna's side to have the Destiny's Ukrainian take is great. Yeah, so I think it's more than fair enough on Anna to have the position on Destiny that she has, if that makes sense, right? Mostly. So this is why I am sort of preempting any possible criticism of why I didn't get into the Destiny thing in the conversation. This is why. Yes, but he is, but I don't think that discussing that topic with Anna would have taken us anywhere productive, in my opinion. Right? I don't think that that's a topic that would have taken us into a productive, yeah. Thank you. If anything, it would be more productive of me to just bring it to Destiny directly. This sort of thing. Anastasia is being sort of supported by Destiny and his community, and I don't think that's fair on Anna for me to sort of jump on her and say, oh, but Destiny does this, this, and this, this, and this, right? If anything, those are sort of criticisms and things that should be brought to Destiny directly, not to Anastasia. Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
About the previous Anna in Destiny's community?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, you want to definitely separate yourself from her.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you got told. That's exactly why. I told Destiny, like, the Annas in your community seem to be a bit, how should I say it politely, unhinged, you know? So I decided.
Yeah, but again, that Anna is not Anna. That Anna is the ANNA. ANNA, Anna, you know? And Anna, we've talked about this. Those are two different things. I, however, as a chatter here, can do such comments. It's true. True.
Because of that, I want to be a separate kind of Anna. And he said, it's fine, we call you Ukrainian Anna for now. And that's how the name came about, pretty much. Yeah.
Of course, keep in mind that even the Anna, the Dark Triad Anna, and her being unhinged is partially a product of the, quite frankly, pretty bizarre and specific relationship that the Destiny himself has cultivated with her. So, it is pretty unavoidable when discussing the other Anna, the fact that sort of the toxic and strange relationship that Destiny had with that particular Anna was in not a small measure of his own making. Yeah, no, it's not to blame on what Destiny said. The Anna Destiny thing is so oh yeah, it is. It actually is. Anna, the Stardew Valley streamer. Because yes, you might have not known, but yes, Anna, the Destiny Anna is a Stardew Valley streamer. I bet you did not know that. Hasn't she gotten better at what? At Stardew? Or do you mean better at Stardew Valley? I don't think Stardew Valley takes that much practice to get good at. Ah, yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, Destiny did behind the scenes when she was quote unquote obsessed with him, sort of continue a certain type relationship with her. So I think that is a pretty important thing to bear in mind when talking about her quote unquote obsessive nature over him, right? That the whole thing was to not a small extent upkept by him, right? Damn. And also there's still the fact that Anna with two N's is different than Anna. Maybe that's the thing. See, maybe that's the topic that I should DM Anastasia about the whole Anna difference, and maybe that's the thing. That should be the big topic for our DMs. The Anna 1N and Anna 2N's difference.
Say she was going through a rough patch. That's what I say. I won't let it define her forever. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely like, I'm not like, I don't care that much, honestly. It's like their business,
Yeah.
right? But I just didn't want to be like, big stuff with other Annas, let's put it like that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's how
That's
it
cool.
came about.
Well, like I was telling my...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I was telling my community that Dylan and I had a conversation, and I kind of pressed him a bit, and then that caught your attention a bit, and I thought, okay, it'd be awesome. I haven't had a chance to talk to you, so this is a great opportunity.
It caught my attention as well.
What's going on there? Do you mind if I ask you some like personal stuff first about who you are and all that?
Of course. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, cool. So, how did Dylan find you? I don't think I saw that mentioned in his interview in the past.
Yeah, because I kind of found him. He didn't found
Okay.
me. Yeah, so I was basically what happened is that I started watching Western coverage of what was going on in Ukraine. So I
Mm-hmm.
started watching things like in March, pretty much, mostly like when the invasion started in the end of February of 22 and March. So I was like, so what the heck are the people thinking, right? Because I know they're thinking some weird stuff sometimes, you know. So I went about my country. So I
True.
decided, like, what are the people thinking, right, in the West, which I at that time at least hoped would help us in some capacity. So I wanted
Mm-hmm.
to know, like, what's up. So I started watching, like, CNN, Fox News. That
Wow,
was
that was
last
fun.
yeah, it was truly a pleasure. But they were mostly talking about Hunter Biden and Ukrainian prostitutes, so it was not like very interesting. But I ended up watching basically like Ukrainian hookers on his laptop and shit like that. So. Money scandals, and I was like, okay, all right. So I watched that. I watched CNN. I watched like other coverage, and then I stumbled across such a thing as YouTubers and Twitch streamers talking about like political stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
I came across a guy, you just might know him. He's like little famous. Hassan Piker is his name. So
Yep.
Oh my
I came
god.
across that and I watched
What
his.
an entry to you. Oh my god. What an entry to streamers as a Ukrainian. Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker. Oh god, that's horrible. Oh no. Also, the controller is not working anymore. I have to buy a new cable. Please donate to my. Um, oh my god. The cat's outside. Can you hear the cats? Oh my gosh. This is not a nice. Yeah, they're fighting. Those are aggressive noises from the outside. These are actually very aggressive noises of cats meowing at each other aggressively. Jesus. I recognize this meow type when cats are starting to scare each other away. It's sort of, oh, you know? Jesus. It might erupt at any moment. Oh my god. I'm waiting for it to calm down because. Jesus. Should I just risk it and continue? It might erupt at any moment, and then it will be a jump scare for me if they sort of jump at each other all of a sudden. So should I break it up? Should I just go outside and break it up? We'd probably call it yowling rather than meowing. Yeah, it has this. It does have this sort of a quality to it. You're right. HGB guy, which you should join the. Yeah, these are the other players. You should join the page. And you should tell me if should I just go out and break it up? I think if they see me, they will just run away, both of them. So by break it up, I mean all I have to do is show myself and they will probably stop fighting and run away when seeing me. Okay, I think I'm gonna break it up. One moment. One moment, I'm sorry. And then we will continue with Anna. One moment. It was as I it was as I suspected. I arrived at the scene and they just went away.
Unbelievable, unimaginable coverage of what was going on.
Oh my
I was
gosh.
super pleased about that, as you can probably, tell. And I was like, oh no, this is like very bad. This is like right, downright awful. Like, and
Oh
also,
yeah, I know.
other people who are not as fucking disastrous as this person. And I ended up finding Destiny. I ended up finding Wash. I ended up finding like a bunch of people. I stumbled upon Dylan as well. I actually think I saw
Wow.
him either talking to Destiny or either talking to Wash. I'm not sure. Like one of them, probably. So I
Yeah.
basically decided that they are covering it, right? They're talking about the invasion and what is going on. And I thought maybe they will be interested in talking with someone from Ukraine, actually. And someone who knows English as I do, which is not as it's not exactly rare, but not as it's easy to find people in Ukraine who speak English that well. To be honest, no offense to my peeps, but English is not that strong as you. So yeah, after that, I messaged Wash, I messaged Destiny, I messaged other people, I think as well, and I think they didn't answer, but Dylan answered, and he said that he will be going to Poland at the time, not Ukraine, but like his plan was to go to Poland and to interview Ukrainian refugees in Poland.
I remember.
And I was like, oh, cool. And then he was like, you know what? Actually, I'm going to go to Lviv, perhaps. And I was like, oh, okay, I can potentially go to Lviv, but it's quite far away from where I am. I'm for you guys from the east. I'm from Kharkiv. So yeah,
Very far.
that elusive that infamous Russian-speaking Ukrainian right here. So yeah, basically what happened is I was like, okay, we can figure something out, and then eventually he said, you know what, I'm actually in Kiev, and then he was like, you know what, I'm actually going to the front lines in Zaporizhia, and I was, dude, you were supposed to stay in Poland. He like literally told me like, I'm not going, like I'm not crazy, right? I'm not going to go to the front lines, and here he is almost a year in Ukraine have been in literal like 2 kilometers away from Russians, you know. But that's like another story. Yeah, that's Dylan Burns' kind of journey, not mine. Yeah. So
Well,
anyhow, basically, he said like we should meet up personal because I prefer to do it like
Dylan
in
is
person,
great.
not online. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. So when you come to Kharkiv maybe and to film here, and he was like, yeah, I will. And then my father was killed, and it
Oh
kind of got
man,
delayed because of that. And then we met up, and the rest is history, I guess.
great.
So yeah.
wow. Well,
So Dylan
I
now is
give
my friend, though.
I give you
Yeah.
credit for not being completely turned off to the world of Twitch and YouTube after experiencing Hassan. A lot of people would have thought,
True.
well, this is it. This is like the top. Now, why would I want anything else to do with that, right? And
Yeah.
that's normal, human. But
Oh.
you kept searching, like, there's got to be more here than this.
True.
My hat to you
Yeah,
on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I thought it can't be that bad, right? Just
Massive
can't be.
respect for
Yeah,
Dylan.
so I discovered like several things and several people, but it's kind of funny because at the end of the day, Hassan kind of helped me and Ukraine, you could say, because
Yeah.
if it wasn't for me screaming about him, then Destiny would not watch probably the video with me in it
Yeah.
and screaming at Hassan. So that's how it ended up being. He watched my video screaming at Hassan. And then I saw him watching it, and I messaged him again, and I was like, "Hey, do you remember? Like, I'm this person. Like, we talked a bit, but nothing came out of it." And he was like, "Oh, fuck, you're like that woman who like messaged me. I'm so sorry. Like, why didn't I reply and stuff like that?" And we ended up
Damn.
and now you know, because TGG is primarily my sponsors of
Okay, to protect Hassan a little, he should shut up on foreign policies, but he's great on advocating LGBTQ plus issues as far as I see. I mean, yeah. I personally cannot stand them.
my volunteer work in Ukraine,
Yeah.
which is, by the way,
Why listen to Hassan on the
if
LGBT when you can
I'm, like,
listen
volunteer
to me?
in Ukraine. I do a bunch
Lucy
of
has
in
that.
terms of like I get aid for them, everything like protective gear, scopes, drones, medical supplies,
True.
like whatever it
You
is,
should
like
you should
generators, thermal wear, whatever it is. I get it and I deliver it to the front, and my buddies deliver it to the front, and I post about it on
you
Twitter.
should support
Ukrainian Nana
Anastasia.
with one N, and
Oh yeah, with one N.
for
See,
my efforts, you go there. But that's
right?
DG's
Yeah.
and Destiny's community are primarily my my buddies who support my work.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Growing, so I'm sure there'll be other communities. But yeah, people in my chat, if you guys want to do exclamation point guest, you can get a link to Anna's Twitter where you can see her fundraisers over
See?
there, and she's really detailed about.
I would like you to notice.
And she shows the delivery, and it's great to be.
I would actually like you to notice, like, the. I would like you to notice the level of. I don't know what is Irai's view. What is Iri's view on Destiny? Can anyone tell me? What is Iri's view on Destiny? I'm curious about that now, because that sounded very diplomatic to me. What I just heard now. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Can someone tell me? Can somebody tell me what Iri's view of Destiny is? I'm gonna wait a few seconds to hear of it, because there must be some people here that watched Iri. There must be some people here that know Iri and can tell me what his view on Destiny is. No idea. Okay, nobody knows. I have no idea. Okay. Because it's interesting that he said specifically, you're still growing and there will be other communities. You're still growing, there will be other communities for you too, you know. I found it to be quite interesting and diplomatic. But maybe I'm just overthinking it, you know? Give me some, you know, do you think I'm overthinking it, or do you think I'm right on the money? I think I'm right on the... We didn't even get into the conversation. I think I'm pausing too much. But then again, I'm trying to make this into transformative content. I don't want to be, Smeth and Will and his channel will tell me that I'm just stealing content, and we would not want that, right? We wouldn't want that, right? We wouldn't want me to be stealing content now, would we? I think that it's a reasonable inference. Okay. All right. Yeah, exactly. There's the Lucy Haze community, which is itself still growing. Should just learn from Destiny and just say Jesus twice and just let the video go. True. And focus on the video game.
Part of, and you'll see a bunch of Destiny community peoples over there, and it's a nice community that she's developed over there.
Thank you.
That I did go back recently and watch your interview with Dylan and about Hassan, and I thought you said something really interesting. I'm not trying to bait you into like talking bad about Hassan here, but you said something really interesting. You said that you said
I don't think Anna needs baiting to criticize Hassan, quite frankly. On Ukraine, I would criticize Hassan harshly on Ukraine, of course. Hassan didn't come up, but I'm sure if Hassan came up, there would have been a thing.
Hassan has a very selfish view of America as well, where it's like America bad is causing all the problems in the world, but it's also a very selfish view of America where a lot of people on that side are critical of people like me who think America's great. Well, if you think America's responsible for everything bad happening in the world, then that's kind of a very selfish America-centric view too, and it's just as bad. And I thought that was very interesting that you brought that up.
Yeah, it's genuine in my opinion, not just about Hassan, not to put him. Although you should put him on blast, but overall, not to put him on blast, just single. Although he is a disaster, but it's just this
on Ukraine.
Yes, I discovered, I guess, about lefties primarily in United States, because from the rightoids I kind of expected, them to be shit about it, because not all of them, obviously, a lot of right wingers support Ukraine, but quite far right people, they would be fans of Putin, like right? It's you kind of expect it, far right people tend to like far right, governments and fascist governments and ultranationalist governments.
And especially after Trump, because he cozied up to him the last couple of years too.
And that as well, of course, like Trump is basically his body, Putin's body. So there's that as well. But of course, like a bunch of things could attract them to that, like traditional, whatever the fuck that is, values. I don't know, like strong alpha macho, which is questionable considering how Putin looks, but that's another story. Alpha macho man, like, strong leader, like, I don't know, no immigration, no homos, that type of vibe. So you would expect them to be fans of that, right? So not a surprise for most Ukrainians, but the left, now that's a disappointment. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not from the US, but our conversations are going nicely. I would say that we've had 2 quite good conversations thus far, so also, would you call Dylan a lefty? Honest question, would you classify Dylan as a leftist? That is a question for the audience right now. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was for me as well, to be honest. Would you classify Dylan as a leftist? I'm curious as to the left wing, not leftist, okay? Then I heard how people talk in 1956 Hungary, so I was kind of prepared, right? So, anyone else? What do you think? Is Dylan a leftist or no? I guess I'm gonna ask a follow-up after this. I suck them. Wait, by a suck them, do you mean socialist democrat? As I have learned with time that for many people certain names, certain how should I put it? Labels mean something else. Social democrat, because there's also this label that I have, this label that I have sort of, I encounter it a lot. Democratic socialist, right? A socialist that is for democracy and for a socialist that is more in favor of a nation forming and sort of functioning, building socialist values within the bounds of a state. I don't know even how to describe it. It's the description of the socialists that I have described in this book, right? It's the people from this book. It's what I'm describing is the people from this book. They were socialists. They wanted to rebuild a Polish country, but they wanted the Polish country to move away from the nationalist rhetoric and move more towards the equity of the classes. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about when I say that, right? There were the socialists that were not quite communists. The socialists actually clashed with the communists, and they wanted to recreate the Polish state, but they wanted the Polish state not to be nationalist. They wanted to promote socialist values. They wanted to liquidate the inequity between the classes. Right. So those fighting against Soviet, they wanted to extend democratic institutes from, right. Yeah, right now I'm talking about the socialists in Poland. But yeah. Of course, there are still a lot of other things that I need to read up on. All right then. Follow-up question. Would you call me a lefty? I guess then my follow-up question would be, would you classify Lucy Haze as a lefty or not? Ducky. I see, okay. That makes sense. Although it doesn't go in line with the whole thing that I wanted to sort of say. So see, maybe I am the person that will make Anastasia more warmed up to left-leaning people. Yes, that is actually more or less correct, Lenitas. Yes, you are. Yes. I think you're basically, you're describing it basically, yeah. I think that is basically how that was. I think she's in shock, frankly. Can you elaborate? In shock by what? What do you mean by in shock? Well, and this is partly true because you had the reverse case in Hungary. I think you had sort of what you sort of had what Lenitazi is describing in Poland, because keep in mind Poland was a country that was being created from zero, right? Poland was a country that was being created from zero. So the socialists in Poland wanted the zero to be a Polish state, and within the Polish state, the socialists wanted to move towards a socialist framework. So I guess when it comes to the example of Poland, Lenitas is more or less correct, I think, you know? Shocks by the taste she's seen online. I was frankly, but there is difference there. Yeah, right. I think so too. So maybe, maybe there's a chance that I will be able to warm her up to left-leaning ideas. I mean, Anna is already pretty, in my opinion, in many ways left-leaning. I think in many ways, Anastasia's sort of way of seeing things is pretty left-leaning. Yeah, you do, yeah. Right. Difference is that there are countries invaded and she's directly affected by these narratives. I am affected by the past. Yeah, right. I consider Anna more left-leaning than these guys, frankly. Yeah, that's fair. I think so, yeah. I think so too. Like you can see it by the way she speaks about what she sees to be nationality. You could clearly see it the way she was speaking about how she said that in her mind a nationality is a matter of identity, which is the antithesis of what actual hardcore nationalists believe. The hardcore nationalists believe that there is something inherent to a specific ethnicity or even race when it comes to nationality, and Anastasia basically expressed the opposite of that, right? That your nationality is what you choose to identify with, is the culture that you choose to be a part of, and etc., etc. I would assume that Democrat, so therefore I think Dylan is a Sogdem as he doesn't do that critique of capitalism, and I do think Lucy's leftist. A lot of terms are gonna depend on where you come from and where you spend most of your. Yeah, that is also true. That is also true. But let's continue because we are just at the start of the talk, and we still have not heard them talk about Ukraine much, to be honest.
Now that's a disappointment and a half I didn't expect, because I kind of consider,
Right.
I don't know, like left is kind of cursed word in Ukraine, but yeah, I still
Wow.
am like literally, like if you say like you're like how to say it nicely, fuck nice, I would say it how it is. Basically, if you say like you're socialist, then you're like basically that's about it, you're done. People will consider you a
You're
genocidal
crazy.
freak. Yeah. So yeah, for a
Honestly,
good reason in my opinion, but that's like yeah, that's another story.
in America,
I
you're
understand this.
socialist too. Believe me, it's a very internet thing. If
Yeah.
I go out and talk to people in the real world about it, they're like, "What? What are you talking about?" Like they don't even know
But
anything
not
about
to-
it. They think it's crazy.
Yeah, that's true, but not to such extent as it is in Eastern Europe, because here it's
Yeah.
literally basically like Hitler, Like,
No, that
I would agree that there is a lot of when a lot of people, when they hear communism and socialism, they just think of the Soviet regime. They just think of the old regime in Poland. So that is definitely correct. Yeah, yeah. And that is a thing that uh, Poland also needs to, um, you know, come to terms with. The book that I'm reading actually speaks of this. It's a complicated thing. Yeah. Same in Hungary. Yeah.
That response
Yes,
isn't
yes.
had here. People just look at you like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
yeah,
that's cute. You want to be like." They would just look at you like, "Oh, that's interesting. Well, good luck with that project."
yeah. Good luck. Good luck with your revolution, buddy. Be cringe for the rest of your days, you know? But yeah, that seems to be like the attitude Americans take, which is understandable because you have not suffered under communist regimes. So didn't have any huge impact on pretty much anything communism in your country, which is understandable. That's why for you
Yep.
it's just some silly dudes on the internet, being silly dudes on the internet. But for us it's just I remember like I talked with Lonerbox, if you know him,
Sure.
and he told me about his little trip, I think to Baltics, I think either Lithuania or Latvia, I'm not sure. And he basically, it was like on stream, we talked about it. And he said that he went to the anti-communism, like anti-World War II museum, and there were like two candles, like of Stalin and Hitler, that you can light up and watch it melt. And this is
Oh,
the attitude
wow.
of Eastern Europeans to the situation. He told me the story that it was the moment like he kind of understood that those things considered equal in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, because they are. But for the most of the
Interesting.
world, it's a crazy statement. So when you say that to Americans, they're like, oh, they make like shocked Pikachu like that.
Also, this was exactly the point. This was exactly the point that Anastasia was making when she was talking to me, right? And that is why I didn't want to get into a technical discussion as to which um, occupation was worse where, because that is exactly what she was trying to say, that they were both comparable evils, but in many places in the West it is considered impossible to discuss the fact that the Stalin regime was actually comparable to Hitler's regime. That is true, but I think Jeremy had an ideology of extermination. Research and surface while doing it was not part of the ideology. Sort of, but Anastasia is definitely correct when she says that the evils of both dictatorships are much more compared in Eastern Europe, it seems, than in the West. Like I can demonstrate it right now. One moment, I will demonstrate it right now. This is a publication of the, I'm saying this for the broader audience. This is a publication of the Polish National the Polish Institute of National Memory. And here I'm gonna make myself big for a second. And this is the cover of one of the newest issues that I've been sent. And the title says, Two Totalitarianisms. right? See? So it's definitely a much more, you know, a bit much bigger, to see the. And many people, it is also true that many, especially Western tankies, are gonna be like, how can you even compare those things? You know? Does that make sense? Right. So I think that while I don't think it takes away from Anna's wider point, but we could go into like the ins and outs of it, but right, yeah. Although keep in mind that they're between, of course, between Ukraine and Russia, USSR, there's also this overarching thing of Russia treating Ukraine as pretty much an existential threat thing. So there's also this context and right. Right. But yeah, let's continue. But yes, like for example, it is true that, like for example, Germany committed the Holocaust on in the Polish part of its occupation place, right? So, but that is actually, I think that is a little bit of a different topic than what, like to talk about that, you would really need to get into the weeds of like the like as you said, the differences in ideologies. Then you would have to, it's a it's a it's a it's a conversation that actually sort of demands to be given its own time, right? Like it's a conversation that demands to be given its own dedicated time, right? Not to be just discussed as a side note to a different point, right? Right. There was also one difference. There was one difference that I've been taught in high school between the occupations, actually. It's not that place to discuss it in the interview of Anna, yeah. Or asking her to make that decision. Yeah, I don't think that was the time or the place to sort of start digging into these sort of things. Like the big difference I've been taught in high school, for example, is that people in the USSR, a lot of the people in the USSR, when they sort of pledged loyalty or behaved, I'm giving you a simplified picture here, right? A lot of people, if they submitted or acted like submitted to the new USSR rule, were sort of spared or something like that. And in Nazi Germany, you were judged based on what you were, right? So whether or not you submitted or gave up or whatever, you could have been just sentenced to death just on the basis of being Jewish, Roma, or whatever else. So that is, I think, that's basically going into this distinction that you're talking about. It's not place to discuss or asking her to make. She's not in the. She does not have the luxury to make that distinction. And again, she's more lefty than NATO's than many of those online posters. She's directly helping people. You were judged upon your perceived race hierarchy. Yeah, right. Mao era was awful. Right. Yeah. So yeah, you know. Oh, hello.
I listened to what you just, were talking about, and I wanted to point out that I do make a distinction, obviously, but it's just not,
Yeah.
was not the conversation.
Yeah, I think that was just not a thing that was important to dive into in the conversation. Yeah.
Just quickly, like the main one, there are a bunch, obviously, right? But there is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
main
yeah.
one, obviously, that that Soviet Union and Soviet, communism, red fascism, whatever that we want to call it, right?
Yeah.
Was not concentrated on essentialist traits as much. So it was
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
part of their main agenda of the actual state and regime and ideology to eliminate certain groups based on, let's say, essential characteristics. So whatever it is, ethnicity,
Yeah.
or it is race, or it is sexuality, for example, right? Not to say that gay people were treated good in Soviet Union.
No, they weren't. No.
Yeah, there was no on books like rights to say like we should exterminate those people because what they are. You
Yeah.
can make an argument that Soviet Union and communism and overall had also exterminated people based on what they are sometimes, but it was not as overt, and it definitely was not part of the like main agenda.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So
And I think what the point that you were making, and I think that is a very fair point to make, that both of these groups were bloody regimes. Both of them were tyrannical regimes. And I think, the point that in some circles that is not an accepted reality.
exactly. So you wouldn't direct say like I said, for example, totalitarianism aspect of it, obviously quite similar. The treatment of its own people, by the way, in my opinion, Soviet Union was worse because Hitler prosecuted his own people way less than Stalin did in the
Yeah.
past. So
And Karasu in the chat says here that in the case of Holodomor, it was pretty close to an ethnically motivated genocide.
Yes, exactly what I mean. They did prosecute certain people based on their identity, of their ethnicity, of like essential characteristics, but it wasn't the, let's say, like the agenda,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's the difference, pretty crucial one. Obviously, if you're a Jewish person, then despite all the shit show of the Soviet Union, you're obviously way better off
Yeah.
as a Jew than you
Although,
would be in
although,
Germany.
although of course, the USSR had its own anti-Semitic thing going as well.
Yeah, which people don't discuss much, but nowhere near as bad, obviously, as
Yeah.
Germany. To be quite honest, even like fascism in Italy was not as anywhere near as concentrated on extermination of
As the
Jews.
Nazi Germany, yeah. In fact, that is not a also. It's what I say. History is complicated. There was, for example, a pretty big event in Polish history during World War II when the Nazi Germany wanted to execute a whole group of intellectuals, professors, etc. And fascist Italy said, intervened to say, please spare them, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it's a bit different, definitely. For example, but still, like if we consider like mass, like emphasis on extreme nationalism, on like militarism, supremacy, like of the state. I should say like a nation above like individual rights, like powerful leader, a dictator atop of the, atop of the
Totem pole.
Yeah. So no, like obviously, like human rights is not are not respected. Obviously, no, like democracy, people don't decide shit. Well, like the gist of it obviously will be quite similar.
For
And,
example,
course,
it's like a thing that I sometimes mention, but like I know my great grandfather, the father of my grandfather, was a composer, and he wasn't executed by the new regime per se, but the new reality after World War II, the new uh, Soviet/communist reality after the war was enough for him to commit suicide.
Yeah, no,
So
yeah, that's yeah. So, like I said, mass killings, deportations,
yeah,
massacres, all very prevalent in both. But there are, of course, differences because, in my opinion, like it was, the Nazism in that regard was, of course, much more concentrated on othering. So
yeah,
Jews, like bigotry, racism, that was all a bit more on the main page of the agenda. Let's put it like that.
yeah,
Whereas in Soviet Union, it was a bit more, I'd say, widespread. So if you are
yeah,
like the enemy of the, so to speak, like proletariat, whatever the fuck, socialist utopia or communist utopia, right? As they call it,
right,
then you're the enemy regardless. So whatever the heck your like race is or your like ethnicity is, so it's much broader net. I'd say it's not
yeah.
as concentrated.
Yeah,
So
but when we were talking, I thought it was not really.
about
I thought that I understood your point about the revolving regimes and some people not um, accepting that fact, and I didn't think it was important for us to let's now break open the books and start doing an in-depth analysis as to comparison of one occupation area to the other. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, of course. And also, like, there are different, of course, ideas about that. Overall, I think, obviously, like I said, certain groups of populations, like Jews, for example, would probably 100% say that,
Yeah,
Soviet occupation is better than Nazi occupation for fucking
yeah,
obvious reasons, right? But
yeah,
other people say it differently, for example. So
right.
it's just, it's my overall point was that it is a quite a comparable form of evil,
Yeah,
and it is,
I think
seems to
so.
be, yeah, it seems to be
Yeah,
like a very, I guess you could say,
yeah,
point that its eyes pop up out of Westerners' heads quite a lot
yeah,
because of the lack of knowledge about Soviet Union and I believe and everything about it, and also whitewashing of it because of the victory, I guess you could say, because the West ended up being on the same side basically with the Soviet
yeah.
Union. There was like this attempt to kind of like whitewash the regime and what was going on.
Although,
Yeah,
of course,
well,
yeah, there was of course the fact that right after the World War II ended, Germany was basically rebuilt in the uh, preparation to sort of start facing the new enemy, which was the Soviet Union. The Cold War started soon after, etc.
yeah, well, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Also, you guys, in your community talked about whether I am, whatever I am in, like lefty, no lefty, whatever.
Left leaning or
Well, pretty much like most of my like opinions are, I would say, despite no matter how much it pains me to say left, which is pretty obvious, I think.
I mean, I would say you're pretty left leaning, to be honest. In
Yeah,
the
well,
in the in the true sense of the word.
yeah, well, yeah, I guess. I took like a test, like a political compass thing, because Destiny's people asked me to at some point. So I ended up being like Nordic like type of system. So
Right.
like
Yeah.
yeah, so that's where I pretty much learned.
And I'm not sure if you've been looking at the chat when watching the stream.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, basically, for example, Karasu here said that she considers you to be far more left leaning than the supposed left leaning people that were talking to you. So,
Well, yeah, those guys are. I mean, if you're considering like straight up like pro-Soviet commies,
yeah, like,
then I guess but yeah, in overall, I think on most my opinions, when it comes to like human rights, when it comes to social liberties, when it comes to ecological questions like climate change and things like that, when it comes to LGBT obviously stuff like
yeah,
women rights and things like that, and also healthcare, education, things like that, then I would
yeah,
be pretty far left
yeah.
in terms
And
of American
I can
stuff.
like tell you from my experience with the tanky types, which I really despise. I think it's understandable for me to despise the tanky types, Marxist, Leninists, etc. Like I once talked to them on a chat, and I said that many people that were in the anti-government opposition were sort of persecuted, locked in jail, etc. And the people were like, "Yeah, they should have been executed, the traitors." And I'm like, "Oh, amazing! My parents should have been executed for being in the anti-government opposition," you know?
Because they basically play up this whole thing. If it's a nationalist, for example, or they're like a Nazi, so they should be executed. Anyone who was against the Soviet regime was just a fucking Nazi or like
Yeah,
a national.
which
So
is
they will also like that
like
title.
which is also pretty ridiculous, because people that, especially the tankies, don't get this, that my parents were, my father for example, who was very active in the anti-government opposition, right? He was in jail for a year or something or more for being anti Polish People's Republic government, you know? And after the fall of the quote unquote communist government, he went to work to form a left leaning party that was supposed to incorporate many socialist ideas, right? So,
Yeah, of course. Not to mention like a bunch of an insane amount of actual fucking socialists who,
yes. Like there was a very famous one in Poland who was like, he was part of the party, right? And he was like, he wrote an open letter to the party saying, yeah, that's great, but we should actually move more towards actually living the ideals of what we're supposed to be doing. We should give more power to the people, more, etc., right? And do you know what the answer of the government was?
I can pretty much presume, but do tell me.
Was arrested for 3 years.
That's what I presume. Yeah, Gulag, you know. Yeah, so that's Anyhow, I leave you to what.
Yeah. The conversation. We still haven't gotten into you talking about Ukraine yet. I'm just pausing nonstop.
I'm not going to distract you guys anymore.
Like, I'm doing the transformation of the content, so it's okay.
Yeah, proper streamer needs to transform.
I don't steal the content from Iri, because that's how I pronounce Iri.
That sounds like a bit of something from Japanese. I don't know.
I mean, it says so, right? Iri. Oh yeah, I want to confirm one thing before you go.
Yeah.
Have you heard my whole language rant?
Actually, I didn't. I just.
Okay. So I first spoke about your name, Anastasia, right?
Yeah, Anastasia.
That in Polish you have this long E and short E, right? And in Polish, I would say your name Anastasia, right?
Yeah, and, a little bit different, but
yeah, and not Anastasia, because it has the long E in it. It's written with a long E, right? And in Ukrainian, it seems like the long E is just more pronounced, Anastasia,
And there's no Z, there's like S, just Anastasia.
Anastasia, yeah. And in Poland, it will be Anastasia.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I actually have a friend in Poland who is Anastasia.
Yeah. Right. And I also added a little bit of a caveat that you have, because you said you became Anna, right? And
yeah, because it's what
there's the Anna, which is the name with ANNA, Anna.
Yeah.
But I have a friend who is Anastasia in England, and she often shortens her Anastasia name to Anna, ANA, Anna.
Yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah,
so it's a different name. Anna is its whole name,
Yeah, Anna is the Hebrew name.
Yeah, and general Anastasia is shortened in a different way, not Anna. So
right. I know that in English it is it's shortened to Anna. In Poland, I would probably just say the full Anastasia, but.
Yeah, but it's like a Greek name, basically, Anastasia, that my parents gave me because it's a Greek name. But in Russian sphere, of the world, it's shortened as Nastya mostly.
Nastya?
Nastya, yeah. And they didn't like it that much, but they like the full name, but not the shorter version, So they came up with their own fucking name, which is Anastasia.
Anastasia.
Yeah, that's basically my name when my parents and my friends called me, and but it is a hard name to pronounce for.
I'm surprised it's so hard to pronounce for Westerners, but maybe I'm just.
So I ended up with Anna because it's part of my name technically, Anastasia.
Right,
Yeah, so I decided that works, and also they can pronounce it. So there's
right.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
Well then, thank you very much, and we'll be continuing watching and hope to see you here again.
Bye.
Bye bye. All right. We've got the. It's a feminine form. All right, let's go. We'll get to the talk about.
Shocked face at you if you say that, but it's nothing shocking about that to people who actually know what's up.
Yeah.
It has
Right,
been
yeah.
occupied by both, by Soviets and by Nazi Germany as well. So
Yeah.
so
In Poland was. Maybe we could. Oh my God, pausing again. Pausing again. Where is it? Where's the. Oh God, I'm buried. I'm buried with books, but I. And I cannot. Oh, there it is. Oh gosh, the comparison. Let's take a look. I have not read it still. Also glad to hear you again, and Anastasia. Yeah, I'm the Eastern European who can pronounce the difficult pronunciations. The politics of repression. Let's see. The politics of repression under the Soviet occupation. Let's see. 150. See, we have a whole book about this. Let me see. Okay, this is too difficult for me to translate on the fly. I apologize. I wanted to do some translating on the fly, but it's like it gets into a lot of. It basically says that it becomes muddled because the USSR switched sides at some point and just became one of the victors. So it becomes really muddled when it comes to the evaluation of the USSR's input into ending of the Nazi regime. And then there's of course the topic of the persecution of the peoples, and it's a whole topic. People who grew up speaking English seems to miss a lot of sounds when they try to pronounce it. True. Actually, from the Ukrainian lesson that I started taking, I know there's which I should have, thinking back, I should have asked Anastasia about it. The soft age, like, hey, like the sound that is apparently in Ukrainian but is not present currently in Polish, even though apparently it used to be part of Polish, but once again it sort of fell out of use. Okay, let's continue because I'm really not.
crazy thing is that lefty Americans are just about as far right. Like America is so great, like America is the best place on earth and shit like that. Like American centrism, American exceptionalism. But lefties seem to be just as bad because they just think those guys thought America is the best thing in the world, and these guys think America is the worst.
The worst thing in the world, yeah.
Still the worst. Still, exceptionally
Right.
bad, but
True.
exceptional. Yeah, so they're obsessed with that, and they build their entire worldview
Lives on it,
out of
yeah.
the perspective of the American and frankly an imperialist type of thinking, in my opinion, which is kind of cringe when you're a lefty, but what can you do? Yeah.
Yeah, it's still an America-centric vision of the world.
It's almost like thinking that before America existed, there was no history or something. Almost something like that.
every bad thing that happens is because America is involved in some way, which is just
Yeah.
as a bad
Even
problem.
before it existed, apparently.
I don't want to give these guys too hard of a time because I understand why young people would be drawn to leftism. Like, they've grown up after September 11th. The economy sucked in America. They can't buy a house. They have credit card debt, student loans, and so they think they're looking for a boogeyman. And in a lot of ways, they have been taken advantage of by capitalism run amok. And so they're given this boogeyman by people like Hassan, and they say, if only we got rid of capitalism,
I mean, this topic is a little bit more complicated.
would they be able to own a home?
Hold on. This topic is a little bit more complicated than that. Let's not, the topic of capitalism is a bit more complex than it being just a boogeyman. There's a little bit more to it than that. Let me just say. So Anna is correct here. Yeah. It is correct, sadly. It's as if before the US nothing existed. Exceptionally, everything is US's fault. We've talked about this many times. It's a bit frustrating because if you start making arguments, then they just call you, I don't know, they will call you a brainwashed victim of the imperial core or something. It's a bit frustrating. Yeah, on the imperial. Yeah, Anna is correct on the imperialism. Yeah.
And all that, and so it sounds appealing. It's kind of an easy fix. You press a button, capitalism's gone, and all your problems are solved. But the problem he runs into is when he starts stepping into like world affairs, and it sounds conspiratorial, like Russia's never going to attack, and you're like, they're on my border with like ambulatory units, like ready to cross. What are you talking about?
Already invaded before, like in 2014, invaded Moldova, Georgia before that, just
Right.
understand why people are come to that thinking. I understand. We talked about it with like Destiny and a lot of other people. Doesn't make it any less cringe, to me,
Sure.
but I understand why. But it is I understand like this is like a different perspective, different world, literally, right? Another part of the world. But overall, to like Eastern Europeans, this shit is it's just not only cringe, it's just straight up offensive, to be quite honest with you. Which is, I mean, I'm not easily offended, but I wouldn't call it like offensive exactly. But I understand like why people from like Ukraine, Poland, the Balkans, Baltic countries, Czechia, or, Slovakia, whatever, would look at that and think like, for the love of like God.
Oh yeah. To be a fan of the Soviet Union. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Yeah, I gotta agree here. Yeah. But I think, oh my God, the controller died again. Which is why, okay, it's alive again. So yeah, I have my issues with Iris' talk of capitalism. I will admit.
Like they're like, hammers and sickles. It's just absurd to people here.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
But I understand
True.
why it came about, and still harmful for my country. And the narratives they spread, of course, if it's like some tiny person, like who cares, right? But Hassan has like a giant audience, so
Yeah.
it's pretty harmful. For him to yell Crimea's annexation was totally justified.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And when Hassan said that the invasion was just Russia regaining territory. Oh my God, I got reminded of Hassan's horrible Ukraine takes. It was just Russia regaining some territory. Like, excuse me? Why did I have to be reminded of Hassan's horrible Ukraine takes? Oh God.
A bit a bit not good, not good. Yeah,
A bit no.
spreading, watching like propaganda videos from that Gravel Institute video that they actually took away from the internet. It was that bad. Yeah, but he
I never actually
millions of
saw it.
people watched
I've
it
never
on
seen it
stream,
actually.
and yeah, painted basically pretty much Ukrainian as per usual as Nazis, and spreading completely wrong information about the invasion of Donbass, how it happened, blaming pretty much Ukrainians and the West. Yeah, that's pretty much what
Oof.
people watched, and it cannot be taken back.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's frustrating for sure. You said that you started looking into YouTube and Twitch to see what the Western world was saying. Were you not taking in Western media before then? Like, what? That's what my question was. I was gonna ask you, what were you doing before this all happened? I saw on CNN. I was surprised about the CNN things. I hadn't heard about that, but you mentioned it with Dylan, so I went and saw it, and that was pretty cool. You did like a video diary for ITV, I think it was.
Yeah.
But so, like,
yeah.
what was your life like before this all happened? Obviously, you've been involved in the protests since 2014, and so you've been involved for a decade. But I mean, you must have been living a pretty normal life, like. And I think you said you were a translator or something. So what was your path like? What were you doing before?
Translator. That's very interesting.
So basically, I had no idea that people on YouTube. I didn't know Twitch existed, to be honest. But YouTube, I knew existed. But I watched like funny videos there, or maybe
see.
like I knew like I don't know. I knew like PewDiePie or like Markiplier, people like that. I didn't know like
Okay.
political stuff. Yeah, so I pretty much. I despise social media, to be quite honest with you. I never used it before. I only got Twitter, I think, like in what in March? No, not March. I'm not sure. Like, but only like basically after the war, like full scale war started. So
Hey.
only because people asked me to. They were like, "Where can we find you? Where can we find you?"
Hassan used to have a Soviet flag in his background. Like, I get that some of the background props are tongue-in-cheek, but pretty cringy. Yeah. Oh, God. That's really, really super bad.
Like, we want to hear more from you, and I was like, I don't know, ain't nowhere. Like, and I had to create Twitter basically, because apparently like Facebook is for boomers, and yeah, Twitter kind of worked. But overall, I didn't use much of a social media before. I only used Telegram, and only to talk with my real life friends. So people I actually know in real life, and I just chatted with them sometimes on Telegram. But that's about it. No Instagram, nothing like that. So I was just chilling, living a normal life basically. So in 2014, I participated in the revolution, in Maidan revolution, for the entirety of it. And after that, I was
Nice.
kind of involved, I guess you could say. I took refugees from Donbass who escaped from Russia.
Nice.
They
Wow.
lived in my apartment for like a year, and
Wow.
things like that.
I had 2 refugees in. I took in 2 refugees. Well, when the sort of invasion started and stuff. Yeah.
But not like very like political, I would say. Just like, helping people out, doing like volunteer work. I did on a much smaller scale then, after 2014 invasion, helping the military and my friends who enlisted as well, but not as on a such a scale that I'm doing
Like now.
Okay.
Yeah, after that I was pretty much just chilling. I
Very
worked in
nice.
a
Wow.
vegan shop, like selling stuff. I don't know, just regular job, 10 hours, 5 days a week, a regular job. So yeah, that's basically was it.
Oh, for a second thought Anastasia was a vegan.
Writing essays for lazy American students, but that's another story. Yeah.
But what?
Oh, wow.
What did you want to be? What did you think? Like, were you just unsure and you're just kind of enjoying life, or did you want to be? Did you have a path in mind or anything?
After the revolution, I pretty much was kind of like, I guess you could say, like disillusioned. I didn't have like that much of a, I don't know, strive to do much. I was doing volunteer work, obviously. I was like providing for like me, my family, working, just chilling, hanging out like with my friends, just living a regular life. I never had like any, I don't know, like kind of like grand plans, I guess you could say.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just because like you have so much style and so much personality. Usually, it's like
Thank you. That's nice.
someone in your like like it feels like you've got life figured out to some degree. You know what I mean? That's the impression I get from you.
Well, I think working a regular job and just living is also kind of fine. You know, most people do it. That's how
True.
most people live their lives. Yeah, so I think you can figure your life out without like, craving like some celebrity shit or something.
Right.
I had a good life. I had a great family. I had great friendships, great relationships. I was pretty happy, That's real
Yeah.
life figured out in my case, I think, and in most cases. But yeah,
True.
but unfortunately, it doesn't work that way if Russia is your neighbor.
Yeah.
And if this conflict were to end tomorrow and Russia were to leave, like, what do you think you would do? Would you go back to what you were doing before? Or do you think you would be going down a different path now?
I wouldn't love just, enjoy my chill life as it used to be honest. Just, living. But I think I have like, I guess you could say some sort of responsibility now because I am like
Right. Yeah.
unofficial spokesperson, I guess, at this point. Many people about issues. And when the
I'm gonna say that Ukraine desperately needs spokespeople considering the narratives that are being spun, So I would say that Anastasia is doing a very, very important thing, All things considered.
war will end, then there will still be much things to do. And to restore the country, I would
Oh, yeah.
participate in that 100% in any way, shape, or
Yeah.
form I can. Also, I would love to
There's-
restore my
there'll be
father's
s-
house, if
oh, yeah.
possible.
We've talked
Was
about it a
destroyed
bit.
by artillery and then fire. But maybe do that, or maybe do some like kind of like volunteer journalist type of work. I now work partially as a fixer sometimes, which is basically you're just being a mom for journalists, like buy them
Connecting
stuff,
people.
take them places.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do that. I also do translation quite a bit now. So things like that for subtitles, like for Dylan, for example.
Right.
And work that's I used to do that for free, but now he also pays me for that because I'm doing bigger projects. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, and also I can do that, I think, maybe do translation work. I'm quite good at it apparently, so people told me. so I can translate for like journalists. I did that for like ITV people, for the Economist people, like different journalists and such. So maybe that would be something I will do. I'm not sure. People want to be a streamer actually, which I kind of consider maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah?
Like
Collab. We're gonna
I
collab.
just don't have that much time, to be honest with you, because it's
Oh,
just volunteer
now
work
for
takes
sure.
most of my time, like going to the front, buying stuff, doing journalism, doing like helping like local volunteers, journalists, and things like that. It's most of my time. It's like I barely sleep at this point. So being a streamer
Wow.
is a bit rough. Yeah, but overall in the future, I maybe people
Might
seem
be
to
a
be
thing,
interested,
yeah.
like in what I have to say. So maybe I will give it
A shot. A fair shot.
Well, I think that you humanize the conflict over there, and people can relate. They see you and they hear like the way you talk and just I think you help represent a certain demographic that doesn't really have any representation here on American media, I guess, because we have a lot of generalizations about Ukrainians and we see just terrible things too. We don't see positive things, and so we just think these people are miserable, and you exude a lot of joy and a different perspective, and I think people appreciate that. Have you ever been to the United States before?
No, no. I would like to, but I never been. Yeah. But it all changed for me, like when I ended up on CNN pretty much. Because after that, I got like a bunch of people trying to like find me, and they found me on Facebook that I had, but I didn't use, but I just had
How did
yeah,
that come
so-
about? How did the CNN thing come about?
Well, basically, what happened is that my cousin, she's has been a fixer and a volunteer and also like a journalist at this point since 2014. So she has been taking people to the front lines.
This is much better than the debate, by the way.
BBC and other other peeps as well. So when the invasion, pretty much full scale, happened in February 22, I was in Kharkiv, and Kharkiv was is a frontline city. So a lot of journalists were interested in what was going on here for obvious reasons. And she messaged me and she told me like, "Do you want to like do a diaries? They are my IT." She worked with ITV, which is like British, media, and she was
Right.
like, "They're looking for a person who can film just the life in Kharkiv, basically, and diaries and things like that." And I was like, well, I never done it, I don't even have like an Instagram or something. I just, I never filmed anything. I never talked to a camera in my entire life. So I don't know how good I will be at that. And she was like, just, try it. If they don't like it, then don't like it. If they, like your material, then that's good, right? So I was like, fuck it, the world is falling
Right.
apart. What is there to lose, So I
True.
decided to film like videos for them of our life in Kharkiv under siege, pretty much. And then CNN, they liked it quite a lot, what I did. And they, also invited me to film stuff with them further. Oh, I'm sorry. Air raid siren. Air
Oh,
raid,
boy.
yeah. Well, if something explodes, I will go away. If nothing explodes, I'm sitting here,
Okay.
That's
I hope nothing
that's the job.
explodes.
Yeah, I do hope as well because I'm literally near the window. So yeah, so basically what happened is that I will be, cautious about that. So basically what
Yeah, if you have
happened
to
is I
stop,
decided, yeah, it's
do
fine,
what
it's
you have
fine.
to
Yeah,
do,
no,
of course.
I will just take it to the corridor, which is like the safest space. Corridor is the way to go usually. So pretty much what happened is that I decided to, do some other stuff with them, film like content for them, and CNN I think showed it, like ITV videos. They kind of like bought it, I guess you could say, or like showed it. I don't know how it
Right.
works. And then they were like, Anderson Cooper team contact me, and they said
Wow.
like, do you want to go talk with like Anderson Cooper? And I was like, is that
Do I?
famous dude I'm thinking about? And I checked it like on Google and I was, oh fuck, it is the famous dude I'm thinking about. So I ended up talking with him 5 times, I think.
Oh.
So
Wow.
yeah, also I talked with Wolf Blitzer. Yeah, Wolf Blitzer. He's
Wow.
also on CNN. Yeah,
He's
so
huge. Yeah, they're both
yeah,
big.
yeah, so that's pretty much what happened. They approached me several times afterwards and said, if you want to, we can give us like short interviews and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, why not? So I did it, and yeah, that's pretty much how my volunteer work kind of started, because people found me on Facebook from CNN, like viewers of CNN, and they were like, oh, we want to like, how are you doing? Like, we want to help and stuff like that.
That's
So
nice.
that's how I started getting money for buying aid for my,
That is very nice.
for Ukrainian armed forces. And then I also, this whole deal on Destiny thing happened, and now it's even bigger. At this point, $70,000 pretty much were,
It's great.
used to buy a bunch of stuff. Even we bought like quad bikes, cars, a bunch of like pretty expensive things,
Yeah.
which is truly remarkable in my humble opinion. Never expected that to happen, So
Yeah.
yeah.
No, and you're a natural too. Like I know you said you never filmed, you weren't on social media, but you're a natural on camera. You're,
True.
the camera loves you, and you're able to be yourself. A lot of people clam up when the camera's pointed at them and a microphone put in their face, and they get their their
yeah.
voice cracks, and they don't want to be on camera and they can't be open. But you're so natural at it, so it's cool.
Some shit
Are they-
did a boom,
Something
It's far
boomed.
away.
If you
Yeah,
want to
something
take a
did
break
boom.
and
No, if you live in
It's your
Kharkiv
call.
and you run away from every boom, you're fucked, So
Yeah.
at this point, you gotta chill.
That's
It's
fair.
not exactly like terrifying
That's
at this
fair.
point. Yeah.
yeah,
but,
I mean it is wild for
yeah.
us to think that you're like in an active war zone with this aggressor
am,
next
yeah.
door. It's incomprehensible, honestly. I can't even imagine what it's like to live there.
Well, it's
Well, the US has never went for an invasion, has it?
counteroffensives of September that pretty much pulled entirety of like Russian forces from Kharkiv Oblast. So insane amount of land was liberated, and only 1% of Kharkiv Oblast is like a region, is now controlled by Russia. So that was incredibly successful, and it pretty much halted almost
Nice.
the entirety of them shelling my city. So yeah, sometimes we still get like missiles from Belgorod, which nothing can be done. It's Russian city, but overall, S-300 missiles do fly our way, but artillery does not get to us anymore, which was what they used to pretty much
Nice.
destroy an entire area in my city, which is called Saltivka. I actually took Dylan there to film, and he posted like a bunch of stuff about it back in the day. And this is a residential area where 500,000 people lived. So now it's a ghost town at this point. So no, yeah, pretty much thoroughly destroyed. Just
Yeah.
houses. There's like nothing there. They just slammed it with artillery. And artillery is cheaper, and they have a lot of it, unlike missiles. So when they could get to us after they failed to take the city, they just started to, flattening it with artillery, pretty much. So when I was here for a while working and stuff like that, and staying here in June, July, when my father was killed as well, it was like 10, 15 strikes per day. So it was pretty crazy. Yeah, but now it's just like maybe like, I don't know, like 1 per 2 weeks, or like, it's not that bad, basically, is what I'm saying.
Well, it's still it's wild, you know. I know people say it all
So artillery is harder to hear when it is closing. Missiles are easier.
the time. You're brave and all that, but it is still wild for us to even imagine. We would lose our shit if anything anywhere near that happened here in America. Let me
Probably.
maybe we could transition into like the politics of it all and all that. So
Yeah, obviously.
I
yeah.
guess my main question for you, and I'm just curious, and I try to be as sensitive as possible. What is a realistic outcome, do you think, for this conflict, and what do you think a timeline is for that?
Well, the only acceptable outcome for Ukrainians, the absolute majority of them, and I mean about 90% of them, is of course liberation of the entirety of Ukraine.
True.
Pretty,
True.
it's like, it's not common, it's just the sentiment. Pretty.
True.
Yeah, so you would rarely find a person who is like, will tell you anything else. So that is the
Is the correct sentiment, which, yes. My goodness.
liberating pretty much entirety of Ukraine, including Crimea. This is the line that this is pretty much the acceptable thing for majority of Ukrainians right now. And majority of Ukrainians,
Good.
and again, like I said, absolute majority, thinks that that's the only acceptable thing. And pretty much is willing to do and to withstand and to anything to achieve that. I mean anything. Yeah.
Can I ask, just to clarify, so there is no like small group of people that are out there saying we should do less or anything? There's nobody like trying to take advantage of that lane, even if they don't mean it, like grifting as we call it, like people, is that what you're saying, that there's not even like a small group of people out there saying we should try to do this or that? Something else?
Yeah, well, maybe like, I don't know, like 5% or like 7%, like I said. So about 90% easily, like 88, I think it showed last time I checked. But yeah, but I do talk with a bunch of people, as well, because I'm a volunteer. I talk with like soldiers, volunteers, people, just regular people. And I have not heard even once from anyone I know, like my friends of my friends, relatives, whatever the fuck, they would say like, yeah, we should abandon, like, something. Never heard it once. But they do exist, those people, but very little quantity. I would say like lower than 10% for sure. And I wouldn't say they're grifting exactly. I would say some of them maybe think it's like they either think it's unrealistic for us to to win fully, or they might be just very like I don't know, like anxious, depressed because of everything that is going on, which is understandable. I wouldn't like blame people exactly for that, because
Yeah.
some people live like directly on the fucking front lines and like getting shelled like crazy, and I understand like the fatigue people might feel it because of that, but they
Of
are
the war.
thinking that if we do in fact like pretty much give up, then this will not stop. This
It will continue and be worse.
and also it will continue again.
And next time it will be
Yeah,
worse.
so I don't agree with their opinion, obviously, but they're like a minority of a minority in Ukraine. That's the fact of the matter. It shows, the polling shows it, and my just personal reality experience with talking with people also shows it. So yeah, so this is pretty much the only acceptable thing.
It makes sense to
And
me.
it used to be different before Kyiv Oblast was liberated. So before that happened, there were way more people who were thinking like, oh, maybe we should, sometimes do something like maybe negotiations, maybe fuck those like occupied areas, which is a very wrong sentiment in my opinion, but it existed in much bigger numbers. But after liberation of Kievska Oblast, and what people actually fucking witnessed after that, and by that I mean Bucha, by that I mean Irpin,
Oh yeah,
Hostomel, like literal like genocide,
the genocide.
mass
Yeah.
rape, mass slaughter, going door to door, just shooting people in the head, and all of that. After that, let me tell you, attitudes changed quite easy because people.
Yeah, after that is basically if you're, oh my gosh, if you're pro giving land away to Russia, then it's almost basically like being, like sentencing people there to be genocided, right? So of course, you're gonna want all of the people to be liberated and not face the same outcome, right? Not to be murdered. So I think that makes perfect sense that the attitudes would just shift like that.
People now fully grasp what being occupied by Russia meant, what it
Yep.
meant to be, what it meant. And this level of just brutality was something that people, I guess, even despite our history,
Exactly.
even despite knowing that it is very common for Russia to do, we still kind of, I don't know, had like this stupid hope that they will not treat us, supposedly a brotherly nation, which I put in quotation marks, like that, but they did. So because of that, of course, people were like, no way in the actual hell we live in people
True.
to this type of fate.
Oh yeah.
Decades. Not only
Yeah.
is the isolation, if they remain in Russia, unrecognized by any like decent country on the planet Earth, right? Pretty much in full isolation, living in literal like hellscape. But not only that, but just this sheer like brutality of treatment. And I personally, I cannot imagine living
Caring
Zaporizhia Oblast, the parts that are occupied, Khersonsk
Yeah.
Oblast that are occupied, and any other like Donbass as well, like anyone to this type of fate. So because of that, have been determined in minds of most Ukrainians to not allow that shit to fly.
Yep.
Okay.
That's about it.
So it
Yeah.
sounds like the vast majority of people support the opinion you said, which is it's good to hear. And I'm not surprised at all. I didn't expect to
Yeah,
hear
that's,
anything different. But now how do people think you get there though? Because obviously you were kind of in the stalemate before Russia escalated and invaded, though they were clearly invading in like the Donbass, and that seemed to be going kind of at a standstill. But did you think that things were changing in that arena, that theater of war before the big invasion, or was that just going to be a standstill and Russia slowly creeping forward for years? I guess my question is like, how do you guys get there where Ukraine is fully liberated? Are we talking 5 years, 2 years? What is the common sentiment?
I mean, it sort of depends on how much support also Ukraine gets and the quality of the support, right? I don't think I don't think there's a problem with Ukrainian people being willing to fight and liberate the country. I think the bigger problem is the amount and the quality of the support that Ukraine is giving in order to enable it to happen. Like we've discussed this in our talk today, that it's about the help not being reactive, it's about making the help bigger, it's about actively giving Ukrainian people what they need in order to achieve the goal of freeing the regions, right? And the time frame is directly, in my opinion, tied to that, right? I do believe that the time frame is directly tied to that question.
To be quite honest with you, nobody kind of knows. That's the honest answer, because just it's hard to. At this point, they're like, we liberated how many? Let me think. We liberated Kharkivska Oblast almost entirely. We liberated Sumska Oblast, Kievska, which is was done in the beginning, and then Chernihiv as well, and partially Kherson, which is like not all but partially. So it is pretty good, considering that most people
Sure.
gave us like 3 weeks to, fully succumb to Russia, which we didn't do. And we managed to not only stop them from invading, but also to take
Push them
quite
back.
a lot, like 50% of what they took, which is not something that anyone expected. And I pretty much consider that a win already, to be quite honest with you, considering the predictions that were done. But the rest of it is just like that, pretty much. We are expecting counteroffensives to be quite soon, which, Russians did try to sabotage just, recently, a day
Right.
ago, with the dam, if you notice that. So there's that.
Yep.
But yeah, other than that, I pretty much just winning, I know it sounds like very, very like simple, but I know you guys haven't won a war in quite a while. I know you're a bit desperate, but this is
Oh.
just no offense. Yeah, just throwing a shade at you guys. But yeah, but basically, not throwing a shade. Winning is the option. Winning is the option.
True.
See how successful the counteroffensives will be. We do hope they will be just as successful as the ones in Kharkivska Oblast and in Kherson have been. This
Gosh,
fully, of course,
that's the
depends
hope. That's
on
the dream.
how it will, be done. And the Western support, of course, is very important as well for us.
True.
And the continuation of it, I should say, probably. Yeah, but
I-
overall, winning is the goal. Yeah.
I think you bring up a great point, though, that we are kind of used to losing. Like the last couple of decades.
I'm sorry, that was
plus-
mean.
Well, no, but it was a low blow. But I think it's a fair point to bring up to try to explain why some people here may not see the possibility of success in Ukraine, because we have seen nothing but bad outcomes when with our
think so.
our theaters of war. But you guys are on home territory. It's different. It's your country. Like you have
Yeah,
to
of
fight.
course.
It's not we can just withdraw, leave them alone, and leave them to their own devices. This is life or death. This is the existence of your country. So
Right.
I do think that people recognize that. But you're right. There is sort of in the psyche of Americans like, oh boy, war is just a losing endeavor no matter what.
Yes, I mean,
Well, it's
to compare, which I understand, because most Americans compare what they know, which is America. So they think about Iraq, they think about, I don't know, Afghanistan, even
Yeah.
Vietnam sometimes is brought up, mostly Afghanistan and Iraq, which is completely incomparable in my personal opinion to
Yeah.
Ukrainian situation. But they
Yes.
still compare it because that's what they know, and that's what they talk about when they talk about forever wars and things like that. Also,
forever wars. Oh my God.
people are thinking about like, oh, this will be like 30 20 years like stuck there, but which, by the way, kind of silly, because you're not stuck in anything. You're not fighting in Ukraine, actually, other than
True.
like, volunteer people who come here to fight, obviously, like International Legion. But this is like a very small group of people, which we kind or very much respect, but this is like, it doesn't even constitute 1% of Ukrainian army, as you probably know.
It's not.
Oh yeah, of course.
So investment, of course, is something you do, in fact, do, which is, money and aid and things like that. That's true, but it's not comparable, because your soldiers are not fighting. And also, you have not invaded shit this time around. We have been invaded. So this is like a completely
Right.
different scenario. We asking for your help. We're not,
Yep.
it's not like, nobody kind of asked you to be in Afghanistan, no offense again, but, or Iraq, right? It was your, like, out of your violation, you did that, which was reasonable, unreasonable is another story, right? It's another conversation, another topic, but
Right.
overall, it's a completely different scenario. And I do
Yep.
think this is much more comparable to situations, for example, like I apologize in advance for World War II comparison. Yeah, people shit on people who do it, especially like Wash gets a lot of shit for his World War II comparisons.
True.
This one is actually accurate, which would be the Winter War.
Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. You have missed the conversation with Anastasia. But don't worry, you can watch the VOD. So keep in mind the USA waged a guerrilla war. Right? Also, we won. Wait, what are you referring to? Sorry? He has technically missed 2 conversation with Anna. Ah, that's true. That's true. That's true, fake Alec Kyle Parker. You have missed 2 conversations with Anastasia, which was like a nice thing that we had the opportunity to talk for a second time. Iraq and Afghan war. Yes, yeah. But those situations are not, again, I think it's fair to say that those situations are not comparable.
This is a Finnish-Soviet Union war, which barely anyone knows. Yeah, so this happened in 1939, 1940. And this was pretty much very comparable to what is going on right now, which is Soviet Union decided pretty much to occupy Finland after they successfully did that with Poland. So after Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which was which was like a pact, non-aggression pact between Nazi Germany and Soviet Union, they pretty much attacked Poland together. Soviet Union, Stalin, Russia, whatever, right? And Germany, Nazi Germany, they attacked it from both sides, from the east, from the west, successfully took the country. And after that, Soviet Union and Stalin decided to occupy Baltics, which was also kind of successful. And after that, they decided to invade Finland. By the way, very similar pretense that they're using now. Nothing changed. They said like, we need to secure our, security. We need to secure ourselves from the attack from other people. What if someone will use Finland to attack us, So they did pretty much the same thing they're doing now, which the Finnish said like, fuck you, we're like a neutral. We're like, we declared ourselves neutral in this conflict, and what else do you want? And they're like, well, that's not enough. You should cede some of your territory to us. And Finnish were like, well,
classic Russia.
yeah, that's what happened.
Classic
Afterwards,
Russia.
Soviet Union pretty much did a false flag operation. So they pretended like the Finns attacked them, and after that they had a solid excuse to attack them.
What a shock, right? What a shock.
This was a crazy fucking story because basically Finnish army was like this big comparatively to Red Army, as you probably can imagine. The numbers are just simply crazy. They have like 300,000 people in Finland, I think, fighting, and million from Soviet Union. So yeah, that's about it. And the result of this war was 70,000 lost Finnish soldiers and 300,000 lost Red Army people.
Wow.
So yeah, and it's not impossible, in fact, to defend your country against an aggressor, whether they have like nuclear power or they have like a much larger army.
Do you
Actually,
wait?
I have like I think a picture.
What? Do you want to be a hobbyist? Or what? You calling me a... What the hell? My controller died again! Do you want to be a hobbyist or a streamer with a job? I want to be a streamer with a job! Of course I don't want to be a hobbyist. Like, I hate it so much. My controller just died. I need a new cable.
Just to illustrate the situation. Oh yeah, that's the tanks. Finnish have 32, while Soviets have 6,000. Just let me place that into a perspective.
32.
And they still, Yeah, that's about it. The Finnish, by the way, also appealed to the West for the help, but were denied because, why? Why help people, right? Just watch from the sideways. Works well, as we all know. Yeah, so basically the only people who actually aided them were like, neighboring countries. So like Sweden, people who were like, oh, fuck, we will be like next, basically. So this is similar situation right now. Poland assists us quite a lot.
Yep.
Baltics assist us quite a lot because they as well know, they're like close neighbors to us. They
Yep.
also have a history of Russian imperialism, obviously, right? So
Yep.
being invaded and attacked and occupied by Russia.
Poland was basically like
The Britain
about 80% of people who were polled basically said that if Russia should win, it will invade Poland, NATO or not. A lot of Polish people basically, when asked, said that they think that Russia would attack Poland and that it would ignore Poland's NATO status. Isn't that crazy? Do you think that's crazy? Okay, that's a strong boss. I have to focus for a bit. As you can see, this is like Jesus. You have to work. Oh no. Oh, that's true. You do have to work. But you can watch the VOD, so it's okay. It's okay, Giggler. You can watch the VOD. Oh no, no, no. Please, 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 please. I'm annoyed now. It's okay. Don't get annoyed, fake Alec Kyle Parker. It's okay. There's a VOD. There's a VOD. Unlike Twitch, YouTube does not delete videos after some time, so it's okay. It's okay. Roasted duck. I know. Would Russia try to be that stupid? Yes. Well, at least many Polish people believe that Russia would try to be this stupid and that it would just attack Poland, NATO or not. Lucy is roasted several times, I know. I know. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Of course I want the money. I need to not be what you call it? Hobbyist.
and pretty much France kind of like almost denied.
I need not to be a hobbyist.
And Finland was able to.
Of course. What do you mean? Of course. I need I've been roasted. I've been roasted in the game and in the chat.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you, Diggy, for the $10. My goodness. Oh my god. This boss. Okay, I have to... Right now, I need to... I need to... somehow take my hand off of my control. I have to take off of the game and unpause. Oh.
Put them pretty much defend their sovereignty and protect themselves and win this fucking war and show Russians as completely incompetent and
oh my gosh.
very much weak. Which, by the way, many scientists consider in historians to be one of the main reasons why Hitler decided to attack Soviet Union.
I make all people break rules.
Like, you know what?
I'm a rule breaker.
Yeah, I also kind of hate Slavic people, so, me being Hitler, why not, right? Yeah, so this is basically the story. Finland ended up...
Hitler did hate Slavic people, that is true.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
But this is just about all they lost instead of being completely swarmed. And this is a potential scenario in Ukraine as well, of course, that we will have to cede some portion. It can happen.
Right.
I'm not like denying that it's impossible.
I
So
hope
I think the
not.
main reason
God,
why
I hope
Finnish was
not.
forced to do that was because nobody supported them. So they got
Yeah, this is
themselves
totally
exhausted
different.
pretty much. So they decided that we successfully protected like the absolute majority of our country, right? So it might be well to get this treaty done, Moscow Treaty, and pretty much protect ourselves like that. But this was because they become very exhausted at that point, which is understandable, I think,
Of course,
considering the
yeah.
absolute behemoth they were fighting against. So yeah, but if we do continue to have support and also the support we currently received, so like things like tanks, things like missiles, things like far-range missiles, probably if we get those F-16 would be sweet, you know.
That would be,
If we
yeah.
at least had all of that, I don't see any reason for us to think we should do
True.
cede territory unless we know we're like on a losing side, or at least it's not sustainable anymore, you know. So
And
I agree
much
100%.
Russia occupies about 20% of Ukraine right now. Is that correct?
now, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
So
yeah.
if there were a similar situation, you're looking at about half of what they have now, if it was parallel. But you've brought up the points why the situations aren't the
Yeah.
same. But yeah. So
Yeah,
let
I
me
would
ask
not
you this.
say it's not possible, but you know, if the West continues to support us, I'm pretty sure we will not get exhausted in that regard. And it is very important, of course, because the will to fight is there. Like
Of
every
course,
soldier
yeah.
I spoke with, they're like, we will continue.
That is the most important thing, and that is the thing that I've actually alluded to just some time ago, right? That the will to fight is there. So a lot of it depends on the actual help that Ukraine gets and the quality of the help, if it will be reactive or active, and all that other stuff, right? I think so. A lot of it depends on the support. Like Ukrainian people are willing to keep fighting, so well we've actually discussed this during the talk as well, the quality of the help, etc.
This fight, even if the West cuts the support entirely, we still will continue. It just will be much bloodier, much harder, much more disastrous for our cities and our
Yeah.
people as it already is. But we will still continue because there's just no way.
And as I've said, I want to believe that even if the broader West cut support, that Poland would still continue to support Ukraine. I want to believe that.
There's no option. You can't do anything.
Why can't everybody understand that Ukraine is fighting Nazis? Well, that's because there's a lot of misinformation going around. That's because there are a lot of false narratives going around. It's like, it's a whole thing. That is why people like Anastasia are quite important when it comes to being the spokespeople for Ukraine, right? She's a very important spokesperson for Ukraine.
You can negotiate with people who clearly and proudly declare their goal to be the annihilation of your nation.
Yeah.
It's not possible to negotiate with that type of shit, you know?
Yeah, I do agree that you don't have a negotiating partner right now. That's for sure. So this actually is a way to segue into something I brought up to Dylan. You mentioned the continued support of the West, and right now we are seeing a bit of a softening of support for Ukraine, and I don't think it's because of anything you guys have done. I think it's just human nature that it's been over a year, people kind of look into other things, and sadly Americans aren't seeing a lot of the good stuff that's happening. They hear a lot of negative voices, not a lot, but there are some. It's small, right? I'm sure you've heard of some of these Republican Congress members that are saying they're saying crazy things, but there's no balance.
It's a bit different
Except for
in
Biden,
Poland.
maybe, and some of the Dems, and there are some Republicans out there saying we need to keep supporting our friends, but Americans, we have a short attention span, and we have a lot going on here and a lot of distractions, whether it's Target selling tuck-friendly swimsuits for trans people or Bud Light, whatever it is, we lose our attention.
Oh, your problems.
Uh,
Yeah, and so I'm just kind of curious. Like,
embarrassing.
my understanding is we allocated about $50 billion last year to Ukraine, and now there's going to have to be another spending package coming up because that money is going to be gone through by the end of the year or something. And so we've got this Republican Congress now that is fighting a bit on funding for Ukraine, using it sadly and embarrassingly, using it as a issue to rile up their base and say, what are we doing over there and all that. Are you concerned at all that Western support is going to not disappear, but maybe be harder to get or even go down a bit? Like, are people concerned about that, or do they
Which is a terrifying thought, like considering that we have discussed the topic of help, right, and the opinions of experts on it. So this is quite frankly to me a terrifying thought. A lot of Trumpers want to cut support to Ukraine. That is cut support would be like a doomsday scenario. But to me, even just lowering the support is like a devastating scenario, because the support should be sort of upgraded, right? The support should be bigger, not lower. Lowering it is a disaster. I hope she's mentioned in some history book. I'm sure she will. I mean, cutting the support is like literally against U.S. interest. Yeah, but literally the most anti-American move possible. Well, Republicans are not known for their smarts. Republicans are not known for best decisions. So you're trying to think about this with logic, Maha. And when analyzing Republican decisions and moves, I think it is a mistake to try to logically analyze the situation and to think what the best move would be.
No, the Americans are they're just making noise and they'll do the right thing in the end.
It's a concern, of course, because it is kind of like, kind of like exhausting to be so dependent, obviously. But what can you do? There's like just no comparisons between us and, Russia in terms of like the amount of weapons and people and everything. So, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the Finnish thing. There was actually 1-5 losses, which is kind of ironic because those are the losses that we estimate now with Ukraine and Russia. 1-5 seems to be a bad number for them, but that's like another thing.
More
but
now.
What I say
Isn't it like 1-8? Isn't it like 1-8?
That's like the juiciest estimation. I prefer to,
see.
the actual soldiers on the front lines usually commanders tell me 1-5. So yeah, so this
Okay.
is like, a more optimistic one is 1-7 or something like that. But
Very,
lower it down a bit. 1-5 is good enough, in my opinion.
a very level-headed estimation, very level-headed analysis. I mean, even if you hate Ukrainians, just give them the guns. It keeps the Russians military from fucking. Well, that is the problem, Maho. Once again you're thinking it logically. Like, you're thinking about it logically. And that is not what Republicans are all about. They would rather to use it as a wedge issue and say, hey, we could be using this money to feed starving children, and if you vote for us, we will take this money and we will give it to starving children. Right? You understand? Of course, it will never happen, but they will sure promise that it will happen, as if those budgets are not related at all. But Republicans will sure make people feel like those budgets are completely related. You know what I'm saying? They will make the narrative of, oh, Instead of supporting some foreign war, we could be building I don't know, a hospital, which of course is a bunch of nonsense. It's totally unrelated, but you know.
Yeah. So anyhow, this is just what I'm saying is that it is, of course, very anxious, makes us anxious and afraid, of course, to lose the support because it is.
It is a
helping us,
terrifying
which, like
concept.
HIMARS, Patriot systems helped a bunch, and of course, this is terrifying, but nothing I can do about it. It's up to you guys to go vote for people and to, make choices to continue support Ukraine or not support it. It's not much Ukrainians can do. What we can do is appeal to you. What we can do is, talk. And what is our administration, Zelensky and his administration are doing is, making appeals. But that's about it. Also, I do hope that even if the United States carved their support, we'll still will have like Germany, Poland, and other countries.
Yeah.
Britain gave us far-range missiles finally, so there are like other people who also support us, not just.
I really want to believe that if US could support Poland, would just keep it going. Keep it going, no matter what. That is what I want to believe. That is what I want to advocate for.
United States, which guys, I know you talk only about yourselves. There's like a bunch of other people. Poles actually gave us the most of tanks, and Germany did as well. So not to say that that American support is not important, because it is crucial and has been incredibly helpful, especially when HIMARS are concerned. But but yeah, of course there is a concern. But like I said, not much.
I genuinely believe that if Ukraine falls, Poland is next. That is like, I'm not sure if you've heard me say this, but a lot of Polish people, when polled, said that if Russia wins, it will attack Poland next, and Poland being in NATO will not save it. That is what Polish people said when asked about the topic. Do you know, I've talked about this before on other streams, but when the invasion happened, Polish people went into panic mode. Polish people started emptying their bank accounts. Polish people started preparing for an invasion. I swear. I went to the bank to withdraw some money because I needed it for bills, and I couldn't because the bank was empty. There was no money in the bank because people were emptying the banks because they were preparing for an invasion of Russia. Ukraine must win, absolutely. You never know with Russia what it will do. It's like Russia is a very, very wild country.
I can do about it is
One could call it a terrorist state.
It's up to you, the American people, to
True.
decide, your government to decide. We do hope after all this investment that you will, stick through. Of course, it is a hope, but yeah, I believe you have like.
Come on, US.
Invested like money, but at this point, it's just.
Come on,
It's a
US.
reputational thing as well. So you're like our allies, and you're like invested in ours winning. I believe America is pretty invested in, not allowing Russia to grab Ukraine or Georgia, Moldova, or any other country in the region, which is what they want to do, and they declared it as well. So yeah, that's type of stuff, I think.
Come on, US. Let's
I
go.
don't bring it up to like be upsetting or to say it's just the reality of here. But I do think that the support will be there. I do think they'll come together and provide the money that Ukraine needs.
Come on,
I wonder
US.
what happens,
Don't
next
fail.
year and the year after that. But I think part of America likes Russia being involved in this conflict. And that was another thing that I brought up to Dylan. As sad as that reality is, this is consuming Russia's attention and forcing them to be in their own like Afghanistan, because they're losing and they're suffering huge losses. I don't know if it's having an impact at home because they have their media machine that's manipulating their citizens, sadly too. But I think a lot of people in America, the warmongers, they like to see Russia involved in this conflict. They don't want to see Ukrainians suffer, but the longer Russia's involved in this, the less drama they're causing around the world and giving the United States grief, personally. And so I wonder if there's an interest in America to like keep it going as long as possible as well. So I was curious, like your thoughts on that. Do you think that is there any feeling like that on
Yeah, they
the
are.
side, that that's what the Americans want? They like Russia involved in.
Many Americans seem to think that Ukrainians are brain dead, and we don't know that America is not a benevolent,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh my God.
to help. We know it, it's not.
Oh my God. That is a big thing that I wish I could have. Oh, wait. Hold on. Actually. Actually. I'm gonna do a quick check because, oh my God, that is okay. Okay, she's not there already. Like that is another big thing that I really. Oh God, now I really. Okay, the controller died again. Now I really regret that we did not have the opportunity to touch upon this subject as well. There's so many subjects to talk about. Like when people in debates start saying things like, oh, but the US is not supporting Ukraine out of the goodness of its heart. Who cares? Who cares if it's supporting Ukraine out of the goodness of its heart? Who cares? It's irrelevant. What's relevant is the effect, the result. Like this gets to me so much, the whole, oh, they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. Like, okay. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna get a short call because this is like a. Hello. Sorry for disturbing you.
Well, I no longer watch it, but
Yeah,
I will.
sorry for calling you like this, but this is the another thing that I really wished we had the chance to talk about. The thing that a lot of people in debates in the panel were like, the US is not helping you out of the goodness of their hearts, right? Who cares? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about this, first of all. Nobody thinks that. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I really don't know why they think we're like this mentally disabled children that are just don't understand that huge, powerful countries with large influence on the world, such as United States, meddling in all sorts of things, and I have interest in a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
and there are like a lot of the obviously, right? It's like
Yeah,
the most
like
obvious fucking thing on earth,
like
and if our interests align with them.
then
Like,
it's good.
why should we care? Yeah.
Exactly. Like,
What's the-
oh no, the US is not helping Ukraine out of the goodness of the heart, well, then maybe Ukraine should just, say, oh, we would love to, accept the money and the weapons, but I don't think we can. It doesn't seem like you're doing it from the goodness of your heart,
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you don't have any like motivations besides, helping us to defend ourselves.
It feels like it's not from the heart, so I don't think we. I think we'd rather surrender to Russia than to just accept help
it
like
is a
this.
very silly point. Yeah, I hear it
Like-
all the time, and every time I like scream internally, like, "Who the fuck cares?
Yeah,
Who cares?"
actually,
Yeah.
I actually screamed out and externally when I hear it on stream.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Your reaction later when I have time. It's just that, it's just basically very silly. And I also saw, talked with Rai about it, but also like I mentioned it several times before with Loneborg when we were
Yeah.
on the panel. He was like, "Do you think like Ukrainians are, I don't know if you like the word, but retarded basically?" Yeah. So I was like, "Yeah, they think like that.
Right.
They think we are. They think we're just so mind-blowingly stupid that we don't understand that geopolitics exist
Yeah.
and there are like several interests at play." Yeah.
Like, it's time for a wake up call for some people. What matters is the weapons and support, not the goodness of one's heart.
Do you know like this? I forgot his name, unfortunately, but he's like a Kurdish, one of the leaders of the Kurdish, resistance. And I heard him say this quote, and I really understand it now more than ever. It was basically not direct quote, but he says when it comes to getting assistance and weapons and aid for his country, for his nation, I guess, just to create the country that they want
Yeah.
and to be liberated, he becomes like a blind and deaf man with a hand stretched out.
Yeah.
What he meant is basically he doesn't give a single fuck who gives him like aid and weapon when it comes to
Right.
assisting his
Right.
to actually like saving his people. So
Yeah.
in that regard, I kind of relate to it, I guess.
Yeah, like it's ridiculous. This argument is so ridiculous, and like it speaks of the like I don't know what it's
It's like this purity testing and this like privileged virtue signaling shit. Like
Yeah.
if the country, you can only afford it when it's not your country that being.
Yeah,
brutalized
it's
by
like when you're
the-
safe on the other side of the world, on your
Exactly.
couch, and like I literally just I was just waiting for someone to sarcastically answer to something like that. Oh my God, this changes everything.
Yeah, what can we do now? Oh no HIMARS for us,
I guess we
No
should just
benevolent-
return everything and give up, right?
Yeah, well, Lucy, what can I say? Don't be too mad about it. Just think about ducks when you hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we should. Like,
Yeah, I mean, continue, I guess, if we're still watching that thing.
yeah, we're still watching they talk. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah,
the.
bye.
Yeah.
I share your frustration. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye bye. There we have it. My goodness. That was a big topic that I thought that didn't have the opportunity to come back to, but thankfully we had a chance to sort of, because oh my God, whenever this happens, this whole US is not being just benevolent. It's like, oh man. Let's read the chat. Oh my God. Let's read the chat. I'm gonna need to buy a new controller because the cable just keeps dying. Oh! I hate this so much. Roasted duck. Okay, the US is partially supporting Ukraine because of the support from we the people. And we the people want Ukraine to win because of Russia is bad, and from the goodness of our heart we want the good people in Zelensky and Anastasia and Ukrainians to live in peace. Yeah, but that's the population. But what they are referring to is the interests of the government, etc. It's partially from it's from the citizens agreed, but when it comes to governments and the politics that they play, it's a totally different story. It speaks of privilege, but also about the many people never know real war. You only understand special interventions, special missions. After all, Afghanistan, Iraq for US, all was kind of a special mission rather than a straight war. Yeah. So they don't understand that a conflict in case of invasion is totally different beast. Yeah. Yeah. Like I just wanted to really talk about the whole frustration with the goodness of the heart angle, and that my controller just keeps dying. But yeah, let's continue watching.
Anywhere in the world, to be honest. So yeah, of course there are certain interests that I suppose the problem is not the problem, I guess, but just the fact is that our interests kind of ally. So even if
Yeah.
even if it is some people in Ukraine do think that Americans are not giving us aid like that we actually ask for, like offensive weapons and things like that, that we actually do need to liberate the cities, you know, and the villages, just because they want to prolong this like conflict, and it's convenient for them to keep Russia losing its like sources,
Yeah.
its like war power basically, and they're kind of like maybe using us to some extent to do it.
It is indeed frustrating. This is a bit of the same argument why we had yesterday in the Cathedral Discord server about if it matters what the intent of Kedology is. It does not. The effects is the same. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, like if Kedology had some really nice reason for spreading hair transphobia, would it make it better? No. You know?
Which I'm not like convinced entirely that this is like the main thing. But even if it is true, then it changes pretty much nothing for us, you know?
True.
Because
Yeah.
even if that's the fact, and even if that's the truth, then it still remains that we are no other way for us, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
For us, the thing remains we need to
Defend.
our sovereignty, protect
Exactly.
our nation from pretty much genocide, and protect ourselves from being culturally absorbed and destroyed, protect our democracy, protect our rights, protect our liberties.
Yep.
And just pretty much just lives, you know. So even if it is that others support us with some like I don't know, like malicious, let's put it in quotation marks, intent, then doesn't change much for Ukraine, to be quite honest with you.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
I
there's that.
just I personally worry that there's people in our leadership that want to see this go on forever. I would love to see you guys liberate your country as soon as possible. I want to make that perfectly clear. Like I think you guys should have it all back, and these people should disappear as soon as possible, the Russians. But my concern is that there's people in my government that want to see this go on, because like I said, we've destroyed you guys. I shouldn't say we. You guys have destroyed half of Russia's military. You've knocked them down as far as selling military equipment around the world. Nobody wants to buy their garbage now. They've
Yeah,
lost
that's
100,000
true.
people.
Which would
And-
enjoy that.
Yeah, and they're
Nice.
pariah in the world. They have very few friends now, and so this is wonderful for the United States, right? But sadly,
Yeah,
it
but it
comes
is
at
for
the
us as
misery
well,
of you
you know?
guys.
Well, yeah, it comes,
yeah.
but it just sometimes you guys I think like miss the point, because it's good for us as well. We want
True.
them to be isolated. We want them to be pariahs, because
True.
Russia.
I
has
mean,
been
yeah.
terrorizing
That's a good
people
point.
for decades, for centuries, you know. So nothing changed, and there got to be some accountability for once. I don't know, for anything, like for Georgia, for Moldova, and I'm talking just about for Chechnya, for Ukraine. I'm just talking about just recent decades after the dissolvement of Soviet Union. It's not even to go back in those fucking days, you know. There's a lot of talk to talk about then, or Russian Empire, just not
Oh,
like
yeah.
Soviet Union. It's a long story. It's
Oh, yeah.
conflict pretty much has been a thing before America existed, no offense. So
Yep.
you know, so this is not just something new. And yeah, so of course
Yep.
it is in our interest as well. And yeah, it is
Yeah.
much better for us to end this as quick as possible. This is what most people want, what most soldiers want, what you know, because we don't want to lose our people
This is a
as
long
we are
story.
now. But overall, even if it is something that you know, that that for it is like good for like United States, for Russia to lose power and to be like I guess you could say isolated or lose like hegemony, so to speak, right? Then it is good for like pretty much everyone here, you know, because
Yeah, the whole world.
Poland. Yeah, the reason why Poland and Eastern and Balkans and Czechia and other countries support us because they also are invested in that. You know, they invested
Yep.
in being part of European Union, being NATO, to just defend themselves from this type of aggression. That
Well, this is where, of course, it gets really dicey and complicated for Poland because Poland, as well as Hungary for that matter, have a really bad history with the European Union. So all that I can hope for is for things to change for the better in Poland. Let me just say that I hope for the political landscape to change for the better when it comes to Poland. See you later, fake Alec Kyle Parker.
you are witnessing now. So yeah, oh, I'm losing like
And
all my lights. I'm in it.
oh,
The sun is
do
down.
what you got to do. Thank all you guys for hanging out. Appreciate the super chats. I'll play them at the end here once her and I are done talking. Thank you guys.
Thank all of you
I
for
don't know if
being
this will be
here.
much better, but you know.
Thank you all for being here.
I know it,
So
it looks
yeah,
cool.
It's a pretty
basically is the thing
good
is
light.
that some people just don't understand, I guess, the gravity of this whole situation for
True.
the entire region, not just Ukraine. So
True. Oh my God, so true.
that it's unlikely that Russia would attack NATO countries, mostly because not impossible, you know, because everyone back in the day said, "Oh, Hitler would not like invade anyone. Who cares, right?" They kind of did.
And Poland did have military. Just so you remember, Poland had military also agreements before World War II, pacts that should Poland be attacked, there will be a swift response from England and France, and well, you know. And a lot of Polish people, as I've said from the polls when the invasion happened, said that in their opinion, Russia will just attack Poland next and that it will not care about Poland's NATO status. So that at least was the opinion of Polish people, which should tell you something, even if it's not true. It should give you basically an idea of how Poland views Russia, right? Even if it's not necessarily true that Russia would do it, most Polish people still believe that it would. You know, does that make sense? Does that give you a little bit of a glimpse into how in this region Russia is viewed?
Did, as you know. So this is not like 100% like they will never attack NATO countries, but they will most certainly attack countries that there is already a precedent of attacking, which is Georgia and Moldova, who they already attacked before, annexed territories and do consider part of like their Russian world, so to speak. So yeah, so we are defending this entire region, not just Ukraine. And yeah, that's it. And pretty
Well,
much, to be frank, I don't care about the motives of people helping us.
True.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I understand. And then I guess I would ask you as well about this idea of escalation.
Why would anyone care?
Constantly talked about. We don't want to give the Ukrainians this because we don't want to escalate. We don't want to provoke. I've always thought that this is a way for Biden to show restraint and show that we are being rational and Russia is not, by showing that they could act irrationally. But I was curious, like, your thoughts when every time Biden says can't give them this because it could cause an escalation. Do you think the same thing? Do you think?
No, of course not.
You're just like, what the hell, the United States? Give us what we want.
True, yes. Yes.
I
The
mean,
second
I
one.
understand.
You don't
like,
see the
like
strategy
just-
there? You don't think there's any strategy to that?
No.
Just to be quite honest with you, like on the like, if detach myself from being a Ukrainian, which is barely possible, but if I detach myself from that, then on the
Okay.
grand scheme of things, I can kind of understand, like not like you know.
No, don't give in. Don't give in. I'm from Poland. I am not Ukrainian. I'm from Poland. And I say, no, no. What the hell, United States? Please give Ukraine what it wants. Of course. Of course. Anastasia, don't surrender.
So there's like this heavy accusations already, which are retarded, absolutely dumb, but that it's NATO's fault, America's fault, and you don't want to play in that hand. You want to show like yourself as a reasonable actor that doesn't want like escalate. But for Ukrainians, it's just like what else an escalation can we be? So mass murder, check. Ecocide, check. Genocide, check. You know, destruction of thousands upon thousands of villages, cities, flattening them like fully. Just deportation of thousands of Ukrainians, of children, which is, by the way, genocide again. Just happens. Like, what can you do other than nuke us at this point to surprise us? I guess. So,
Right.
so yeah, there's just. It is frustrating to be, so to speak, the good guys. I know it sounds like maybe like silly, but people who break every convention, commit every war crime imaginable, and you just have to like listen to those Western countries. Oh, don't shoot at Russia, guys! It's not good. You know, it is very
Yeah.
frustrating. I'm not going to
Very.
pretend
Yep.
that it's not.
Yep.
It is, of course, and
Agreed. Oh my God,
we
agreed.
conducted ourselves, in my opinion, like literal angels.
Yes.
we did everything fucking right at this point. So yeah, it is very hard, but at the same time, of course, in the geopolitical like grand scheme of things, I understand like that Biden has like American people to think about, what they think, their reactions, how they perceive this like whole situation and American aid. And I cannot expect, and no Ukrainians can't expect, for Biden to care more about like this than to care more about what the people who actually vote in America, who actually like the will of the people in the United States and things like that. So, for example, like people shat on Macron a lot, which is French, and I remember people like, oh, he's such a like cock and weasel. He wouldn't even name like what Russia is doing a war crime. He continued to call us fraternal nations, which is basically like a smack in the face for Ukrainians at this point. But I understand why people like so mad at him. But his people nearly voted for Le Pen. I mean,
Yeah.
literal like far right Putinoid. She's like Putin's like
Yeah.
at all accounts, So
Jesus Christ, that was
close.
oh man.
Super aggressive towards like Russia and saying like, yeah, fuck them Russians, because his literal people are not thinking that way. They are not thinking that way. Quite a lot of French people are very are like being French, let's put it like that, in this conflict. So this is just. I just don't understand. Like sometimes people like forget that politicians care most of all about elections. They care most of all about what people think.
Well,
what people. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, they have to stay in power if they want to be able to
that's
provide
what I mean.
and lead.
Yeah.
And it's like that's what I fight with people a lot about is that Biden has to do things in order to stay in power to do those great things that he wants. And sometimes, sadly, this is politics. Some people get hurt, and it's very privileged for me to say, well, it's not my problem. But if I was in your position, I would be furious. Like, give us these weapons. Our people are being slaughtered.
True.
Man. Like, we don't give a damn about your election,
Yeah, I do, and
So
that's what I think,
it.
inside my head. But if I try to like detach myself from that and see it from like a large geopolitical, and also inside, like in the United States, this is like a contentious, issue, Ukraine and aid to Ukraine. So you can't be like all out, and about with it. If he could, I think he would. But it just depends on. Yeah, it depends on.
Sadly, but yeah.
Also, Macron is kind of like Zelensky friend. So I suppose he would also be much more like, I have like, I guess you could say rumors of him being much more supportive of Ukraine behind the closed doors. But he cannot like do it like, the nation is to be considered, their own nation, which I understand, which I don't like, but I understand, Yeah, there's that.
Oh, yeah. I think the United States is heavily involved in the conflict as far as planning and intelligence, and people don't hear about any. Like, I think we're running a lot of the operation from Poland and heavily involved because it's in our interest to win this and you guys to win. So
sorry, what Poland was mentioned? I'm sorry.
and heavily involved because it's in our interest to win.
Like,
this.
like,
We've
like,
got
boom,
y'all
boom.
planning and intelligence, and people
Yeah,
don't hear
that's for
about
sure.
any. Like, I think we're running a lot of the operation from Poland and heavily involved because it's in our interest to win this and you guys to win. So we don't want to see you
Yes,
lose. We
yeah.
don't want Russia to gain anything at all. So we're as invested as we can. I think if we could put boots on the ground, we would. We're dying for them. I'm not saying anybody wants it, but like, we would love to get involved and really give them a taste of something, but there's just no stomach for it in America after 20 years of
Yeah,
Afghanistan and Iraq. But boy, you know, I think that America would love to get involved if it could, but obviously we can't.
There's like a
What was I
thing
gonna-
you just pulled Afghanistan as well. So, you know, the
Right.
time is not just, you know, it's not, I can't imagine after that Biden being like, well, guys, let's, you know, go to another war with actual soldiers. It's kind of like, it's a completely different situations. But to an average American, they are not as different, first of all, and second of all, it just seems like impossible, like politically, in my opinion, which I understand. Which, you know, of course, as a Ukrainian, I would love people to put an end to this shit, you know, so it doesn't have to be on our shoulders. But it is, and we know it, and we are okay with that. So nobody asked for boots on the ground, as you know, in Ukraine.
Of course.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think everybody in America has been incredibly impressed by what the Ukrainians have done without a single American boot on the ground. So it is really impressive. And you know what? We needed some good guys. I remember saying this at the beginning of the conflict. After going through the pandemic and all the crap the last couple of years, you guys buoyed us in America. And I don't think a lot of people like express that and say thank you, because you guys were something good going in the world, and it was something to cheer for, and that helped out a lot of Americans too. Like, that's why people flew the Ukrainian flag in front of their homes and stuff, because it
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
about they
pretty
had a
stupid.
connection to you at all, but it was you guys were doing something good, and we're showing what's possible. And so I always appreciate that, and that's why I stay interested in the whole thing too, and I think a lot of people are because of that.
Yeah.
I wanted
there is
to
just
ask.
genuinely like good thing to support, you know, people defending
Yeah.
themselves and their own sovereignty
yeah.
and, and things like that. Not to like blow, you know, not to hype us up too much, but it is a remarkable thing that we survived.
is.
You know, that we struggled, and we are just, you know, doing everything we possibly can and more to actually
Yeah.
do this thing, you know, which is not unique. Things like that happened in history, Finland, like I, you know, told you before. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's just, yeah, it's a very hard thing. It's a very hard, terrible, bloody war. The one that have not been in Europe for, you know,
A long time.
pretty much of this, you know, scale. And
Well-
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
And,
It
I'll
is.
tell you, my positive thinking of Ukraine started when Trump put pressure on Zelensky back in 2019 of the phone call.
Yeah, I know that.
And because I started learning about Ukraine, and I saw you guys installed this political novice, this guy who had nothing to do with politics, trying to get rid of the corruption in your country. You installed this guy, and then I think the next year you replaced 3/4 of the parliament with his party. I mean, you guys were on a great path to success. It was a shining example of how to change your country and fight for it. And so I was really
Well,
impressed
yeah.
even back then.
And we're punished for that now, you know. So
Right. Now people conspiracy minded, like, oh, the U.S. was involved. What are you talking about? These people fought hard to replace these corrupt people and fight against corruption.
yeah, there have been two elections since Maidan Revolution. One was Poroshenko, and the other was Zelensky. And Zelensky was kind of like a candidate that most people were like, you know, hopeful for, because he's like this young person, not from like old oligarchs,
Right.
not allied with like Russian affiliated parties, and you know, things like that. Also, there was like a lot of populism, of course. You know, he like appealed to the to average like person, like, oh, I'm just like you guys, you know, and all that,
Yeah.
which is it helped his campaign, of course, but mostly people just were tired from the same old shit. And yeah, it made sense.
I think Zelensky did a very good job in the war.
After revolution, there have been a lot of hope
Right.
for you know, for the greater things, which were tarnished by invasion in 2014, of course, and stab in the back annexation of Crimea and the invasion of Donbass and war and everything, but nothing like it is in February 22, of course.
Well, I always say progress, it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And so I really think that there is a light at the end of the tunnel for sure. And I know I brought up the softening support, but I still think that the support is there and the money will come. But I also think we have to support Ukraine because it's a message
True.
to China. And that is a very important
Yeah.
part of this whole conflict
Mhm.
too. Is like we want to prevent China from going after Taiwan, and the best way to do that
Think
is
so too,
showing
yeah.
that we will support 100%. I also think that the nuclear threats by Russia have always been just saber rattling. I don't think he would ever do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's just, by the way, very much agree with you about China. This is something that rarely people bring up. So when we, we intercepted a bunch of conversations of Russian soldiers, of Russian army people. So we listened to them, I also listened to a bunch. I actually translated quite a bit of them with subtitles. But
Okay.
thing is that they were shocked by that support. They fully considered the West cocked. No offense to you guys, but they considered that they will do absolutely nothing. Like they did
Wow.
with Georgia, like they didn't do anything with Moldova. In 2014, Russia got I don't know, like a slip on the wrist at best, for what everyone was like in
Yeah.
Union, everyone like, oh, that's so bad, we're so concerned, that's what happened. Nothing much than that. Nothing, and Russia was fully thinking that this will be the same this time around. We literally intercepted conversations from Russian commanders saying like, what the fuck? They have javelins, they have anti-attack weapons, and this is the barest amount we got in I don't know, in April, right? I think. So they were like, they have Western support, sanctions are pretty heavy. We didn't expect any of that. And this is just, you need to show some teeth. And
Yep.
you did, I guess, much more teeth than I expected. Not enough, in my opinion. But
True.
expected,
Not enough.
And-
Oh God.
and
Thank
it is, of
goodness.
course, important to show
Yep.
that this type of invasion, annexation, and invasive expansionist, imperialist actions cannot go unpunished.
What
They
installed?
do, they will just continue going. And there are other actors beside Russia who are just,
What do you mean,
this.
Doogie?
Waited how the West will reply, they waited, what they will do, what will they do, you can see that with Taiwan and China situation. And yes, Serbia was like, oh yeah, Yugoslavia 2.0 is incoming, there was Serbia is literally Russia on the Balkans, but that's another story, right? So a lot of actors in the world were waiting on the reaction of the West, and I do believe that the harder this reaction is, the less there is this idea that you can pull something like that without any, I guess,
Consequence.
condemnation and actual
Consequence.
consequences, I guess,
Right.
of your action. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think the support will be there. Now, here's
I do hope so, yeah.
I don't have too many other questions, but I do have one that I brought up with Dylan, and I'm curious your thoughts as well. This idea that if Crimea were to be liberated, or the Donbass in these areas, and I hope they are you concerned that there's been so many Russians brought in that they'll just be a nonstop insurrection that just it could be maybe lead to more problems? No, not at all. Nothing like that.
Basically, Lara, I could go alone about that for a long time, but there's 3 main things. First thing is most Russians who were illegally moved to the annexed territory are already fucking escaping,
They ran away.
There was there was not all of them obviously, but quite a lot of them are. After the little boom on Kerch Bridge, they were like, oh, holy fuck, and there was cars upon cars of them living and living. That's one thing. I personally think the majority of actual Russians will simply escape back to Russia where they belong. And I would like that our government would, assist them with that. So don't do what Russia does, which is shell the people who are trying to evacuate. Yeah,
Right.
So don't do that. Just allow them, make corridors for them, allow them to, safely leave if they want to. And that's one thing. And second thing is that Crimea is very and Russians as well who live there are very conformist. So pretty much whatever rules there, they will accept. They didn't have that much of a choice, as you probably know, when Russia initially invaded, because
Right.
it cannot be considered a referendum when it's under guns and there's
True.
there,
The referendum is worthless.
Personally, know what exactly is their will. And I do think that we should take into consideration Ukrainians more and Tatari, most importantly, who
Oh
are
yeah.
the worst and who actually are the native people of Crimea.
True. Oh my God.
It is something
Amazing.
to, I think most
True.
of them will either escape, those who illegally, came there to live after annexation.
Tatari, yeah.
Rest, I think, will be pretty much okay with just staying with Ukraine. That's pretty much
Okay.
how I think it will go down. And I am much more concerned of actual people who are suffering under occupation for 8 years than I am for people who will be forced to escape or will willingly escape.
I'm not concerned about their lives being uprooted or whatever, but I just thought, there's the hundreds of thousands of these people that have been moved in, and then they're settled there now for a few years, and they'll kind of blend into the population, but everybody knows who they are. But it just feels like maybe they have free access now into Ukraine to go cause more problems. So I don't know. It concerned me a bit.
This, not to be like extremely offensive, but those people have no spine to do anything. So
Okay.
yeah.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
so
They're
there's
kind of
like
just
that.
pawns.
Yeah.
Like they got a check to go live there, and they don't really care about it.
Yeah,
They'll
pretty
leave
much,
in a
yeah.
second. Okay. It's not in their
Yeah.
heart. They don't love the land, and they're there to fight.
Yeah, well, those who came there can easily come back, right? In those like 8 years. But actual like local Russians from Crimea who have been living there their whole lives, they of course care about Crimea and love this place, obviously, because they live their own like lives and generations there. Which, by the way, maybe your like audience doesn't know that, but they're actually in no way, shape, or form, despite what Hassan Piker might tell you, a native population of Crimea. They actually were pretty much installed there after they genocided
Yep.
the previous native population, which is Crimean Tatari. So,
Yep.
yeah,
Oh yes, correct.
of Ukraine, by the way, and who suffer
Really great to say that.
so
Yeah.
yeah, so there's that, and I'm more concerned with that than I am concerned with anything else. It very much reminds me of this, like I don't know if you know this, like there was like this Sudetenland. It basically was started like World War II in a way. This is like a territory, a land in Czechoslovakia, which was populated by mostly Germans. So Hitler said, like, this land is populated by mostly Germans, so it's supposed
I'm
to
so shocked if people don't know about this, if people don't know about Czechoslovakia, then I'm shocked. Especially since it was one moment when Poland actually did the bad thing and swooped in and took part of the Czechoslovakia as well. Important, Tatars are still prosecuted. Interestingly enough, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Poland right now still has its own native Tatar population. Its own native Tatar Muslim population. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was the only European country that had a native Muslim population that was there not through conquest, but people just moved there on their own accord. He said that Zelensky was installed. It kind of implies he didn't get elected. Poor choice of words, I guess. I agree. Yeah. Zelensky was elected, not installed. Many Tatar rights advocates had been disappeared in Crimea later than occupied territories elsewhere. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, the Tatars. They're the Polscy Tatarzy, the polscy tatarscy muzułmanie. Okay, let's continue. But yeah, it's important really to keep in mind that the rightful citizens, sort of the rightful natives of Crimea are the Tatars. But here is this stupid anti-NGO narrative playing role. Oh, anti-NGO, interesting.
to be Germany. And after he successfully pretty much like observed Austria with that similar principle, they're
Yeah.
actually Germans, right? Yeah, so basically he decided that to make demands to Czechoslovakia to give him and Germany Sudetenland, to which Czechoslovakia said
The event was called the Anschluss of Austria.
no, excuse us, but no. Germans decided to make demands to give Sudetenland autonomy, to give them like a bunch of rights, a bunch of privileges, which is exactly mirroring what we did with Crimea. Like most of them are Russians there ethnically. We gave them autonomy. They ruled themselves. They picked their own, representatives. They were very much in political sphere of Russia. They were like Russian flags everywhere alongside Ukrainians. Nobody did anything to that. They spoke Russian, no problem there, which is pretty much what Czechoslovakia decided to do with Sudetenland. So speak German, no like prosecution of German anywhere.
Oh God.
Rights, autonomy. Of course, it was not enough.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that, Kara. So I remember
To
the
occupy entirety of Czechoslovakia, which is
annoying
exactly
narrative.
what Russia did here. And Czechoslovakia was, pressured, you could say blackmailed, if you're feeling edgy, by friends in Britain to give away Sudetenland to Germany, which, of
Yes.
course, France gave Czechoslovakia the assurance that Germany will not occupy the entire country after that they will just stop,
And then yoink, it did.
Finland, where Germans live, right? And just stop. So Czechoslovakia was like, okay, so France gave us guarantees, Britain gave us guarantees, and then France and Britain was like, fuck you in the guarantees, and which is also a similar thing that happened here with, Ukraine. And of course, Hitler not only invaded the entirety of Czechoslovakia, and then use them as a platform, as like a starting point to continue his invasion further on to Europe, which is occupying Poland, attacking Poland with Soviet Union when he made alliance with them. And
Yep.
so Chamberlain famously returned to Britain saying, "Oh, I prevented the war. Peace is based, peace, everybody." And everyone, and Churchill famously said, like, you have a choice between disgrace and war. You chose disgrace, and now you will have war, which is exactly what fucking happened. And and this is history tends to repeat itself apparently. So that's why so
Fair.
many people you see will make things like, where is the truth that Putin will go further? He just will take Donbass and that's it.
Oh
He
yeah.
will just take the east where supposedly Russians
Stupid
live,
people
which,
say
by the way,
that.
is not true. Where Russian speaking Ukrainians, but not ethnically Russian. The only place in Ukraine where majority Russians live is Crimea. The rest is majority Ukraine everywhere, including Donbass. We were Russified forcefully by Russian Empire. That's why we speak Russian. But that's not the reason.
By the way,
So yeah.
just so you
Basically,
know,
many people make arguments like, if Putin takes this occupied, it would make Ukraine. Literally, they say make Ukraine give away those territories. Then he will just stop, just like Hitler did, right? So yeah, if you give tyrants, imperialist people obsessed with expansion, with empire building.
just so you know, Poland after World War I, the places that were occupied by the Russian Empire, it was basically the same situation. Everybody spoke Russian. Everybody. Russian was basically a language that everybody spoke back then. So that is absolutely correct.
With like Putin is, and like a certain other mustache person was, it's just they don't stop if you give them what they want. They just proceed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think teeth need to be shown, and we are showing those quite nicely, I think.
I share in your seriousness in the concerns that he'll keep going, and I think there's no, like, Europe is genuinely concerned as well. Like, Ukraine is stopping him there. We either fight there or we fight on our territory eventually. So I do agree. One last controversial thing that I talked to Dylan about was this idea of bringing a gun to a gunfight. And here you have this monster next door who's doing terrible
Kind of same in Hungary, except many people refuse to learn.
things, like you mentioned in Bucha and on. And I mentioned to
I mean, many people refuse to learn, technically speaking, in Poland, but it was just unavoidable. Like the author of the book that I'm reading now, it's just it was unavoidable because people wanted to sort of not to be excluded from everything from life, etc. So they had to learn Russian.
In that I don't see any way for the Ukrainians to get the Russians out unless they fight fire with fire and they commit, shall we say,
Oh,
war
yeah.
crimes.
I
And
dislike that when you said
I know
it.
you that
Yeah.
struck a nerve with
Yeah.
you. And look, I was being as, hyperbolic as I could just because it's Dylan. I've known him for a while. But here we now are starting to see, and I'm using the term war crime lightly.
Right, yeah,
But
that's true,
now we're starting
Karasu.
to see
That's
some
true.
attacks in Russia. We saw this drone attack in a residential neighborhood outside of Moscow. We saw the drone above the Kremlin. And though nobody's been killed,
Nobody.
it's still right.
Yeah,
It's still
which hurt
it's sending a
exactly
message.
nobody.
But it,
Yeah.
it still is. It's dangerous, right? It's dangerous territory, and so it kind of, in my mind, it kind of justified a little bit of what I was saying, that you got to take the fight to Russia and show those people, hey, you're not comfortable, you're not safe either. So I was curious your thoughts on that. Like, do you agree that you guys are going to have to get your hands a bit dirty and perhaps do?
We're not a Slavic language family. Lithuanian is also, I think, not a Slavic language family, by the way. Lithuanian is also not a Slavic language, just so you know. Or so I believe. When she talked about a mustache man, I thought she meant Stalin at first. Took me a second, she meant a German guy.
Some
Right.
things that you wouldn't want to do in order to get these monsters out of your home.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I think your point was a bit, okay, I'll say it. It was a bit silly because war crimes don't have to be
Right.
committed to have successful counteroffensives, which are already proven. No war
Sure.
crimes were committed in liberation of, Kharkivsk Oblast
We've talked about this with Anastasia today.
or Kherson and things like that on our part at least.
Right, but it's not, strictly speaking, Slavic, is what I'm saying. Right? Right. It's not Indo-European. Okay. Okay. I understand.
So at least nothing like, to scream about. If we did, everyone would be screaming about it who is not, who is against
course.
Ukraine, Yeah, so there's that. And of course, there are always victims of war. It is war, There always will be civilians who will die, obviously.
Yeah.
But war crime is not civilians dying, it's targeting civilians.
Exactly.
Specifically targeting residential areas, doing critical infrastructure, civilian infrastructure. You don't have to do it.
You know, the thing that Russia is doing on the daily? Balto-Slavic, right.
Makes your counteroffensive much harder. Like I said, it's hard to be a good guy when Russians place their artillery between living houses, between residential houses, and our
I don't remember exactly about the Lithuanian
because they
language.
don't want to hit the population. They use population as a shield all the time. They did several times now. So it's just, of course, it's hard. But unless you start deliberately targeting critical infrastructure, which is what Russia doing, when they
Daily.
left us without heat, without electricity,
They do it daily.
for months, things like that. If you're not doing this, then I wouldn't consider it a war crime. I would just consider it war, Yeah, I would just consider it offensive action.
Yeah.
Also, there's that. And I don't see why we will have to, I don't know, attack civilians and deport anyone, or kill people or rape them or torture them or put them in I don't know, prison camps.
By the way, this language relations has been used as an imperialistic national argument to merge, ignore ethnicities. True. Czech used this argument against Slovakian separate identity, even though there is a little group within Poland called the Kashubs. I think Karasu is probably familiar with the Kashubs, and the Kashubian language is quite different from Polish. Even though the Kashubs are now considered sort of part of Poland and part of Polish people. Even though they're very distinct. They're a very distinct ethnicity with their own language, their own thing.
There's just simply no need to do that to our own people, of course. So nobody will, there's no point at that. It might be hard, and it might be will be victims, of course, of like our offensives as well, obviously, right? But that's just war. Like I said, on the
Yeah.
other hand,
Yeah.
deliberately targeting civilians is a war crime. So there's that. Also, second thing is that get our hands dirty. This kind of like pisses me off. Not what you said, but what I think is there's like this narrative that we're supposed to be those fucking angels, like it's
Yeah. I
war.
agree.
It's not a Hollywood movie.
True.
Like I don't know, and like heroes with clean hands, without blood on their hands. Of course
I
there is.
agree.
So it just the thing is that I pretty much haven't spoke with literally any soldier or any person in Ukraine who says that we should attack like Russian civilian infrastructure. Like nobody wants that. Despite how much we fucking hate them and what they did to our people, and the fact that they support majority supports like Russia, or at least is conformist and doesn't do much to stop it. To be charitable, right? And of course, Russian imperialist and chauvinism mindset is not a Putin's mindset; it's Russian mindset. So yeah, so there's that.
People are naive if they think that
Hardly imagine,
Putin is just.
Ukrainians cheering on, killing civilians in Russia. This is after what we have been through. Even them, I don't want.
There's a lot of naivete when it comes
Despite
to.
that they
I,
don't
I don't
deserve
mean
my
to.
consideration.
I don't mean
But
to imply that
yeah.
you guys would at all either. I agree with everything you just said. War is war, and all this stuff that's happened and will happen are just the result of war. Like you can't just walk with a scalpel and we're going to do this tiny little strike, and things happen.
Which is,
and,
by the way, what we're doing. We're literally striking
You
them with
are,
like
yeah.
precision. Yeah, and this is because we have actually your guys' great weapons that allow such precision, that allow to actually target the proper targets. So like, military equipment, artillery, I don't know, like bases, military targets that are legitimate war targets, bridges, things like that, right? But but Russians, not only they don't give a fuck and they shell civilians just on principle of terrorizing the population.
Kindergartens, hospitals, they target those things. Anastasia actually did a good here. And to answer this question, yeah. I think so. And we did talk about this a little bit as well, if you remember. We did talk about this topic as well when we talked today. We actually talked about this talk and we talked about her answer. Yeah, she did answer good. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too.
But quite a lot of times they just fucking miss. They use as equipment. Yeah, and it misses like 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, and they miss their targets regularly. It's not just some of it is malicious, but quite of it is not. Quite a lot of it is just their fucked up way of using very bad, very inaccurate, old and inefficient military equipment. So yeah, so we do luckily have quite good, and we would like more. just saying, we would like more good equipment that hits its target. But yeah, of course, like there are some victims, casualties that might be when you like strike a bridge that is used as a, let's say, like a logistical point to bring like equipment and military to us to attack us. Of course, when you strike at it, there could be some casualties, but there's difference between casualties and between deliberately flattening cities and civilians and just shelling them nonstop, which is what I would never want my country to do, even to liberate themselves.
Yes.
And this is like I think the sentiment of most people here, as I, at least
and
see
that's
it. Yeah.
that's a tough restraint when you see your own people being treated.
But I think it is the right thing to do.
We're not going to become monsters like them, but boy, I can imagine people want to. And that's why I was going to ask you a follow-up. And I know this pales in comparison to what Russia has done. And I'm not trying to say Ukraine did anything bad. In fact, I think it's take the fight to them. I was actually telling Dylan, like, they should be. I'm surprised they've been so restrained, because I don't know how. I don't think the U.S. would be. I think we would have done some pretty harsh things if somebody attacked us in order to end it as soon as possible.
Kind of did,
But
you
when-
know.
Well,
Did
yeah,
harsh
we
things
have.
when somebody
We've
attacked
done
you. Let's put it like that.
you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
You look at like the acquisition of territory in America, and boy, we are no one to tell people to hold restraint. But like when you saw, and I don't even know the whole story, but like that swarm of drones that hit a Russian neighborhood, what were your thoughts when you saw that? And I'm not condemning it, I'm not judging it. I'm just curious, like, what did you as a Ukrainian think when you saw that? Was it kind of a relief that the Russia has to send some resources over there, or the incursions into Belgorod, I think it is, with
Oh,
this
that one.
sort of
That one was juicy.
well, like, so what? Like,
Yeah.
what do you think? Do you not like to see that, or are you like, okay, this is just part of war as well and
Well,
necessary?
depends. Like I said, depends. Like obviously, first of all, we didn't.
Right.
You know, there's like no certainly like 100% proof that drone thing was done by Ukraine. That's first of all.
True.
And second of
True.
all, even if it was, it's just. Like I said, depends on the action. So if my country receives like far-range missiles and now it's striking at Belgrade quite often, actually, finally we give them back their fire. They've been shelling my city for fucking year, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, but unless there is like reports of like, oh, they like hit residential areas and like 100 people died, that I would not be, of course, like very appreciative of. But so far it doesn't happen. So
Yep.
unless it's like I said, casualties may happen, but it depends on how you use those weapons. And for now, for example, like in Belgorod situation, right? It was attacked actually by a Russian battalion, not like Ukrainian battalion. It serves Ukraine. It fights for us, but it is a Russian battalion by Russians.
Right.
Kind of their initiative to do that as well, which I was kind of hilarious, to be honest. But that's like another story. Like it's fun to see them like be a little bit afraid, because you know we have
Sure.
been very afraid for a year and a half right now. So they do not suffer the consequence of what their country is doing.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
like in the
their
video that we've
it's not
discussed.
their loved ones. No Russians found their father in pieces like I did, you know.
Right.
So of course it is completely different situation for them, and I think it is important for them to feel like some real consequences of this war as well.
Yeah.
Maybe this will inspire them to be more against it. Who knows, right? You know. But like I said, this is not me saying that I want to shell fucking residential areas in Belgrade, which is not something I think is reasonable, and also as well kind of is a war crime which you would love to not participate in if you can, right? And
Yeah.
there's a lot of eyes on us, like I said. So many people. It is frustrating, of course, to be those like angels, like I said. But at the same time, the word is like so many people in the world are just looking at us in this magnifying glass and just trying to find fault with everything we do. So
Yeah.
of course we don't want to add, and not only because of the there's like moral argument that I already made that shell in residential areas is not good regardless, right? But also there is like a practical argument, which is we want people to support us, and we don't want to let's put it like that, succumb to like any vengeful fantasies. Which I
Right.
think is good, because I would not like my people to be like that, I don't
Exactly.
want them to fight this like evil shit and become like that themselves. It's not
Yeah.
something I want. And it's not something I see right now, thankfully. So
It
Thankfully,
would
yeah.
be another loss to lose humanity or your reputation like that in the world's eye, and I agree, it would be bad. And again, I'm not saying this stuff to try to bait you into like condemning Ukraine or anything
it's
like
fine,
that.
completely fine, yeah.
I just wanted to say that because like I do think like I'm really impressed and surprised. I think a lot of Americans are too at the restraint that you guys are at. Because if we had a monster like that next door to us attacking us, I guarantee the U.S. would be just going throwing everything at them, saying, "You motherfuckers! Like you're this is gonna be over as soon as possible. Like we're gonna blow up a whole city block until you leave. You know, like we did it in Japan. You know, we dropped
Yeah.
2 bombs." So get the hell,
Well,
like
that's-
we will do anything.
yeah.
We're insane. The U.S. is insane.
Well, guys, just to be quite frank, you have the power to do it, which not me saying it's good, but
Right.
it's just if you're not naive, you know how the world works. And the world works that the powerful can do whatever the fuck they want, which
Yeah.
is what Russia thought about themselves, which
Yeah.
time to prove them wrong, you know. But overall, of course, we are not don't have a luxury of being United States,
Right, yeah.
the most powerful, secure, and military-based country on earth, you know. So for us, being like, it's not like someone attack us and we can, nuke them the fuck away, you know. It's not like
Right.
that. So for us, of course, you have to be much more. I think it's kind of like shapes American thinking in a way, because they know, even if they criticize like America nonstop, they know they are living in the most secure and powerful country.
Right,
So
yeah.
you don't have that fear, quite frankly, of
Right.
anyone attacking you, other than
Yep.
those absolute morons who think Russia will attack the United States with nuclear weapons. But other than those people, if anyone is going to be nuked, it's going to be Ukraine, Kiev and something like that. Yeah, but which is very unlikely. Even that is very unlikely. But for them to United States is just ridiculous. But yeah, other than that, you are secure, and I think you allowed yourselves like very harsh actions, knowing you can perform them, which is again, you can say it's good, bad, whatever, right? But in our case, we cannot afford to be so bombastic, let's put it like that.
Yeah.
Well, and
Because
you gotta live. You
yeah,
gotta live next to these guys, no matter what happens in the end. You gotta live next to them, and I think there's a lot of connections there too. And that was like my next question I wanted to ask you. My last one. I won't keep you any longer. You've been kind to stay up here. My last.
Fine.
You're such a pragmatic person. It's very refreshing because on the internet I run into mostly a lot of extreme people, and that's the nature.
I'm
of
pretty
content
extreme.
creators, but-
I am pretty extreme.
Oh, normie. You're a person who's not terminally online. You're living in the real world, so you understand the
I'm
practicality
terminally
of the
on
situation, especially as
line.
someone in Ukraine, as you just beautifully explained. We don't have the options. We have to survive. We have to have this balance between the East and the West. I was curious, and I say this on my stream sometimes, but I don't blame the Russians, the people. I personally, and tell me if I'm dead wrong on this, and I don't mean to be insensitive, but I'm under the impression that half this population is brainwormed by watching television and being told nonsense. And so, like, these people are victims in a way of this criminal racket that controls their country, the 140 million Russians. And so I'm just curious, like, what your thoughts are on like, Russian people and their situation. Like, do you see them as
Terminally extreme. That's me, yeah.
of this Putin regime as well, or
We've also talked about this, like that there's the propaganda, but there's also this ultra nationalist thing that has been going on for a really long time. So we've discussed this today.
are they just kind of shitty people? Like, what are your thoughts?
I disagree with you, not fully. I guess you could say to some extent that they are also Russians, are also kind of like victims of the regime because they are prosecuted and live in a quite like, not the best conditions, let's put it like that. But the problem with Russia is that the majority of people there are chauvinist, imperialist, fascist fucks. That's the problem, I
But
put
where
it
do
as
they?
blankly
How did they
as-
become like that? Do you think? I mean, we're not
Well,
born
that's a
like that,
question.
right?
Obviously not, but this is a cultural problem in Russia that have not been rectified for many, many years. They have not lost World War II, despite siding with Nazis. Eventually, they became Hitler attacked Soviet Union. So as a result of that, Soviet Union ended up on the good side of history. And what did they do with that? Occupied the rest of Europe up to Berlin, up to half Germany as well, obviously, right? So this is just to show you that this is exactly the same beast, pretty much, as Germany was, and who the fuck knows how history would ended up if Hitler and Stalin would remain allies, and also everything about it is just. It's just Russia has remained an empire with an imperialist mindset. Whatever they named, Russian Empire, Soviet Union, modern day Russia, they remain imperialist country.
I would agree with that,
imperialist
yeah.
ambitions that not only has those ambitions but also exercise them.
We have discussed this.
Directly invades, annexed, and causes a bunch of like horrid things to their neighbors, terrifies them, to threatens them, to give them what they are giving us now, just because they want to, join European Union, choose like more of like a Western approach, and pretty much puts this entire part of the world under their thumb, and and threatens to kill them if they disobey. So this is a problem with Russian society. If Putin today, knocks the bucket, dies, then it wouldn't change much in Russia.
Right. I
So
believe that too.
this is it can be a bit better, could be worse. So I'm like 100% don't even know it would be better or worse in Russia if it happens. This is a symptom of the society right now. So we can of course go back again. Forgive me, everyone, to Nazi Germany, but or fascist, like anything, right? You can say that Germans themselves were not all pro-Hitler, right? So it would be kind of like silly to assume like 100% it was like fuck them Jews, World War II. I kind of like think it's very ridiculous to make those assumptions. But quite a lot of people at the time in Germany supported Hitler, and also quite a lot were just conformist. So this is pretty much, you can always go back to say like, oh, it's not their fault, they were brainwashed. But, just how much responsibility do you want to remove from their shoulders entirely? Plus, no offense to anyone, but this is 21st century. It's not like 20th century when there was like zero access to information. What German government was saying to people is what they believed. Russians are not North Korea. They had free access to internet. We speak, east of Ukraine speaks the same language as them. Most of us have relatives there. So most of my relatives live in Russia, just so you know. So like majority of my family lives in Russia. So it's a thing for majority
100 relatives.
have relatives and friends in Russia.
Yeah.
So they have
100 relatives.
most people just
Huge
just
family.
making a point from Belgorod, which is Russian city that shells my Kharkiv nonstop. Most of them are in our Telegram channels, are in our publics. They have access to everything they're doing. So it's not the same in any way, shape, or form. Like I said, there's no language barrier with Eastern Ukrainians, because Eastern Ukrainians, almost all of them, either speak Russian or at least know it, right? So it's just completely different situation. Sure, some of them are fully brainwashed by the TV, which would be elder population. If you like speak with elder population, you can clearly see they're like completely lost the plot.
Yeah.
So this is like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would say victims of propaganda for sure, because they're like, are very much, but at the same time, how much will you call them victims if this propaganda, it just builds on everything they already believe, which is Russian supremacy, Russian hegemony, superiority of Russians as Slavic people to everyone else. So
This is the technique of Orban, Putin to silence the opposition, yeah. Creating an environment where people feel they cannot trust any information. Right. That is true. Russia does create this sort of environment of not trusting any information. But she's right about education, that is very important. Right.
Their sentiments of Ukrainians not being a nation, not being disregard and despicable, like this, like I don't know even how to call it, like this disgust they feel towards like Ukrainian identity, Ukrainian culture. They call it a disease of the mind. They call it, they extremely like chauvinistic towards like other people, and they have been before this war started. So this is the sentiment. Sure, the propaganda machine helped it quite a bit, obviously, right? So for example, for last 8 years since 2014 invasion, when Maidan revolution was happening, right, the propaganda machine started working like non-stop, to prepare them for this invasion now, to pretty much to do this like manufactured consent type of shit, basically to make their
There is a culture of thinking Russia represents the Slavic people, that their highest form of pro-Slavic unity Everything else is lesser form of Slavic identity, right? Yeah.
Make them
True.
amendable to this invasion that they're doing right
Correct.
now. So like Nazis in Ukraine, you know, which is a very old, by the way, thing since 50s. Stalin did this, called like everyone who disobeyed the regime Nazis, pretty much, and used that as a tool to justify deportation, execution, genocide of Tatari, of Ukrainian people. So this is nothing new. Quite a lot of you guys just don't know this history, which is understandable. Like, why the fuck would you know it? You like live on the other
Right.
side of the world. But at the same time, this is not new in the slightest. This is a problem, quite a heavy one within Russian society that festered and was never addressed. They have not accepted
I agree
any
with that.
actions they did in the past as genocidal, as imperialist. Most of them view themselves as saviors, heroes.
Not to duck on you, Ducky, but I heard similar argument by Polish thinking Polish and Russian to the two highest forms of Slavic identity. Correct. Correct. The hyper nationalist sentiment after World War One did actually fester such sentiment. Correct. So, and then some Czech done the same for the Slovakians. So I will say that is absolutely correct, which is why I really want to. I cannot stress enough how I really want the political climate in Poland to change, because what you just said is absolutely correct. I even had more liberal Polish friend who had this take unchecked. Well, that is unfortunate, but I would say that that is a thing that should be reckoned with. That is like, this is one important reason. There is a real danger how nation states mix up biology. I will tell you this. This is one important reason why I do the whole. Granted, he was from Eastern Ukraine. That's, you know, that's neither here nor there. Eastern Poland. Okay, from Eastern Poland. That's neither here nor there. This is why I do the whole thing that some people consider to be a pain in the ass thing. This is why I keep saying, for example, that Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not Poland. You know, I keep repeating, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not Poland. It was a commonwealth of many nations living together in this one country that was a union of the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania. Because, as you've just mentioned, actually, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth does very frequently get used in this narrative of Poland being this great thing that actually led other nations, and that it was actually just Poland and etc., which I combat quite heavily, because it's one, it fuels the narrative that you've mentioned that arises in Poland, and two, because it's just factually not true. So one, it's not true, and two, it feeds the narrative of superiority that you've mentioned. So I grew up in a poor area, right? Does that make sense? Do you understand now why I'm being so particular and anal almost about certain, you know, about how things are framed and how things should be perceived? Do you understand my reasoning more or less? Right. I know why you do that. I do that with Hungarian identity, right? Like, it's a thing that you're absolutely correct that it's a thing, and it's absolutely a thing that we should just stamp out. We should just, like, it's what Anastasia says, like, we must reckon with it. We must do a reckoning with this sort of logic, right? There must be a reckoning. This sort of logic cannot be allowed to fester. But it's a product of complex accumulation of historical migration. Right, yes, exactly. How much you don't really have true Hungarians in ethnical biological sense. Right, that is a product of complex accumulation of historical migrations. Right, and this is what Russia never did, not even in time of the time of USSR. Yes, correct. And we've talked about this today with Anastasia, and it was, really nice to hear her thoughts about what she perceives nationality to be and national identity to be. The ideal Soviet, the progressive Soviet, had become synonymous with Russian. Yes, that's because I think it is correct to say that the USSR was just a continuation of Russian imperialism. I don't think it's unfair to say that the USSR simply continued the imperialism of the USSR, of Russia, of the Russian Empire.
Liberators, they literally still continue to say to this day and believe that they liberated countries in World War II. So after they expelled, for example, like Red Army expelled Germans, they occupied those countries instead of Germans. So, Czechia and Poland and other countries, Baltics, they just occupied countries just as Germans did, installed their puppet communist governments there that people did not want, So, so for them, they still see it as liberation. They pretty much.
And this had more to do with collapse in many sense when Russians themselves dismantled it than with US CIA, right? Yeah.
See themselves as those like benevolent, people who just do only good things, and they consider us, the rest of this part of the world, to be ungrateful, to be betrayals, to be like traitors to great Russian people, which is just about as imperialist as it gets, But this is the situation as it is. And unfortunately, quite a lot of Russians, and I would be easily could say a majority, believes that and have not made any efforts to unlearn this type of attitude.
Correct.
Unfortunately. So
You see, and that's what I'm saying is that nobody came up with that on their own. Like people, like nobody sat around and thought about the.
And Yeltsin was popular exactly because he's played upon this ethnic superiority. And Yeltsin was not an unpopular as many Western leftists tell now. Yeah.
Ukrainians are inferior to us, and like this stuff is obviously coming from somewhere.
Well, it's coming from somewhere, but it's centuries long,
Right.
Correct. Anna is correct.
Yeah.
Your average Russian doesn't go on the internet and like come up with this stuff. Like, they get it from somewhere. But again, I'm not trying to build sympathy for them. We have the same problem here in America. Like everybody in America thinks we're the best country in the world and that America does no wrong, and we don't want to revisit
not
that.
exactly comparable, not comparable in any way, shape, or form. But that's just of course, it doesn't come from the thin air, obviously, right? You are born in Russia, you are raised in Russia, your grandparents, your parents taught you all of that. It's just a generational thing. Of course, I'm not saying that a Russian, was born in Russia and chose to be a fucking fascist. Obviously not, right? That's silly. But it doesn't change the fact that right now this culture is dangerous. It is very harmful for both like their neighbors and themselves, in my opinion. But that's like another, thing, and it needs to be addressed. And like I said, for example, in Germany, right? Why so many people in Germany was so tolerant of what Hitler was doing, and so like on the board, I should say, mostly because of the actual like historical facts as well. For example, like for after World War I, right? Germany was placed in a very, very horrible conditions. So humiliated, demilitarized, and put in a pretty tight. Like people joke that like British people, slapped them on the ass, and so every day. So it was like
Well, basically, it was more like there was a big feud between Germany and France because before World War One, Germany actually attacked France and it won, and then took Alsatia and Lotharingia from France, and France was very vengeful for that, and that is why. Oh, hello, fake Alec Parker, and so France was very vengeful, and so insisted on extremely horrible peace things on Germany after World War One because of Alsatia and Lotharingia.
very humiliating condition that bred this resentment amongst Germans towards other people, other countries. So it was very easy then to blame the Jews because everything sometimes go wrong. Blame the Jews, right? So yeah, so
Right.
this sentiment was not out of nothing. There were legitimate conditions that were like a foundation for this hatred towards like Germans and in the West and Slavic people, whatever the fuck, to be built up on. But we wouldn't say that it excuses what they did, right? So
Course.
this is the same thing here. Yeah. So it's not
No,
out of thin air. Yeah, but it's not an excuse in any way,
that's
shape, or form.
fair.
Right.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean to imply it's an excuse. I guess that leads me to my like final follow-up question on that then is like how do we fix this? Like how do you think this gets better? Because you guys could kick these Russians out tomorrow, but you still got this problem. And so it's going to continue to be your problem as long as it exists. So like what is
Yeah,
your
sort of, yeah.
any thoughts on
It's a
how
curse.
like we fix this?
Yeah, and I just have to make this joke. You know how some people say like countries have like horrible weather, like catastrophes, like tornadoes, tsunami, earthquakes, and Ukraine doesn't have any of that. We're like living on Ukrainian shield and like no like catastrophes. So our catastrophe to compensate is Russia. They're like a natural disaster. You
It's
have
a
to
bad
deal with.
one.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a common joke. Yeah, but overall, is what I mean is, of course, you have to live with Russia as your fucking neighbor. There's like nothing to be done about that. But
Right.
what you do.
Nice. Thank you.
In my
Thank
opinion,
you,
about it
fake
is
Alec
we
Parker.
win. We have not won yet, and it's still a shaky situation to put it to say the least. The war has not been won yet, and yeah. But overall, you have to make them lose, for starters. There has to be accountability for what
True.
they did to other countries and to Ukraine. There has to be some form of like social, I guess you could say, punishment in a way that sanctions, I don't know, like isolation, things like that. For example, Germany
Yeah.
didn't stop to be a fascist or Nazi or Italy just because, they felt like it. They were like, fuck that Nazism, No, they
Well,
lost the war.
do you think like
They were
not
like,
inviting them, like not letting them participate in the Olympics? I don't say that as a joke, but like things along those lines as well to help.
yeah, but a bit more than that, I would.
This is a bit like this is the moment when I will. I'm not sure, but because that is what happened to Germany after World War One. It was punished, isolated, and it led Germany to build the resentment after World War II. Actually, Germany wasn't actually punished. It was rebuilt by the West to prepare it to fight against the Soviet Union. Like Germany was not actually punished and isolated after World War II. Like a different thing happened after World War II. Then, after there was a big sort of shift and reconstruction, but it was not quite the route of punishment as after World War One. And of course, it's a different situation because you could even make an argument that in World War One, Germany did not even occupy quite the same position as it did in World War Two. You see that East Germany is still more racist and hateful of immigrants, right? Immediately send supplies so Ukraine can rebuild. That's, of course, get Ukraine into the EU and NATO, right? Fortify Poland, right? Issue several arrest warrants for Putin and other top Russian officials, right? Issue several arrest warrants for... okay, we're waiting for the other points.
Appreciate. So like full embargo probably would be great. Yeah. Of course, things like that. They're already suffering quite a lot from the sanctions actually, because it does affect them in long term. And like I said, my relatives live in Russia, so I can talk with them about that. And so of course there gotta be like some sort of like accountability, maybe like I don't know, some type of like like I said, like heavy sanctions. Germany, like I said, was not denazified. Curse this word because Russians use it all the time. But they were not actually like stopped being Nazis just because they felt like it, or felt remorse for everything they did.
Right.
No, they have been beaten to the fucking ground for decades. And afterwards, things started to get much better. This ideology was pretty much abandoned. And the best thing about this whole thing is fascism just doesn't survive losses. It doesn't survive losing because it is ideology built upon the perceived power, upon
And waning, yeah.
being the powerful, the great, and this needs to be beaten down. When fascist regimes lose, they tend to collapse. Because there are, like I said, for example, like, do you know why there are much more now negative attitudes towards Putin now in Russia? Not because Russians feel remorse or they feel sorry for Ukrainians, but because they all say in forums, in chats, just why the fuck does it take so long to kill those chachli? Chachli is a derogative term they use for Ukrainians. Why does it take us so long? We are like the best army in the world. That's what they have been fed, right?
What a joke.
They are this biggest, baddest bear, Russian bear army of the world.
Have the U.S. strengthened relationship with all neighbor Mexico and such, right? Have U.S. strengthened more relations with the EU nations? Give Zelensky and others like him medals of freedom and heroship? That's true. Fortify Norway? Wow. That's the plan.
It's a delusion, to be quite honest. But now they kind of see it. What's taken so long? We have been promised to take this entire country and go on the vacations there. Next week, right? And it takes a year and a half now. So you can already see like the support within the Russia. Then they feel negative about it, more negative, because like I said, not because they feel any sympathy, but because they're just, why the fuck it takes in us so long? Why the fuck are we like so ineffective? Like, why are we so ineffective in our war effort? And this is very important, like I said, for them to lose, to them actually to see that they are not this hard word. Whatever, impenetrable.
Impenetrable.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, saved. Yeah, so they are not this like incredible power that cannot be defeated, it cannot be crushed, and things like that. So this is pretty important. They still live on this whole hype of them winning supposedly World War II, right? So they are like, call it a Great Patriotic War instead of World War II.
Yeah.
They're like obsessed with militarism, with like their power, their might. So for this whole thing to collapse would be an incredible blow to this supremacist, fascist type of thinking, in my personal opinion, as far as I know Russians and their ideology. So this is one thing you can do. And of course, like there has to be some accountability. I'm not saying like to the level of Germany, to like tear the country apart in like pieces. And, it's not exactly what I mean, but at least severe sanctions, severe condemnation, and things like that need to be done. So that's I believe it is in all of our interests for Russia to stop being fucking fascist, you know?
True.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
of course, oh, yeah, but to do that, you have to, like I said, show fucking teeth. And them losing is one of the main factors that I do believe will contribute to that.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I abandon the idea that we're going to somehow have an uprising in Russia. They get fed up with Putin because of the sanctions or something.
Yeah.
Like, it's never going to happen. The people have no choice. They can't protest. They don't have access. I mean,
They don't want to. They don't want to. They don't
yeah,
want to
they're
as
too
well.
convinced
Yeah.
of the other opinion, and you gave a great argument for just, this is going on, this is built into them at this point. It's part of
Yeah.
who they are. So the only way you're going to change them is through a dramatic loss and hopefully it
Yeah.
comes in Ukraine.
Strength of democracy worldwide.
I
Hope to God the US has developed anti-nuke weapons and export them to Poland, Norway, and Ukraine. True.
appreciate you sharing all this. This is the whole point of reaching out to you, was let me hear from your perspective. Let me throw you my crazy ideas, my crazy points of my thoughts on some of this stuff, and
What a long
see what
convo.
your pragmatic approach is, because Dylan can provide some insight, right? But he's more of a tourist. Yeah, he lives there now, but he didn't grow up there.
He's
No,
our
no,
boy.
I'm not saying.
Tourist. He's a journalist. He's not a okay. I need to get some Pepsi now. Tourist? No. Tourist. How annoying. Like promoted both home and abroad. Yes. I'm gonna be right back. Please consider, in the meantime, supporting the Lucy has a anti hobby racket. Okay? Please consider. Thank you. Be right back. Don't slander Dylan. True. Look at Germany, who with care because their far right parties are getting support. Right.
I'm not saying he's a war tourist. I'm just saying he's
Yeah.
there. He didn't grow up. It's not in his blood. He
Yes.
didn't.
Strengthen all anti-Nazi sentiments. Issue hold a sanction against Russia, Putin, Belarus, and Lukashenko. Oh yeah. Pardon peeps, like, start accepting refugees of all types. True.
He hasn't seen. He doesn't have relatives in Russia like you do. He doesn't have those connections. He's there. Trust me, I'm impressed, and I think it's very brave what he's doing, and I applaud him tremendously for it. I don't think most people have the guts to go do what he's doing right now. He's living in the same environment you are voluntarily. Imagine a lot of people would leave if they could instantly, but he's gone there. But I have all these ideas, and I'm on the outside, and I'm just a guy who watches what my government's up to, and I have these concerns about the wind shifting with Ukraine support. But here's the thing. You guys are like the first TikTok war, shall we say? And I think even just little gains and little things like little tiny like cleaning out some trenches, that resonates with the Americans. And so I'm confident that as more and more advances are made, and you don't have to take Crimea by the end of the year to keep the money flowing, you know? I'm convinced that even just movement, any sort of movement, and you guys continuing to do what you've done for the last year will inspire Americans and instill that hope. Because again, it all goes back to what I said in the beginning. The reason why Americans support Ukraine is because you guys are something positive in the world after so many
Start accepting refugees from Russians who don't want to go to war. Less people in draft and Russia has to spend, right?
bad things. And that's not going away anytime soon. We've got tough elections coming up. We still have Trump haunting us. And so we look to the Ukrainians as inspiration. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate you. I know you're not on the front lines fighting, but you are right in the middle of it all, you know, and you're going to the front lines and you're providing support. And,
Every
and
now
so
and then, yeah.
I don't know if people ever say to you, but I appreciate your sacrifice. And I know your family has had its own tragedy with this war, but you continue to voluntarily engage. You could leave the country, I'm sure. You did before for your own safety, but you could probably leave now if you wanted to. Oh, you did? I thought you had you left your city for a while.
My peeps. Yeah, that's my city, but not my country. Yeah.
But that's, and again, it's totally understandable. It's totally understandable. Most people, like, I think 9 million Ukrainians have left entirely, and they're justified in doing it. They have their own reasons, but for the ones that have stayed and continue to fight every day, I mean, you just heard air raid sirens in the 2 hours that you and I are talking. I mean, this is stressful stuff, you know? It's stressful to have a messy apartment where there's things strewn about, you know? But I couldn't imagine hearing air raid sirens. It's no way to live, so I'm impressed.
A lot of Ukrainian people who left did it because they had families with children, with small children, etc., right? A lot of it was families running away.
I really appreciate the talk, and it is I understand what you mean, because this pressure, we feel it, of course, we need to perform in those counteroffensives so people can see they're not giving us weapons for nothing. There is like this of course this pressure, but at the end of the day it's our lives, we're not watching it from the somewhere somewhere away. We're living it, and I have my city is partially ruined, and I see it every day. And I go to the front lines as well, and I just see what war is like with
children like teens and small children like infants. My gosh.
2 eyes. And so this is a bit different, and I wouldn't call it like a sacrifice, to be quite honest. I just think of it as a duty, So there's that. And of course the Western support means a lot to people. I have never seen so much positive things about Americans in Ukraine, to be honest with you. Like people learn that Dylan is like American, when we walk around and stuff with him, and they would be like, doing this, basically like doing a little bow, to him, just because he's, because people appreciate
he's a celebrity
it.
or what?
Not exactly a celebrity, but people appreciate Americans, of course, and our European allies, and of course our Asian allies as well, Korea, Japan, and people appreciate like all the help we're getting, because of course we know that how much it helped us. We see it actually with our own eyes. For example, like Patriot systems, how much they helped Kiev. and they taking down those supposedly unbreakable Kinjal missiles, right, supersonic missiles, and it is of course incredibly valuable. But at the end of the day, like I said, it is our fight, and despite the West giving us much more help than I.
Listen, in Poland, it's you still call them children, okay? They're still kids. Kids and young kids. You say dzieci I małe dzieci. Children and small children, okay?
Initially
My
thought they would.
goodness.
The fact of the main remains is just our blood we're spilling. So, I guess use a bit of your money and your weapons and our blood to win this fight is a fair trade, I'd say.
Yeah, and I mean you're doing us a huge service, and I just want to emphasize it's a two-way street. I understand you're saying that Ukrainians appreciate Americans, but we appreciate the Ukrainians. Like you said, you doing your duty for your country is inspiring for us and gives us hope. And so it is a two-way street. I don't want to leave you with and I know you don't think this, but I think a lot of Americans don't realize.
I've read it out loud.
It's like
I've read it out loud. Boy, I still haven't read the point number 16. Start promoting humanity throughout the world and raise the standard of human living. True. Very nice points, I think.
Like when I go knock on doors for a political campaign, I tell people to inspire them. I say, you're getting a lot from knocking on those doors too. You're not just telling people to go vote and convincing them. They're sharing their lives with you and their passion, and you get to meet new people. And so in the sense that the U.S.
I like the points.
You guys are helping us out a lot too, and you're also helping us keep people like
I
China.
think there's a lot in those points that should be it should be obvious, but it's sort of not for some reason for people and countries, A lot of it is good, like security measures. The anti-nuke thing would be pretty nice because it would sort of a lot of things about the narrative that right now is that, what about the nukes? What about the nukes, Russia should be just let to roll over Ukraine because of the nukes. And I think an anti-nuke thing would definitely... A Metal Gear. The US should develop a Metal Gear is what you're saying. I like them. I like the 16 points. Especially take a close look at Germany because right wing is gaining prominence.
China at bay and sending them a message and hobbling Russia, who's a thorn in our side. So we're very appreciative.
Which is very worrying for Poland as well.
Duty and what you guys are doing too. What I would love to do, Anna, is keep in touch, and maybe every couple months we can have a combo for an hour or so and just kind of talk about the latest with Congress and what the U.S. is support and what's going on there, maybe something like that.
Yes, appreciate the conversation. It was lovely. It was a bit hard on you, I guess. On Twitter, which considering what absolute shit was on that debate panel, I don't know if you saw it or not, on Week panel. Week is lovely, but the panel itself, it was just such a disaster. I after those commie Western dudes, I kind of Russia simps. I basically reconsidered how I guess critical I was. I didn't say anything mean, but I thought you were defeatist, I guess you could say, without any proper reason to be, I guess you could say. And so I really appreciate the conversation, and I would love to talk sometime.
It's far better than the debate.
If you have any topics you want to discuss or something, just message me and I can hop on, no problem. And and also Dylan Bernsenka is our boy. Support him, guys, if you can, because I made his name to be Ukrainian. It sounds bad, I know, but that's the best I can do. Burns is hard to make Ukrainian, so Bernsenka it is.
You are a soldier for dealing with that Fabian clown. I refuse to engage with him. He is obnoxious, and I'm sorry that you had to have your first panel with that idiot. But I hope it doesn't discourage you from
My
going on more,
God.
because that is a terrible representation of anybody. He is a complete clown and a fraud, and yeah, I think you were debating a cartoon character, basically.
True.
Sort of, yeah.
Any-
That's what felt
And
like.
I think I saw a little bit of it, but I can't stand that guy, so I didn't watch much. But I heard a lot of
It was
positive
insufferable.
things. Yeah, I'm sure you did
Yeah.
great, and I hope you do more. Do you have any fun?
Was the US president would metaphorically give Zelensky a blank check and not say a note saying no war crimes. Except point 17 would be to develop our own version of Starlink. Do you think she could make my name Ukrainian? I doubt it. Nothing can break a Mexican strength. Wait, by that do you mean fake Alec Kyle Parker? If it could be made Ukrainized?
Fundraising you're doing right now for anything that you want to tell people about?
Yeah, basically we're doing like things constantly. So,
Okay.
everything on my PayPal, everything goes to the either army or volunteer efforts. So like buying cars for volunteers, vehicles, things like that, so we can deliver stuff. Right now we did a fundraiser for headphones, protective gear, I should say, protective ear gear for, our dudes near Bakhmut. And
Yeah.
I'm probably today or tomorrow going to post another. The guy said that those headgear we bought for them was very good and very effective, and they asked for more. Also, they need
Awesome.
power banks, which is the fundraiser I'm going to do next. And so we always war is so much money, guys. It's so much money. There's always something needed.
True.
Cars break down, power banks get nuked. They also need like radios. They need headgear. They need
Oh,
medical
might be
supply.
difficult.
There's not a day that goes by that I don't get calls and messages from people saying this battalion needs this battalion needs this battalion needs that. So it's not like it's ever ending. So any help, any dollar you can donate is appreciated. On my Twitter, there's a link to my PayPal in my bio, and you can support the efforts. I do want to buy them at least like a 15 20 more headgear they ask for as soon as possible. And yeah, so it's never ending, unfortunately, because the war is still on.
Right.
And people need help
Awesome.
all the time. Yeah.
So people go to your Twitter and they can see. I see photos of the stuff you're buying and the stuff you're fundraising for and delivering it and all that. So I would encourage people to go follow her Twitter.
True. Do it.
You'll see all the stuff, and she's great at Twitter. I told her earlier she's 1,000 times better at Twitter than I am. I have no clue what I'm doing on
No.
there. So
Yeah,
She
I
has a
didn't
fun
expect
Twitter.
to have so many people. Yeah. I do try, but it pisses me off all the time. So there's that.
Okay, so that's it. I hope you've enjoyed my coverage of the talk. If you have, then press like, subscribe, the button, and all of that stuff. And we're gonna move on to the next thing now because it's amazing. You know? Oh, oh my God. Oh, this one I don't think I can even. Oh my God. Okay, I don't think I can actually show what Anastasia showed of Russian propaganda TV. I don't think I can actually show it, but basically, Russia some Russian representative was like that Russia should probably be moving deeper into Europe, and that Polish people are the modern N-words of Europe. Polish people are the modern N-words of Europe. Yeah, Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia, Russia, Russia. Damn. Okay. Oh my goodness. Russia. I just... Mind blown. Mind blown. Alright, we're gonna do some gaming then. For a bit. You've missed me just purely gaming, right? You've missed just seeing me game, so we're gonna game for a bit.
What do you need?
Eastern Europe.
You and that nuisance of a child both. Girl's been nagging us about a demon woman.
Demon Mama.
Hugo's gone, looking into her claims. He should be at the mining camp north of here. The last group of knights went missing there last week, along with the girl's mother and another woman.
Oh yeah, I should
Watch yourself out there.
share. Russian propaganda is wild. So yeah, I know my community is not the largest one yet. I'm growing still, but still. Let us support Anastasia as much as possible.
I'm not ready yet.
We're gonna do some more main quests. In this vaguely Eastern European land.
I'm not ready yet.
Poland's next.
I'm not ready yet.
I heard this argument by American neo-Nazis about Polish people. Oh wow. Right, it's like, yeah, classic Russia, right? Damn. The Nazification goes well in Russia, right? Jesus. And of course, there's been this whole thing from Russia how Poland only exists because of the benevolence of Russia, so... Jesus.
More strangers in the camp.
Vaguely Eastern European. Also, interestingly enough, the Empire in Final Fantasy 14, which is like the one of the main antagonists in Final Fantasy 14 for a long time. Pretty sure it's sort of the way a lot of it is modeled after the Russian Empire.
Are you Vigo? I was sent.
Hey! I know what I saw. She had horns like a beast. Strode right past where you stand. To think my mother's trapped in there with her. You let my mother through, sir. Shouldn't you be responsible for her safety?
But we have soldiers stationed inside.
You should be worried.
Oh yeah. We're about to go past the beta.
Maybe you can help me.
She did.
The horned woman is the demon Lilith.
No, that can't be. My mother taught me that name. You speak of the daughter of hatred.
Daughter of Hatred. Let me in.
The damn hoist is stuck. We've got to go.
Oh my god, I almost died. Writing a short message to Anna about Anastasia, about the...
Hey, that's my mother's charm on your wrist.
Writing a short thing to Anastasia about the whole... Lucy, Russia resurrected Stalin, then we should not... then who should the US resurrect? The US. The US should resurrect... Oh my god. The US? The US should resurrect...
I'm not ready yet.
Kazimierz Puławski, the intersex hero of the US Revolution. Frederick the Great.
I need time to prepare that.
Almost died. Boom.
I'm not ready yet.
All right. Let's go. Let's continue. Ah,
I'm not ready yet.
Lafayette. France should resurrect Louis de Funès. Do you know the actor Louis de Funès? France should resurrect Louis de Funès. Don't you think that France should resurrect Louis de Funès? We actually have more skills here than in the beta. Oh, you do know Louis de Funès? It's true, Louis de
I'm
Funès.
not ready yet.
Ah, I'll see you soon.
I need time to prepare.
What a hardcore. Oh wait, oh my god, I forgot again. Oh my gosh. Somebody should remind me of... I should be reminded of taking the... But we've been streaming for some time now. Oh my gosh, where are the... Okay, I should take this out. Ah. There we go. So let me see. How long have we been streaming? 7 hours. Over 7 hours. My gosh, hardcore. Lucy is a hardcore streamer. Stream more than anybody else in the universe. I hope you'll appreciate my hardcoreness as I take these pills to better serve the... Everyone in Poland knows them. True. My gender medication. I take my gender medication. My gender med. My blue pill. Tomorrow I will be meeting with mom. Boom. Okay. Got the medication. It's true, Doogie. Everybody in Poland knows Louis de Funès. As a very funny actor, actually. Appreciate the humor of Louis de Funès. I don't know if Anastasia knows Louis de Funès.
Keep close.
Let us go.
Maybe we should go back. Round up the knights.
Coward.
Leave my mother in Lilith's care for as long as that will take? No. I'm going on.
Coward. Pervert. Oh. They're not helping me a lot.
Dead end.
I mean, I know it's a dead end. I've been here in the beta.
I need time.
I haven't got as good equipment as I had in the beta, but my level is
Beams are too damn low,
higher.
shaking like leaves.
I think 20 was the max level in the beta. So we're like 10 levels higher. Alright. What an intense streaming day.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
What's special about this place anyway? What would draw Lilith here?
Hell if I know. Prava doesn't tell us anything. No one goes in, nothing comes out. That's all.
You're lying to me. Prava tells you everything. You just lied to me.
I need time.
But I know what's here. I know what or who is here. I guess the first Nephilim. I don't know how Inarius defeated him, but
I need time to prepare that.
No lift. The jam must be deeper down.
the jam on the bread. Jammed bread.
Locked.
Over here. I can squeeze through to the other side.
Wait, hold on. And there she goes.
There will be no holding down.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah, you're a...
Fight's coming to us this time.
Don't be such a coward.
Open that door, girl.
Jesus. Calm down. Buddy, come down. It's no big deal.
I need time to prepare that.
That was quick thinking.
Sure.
I'm a quick thinker.
Why would your mother leave you like that?
She wouldn't. Or she shouldn't have. I'm sure she had good reason.
Maybe. Maybe she didn't.
Damn mind's giving it.
So let's get some progress in Diablo.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh.
I need time. I'm not ready yet.
The Lilith's curse.
I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare.
Let's go deeper in. Let us go.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, someone wrote me. One moment. Someone wrote me. Let me see.
I'm not dying here.
I need time to prepare that.
Over there. An opening.
Go!
All right. My goodness. What an intense day. What an intense stream. Quite more yeah, has a very nice day.
The tunnel's closed. We're trapped without the hoist.
Look, there she is. That statue. It's her. The way I saw her.
Lilith.
We need to find my mother.
Let's go. We've been here before, so
To prepare that.
we know what to do. Lilith.
Over there, the hoist.
I need time to prepare that.
At last, our ride out. Slain? What happened? We need reinforcements.
Coward.
We can.
What was that?
What was that?
Beyond the gate.
The escort. They're all dead.
Oh no.
Over there.
A woman. Vigo. It was one of the women you sent.
Oh no.
She wasn't human. She was a demon.
It was a bath.
Claims she mothered sanctuary. It was a dead bloodbath.
Bloodbath.
The other woman, Venard. Where is she?
She begged for her life. Lilith spared her. Let her deeper in. Give up, girl. She's lost. Vigo, you must listen. Steel did nothing. Spells, prayers, all useless. Go to Corval. Tell Pro.
Koval?
Raise the army.
Blacksmith? Oh, Carvalar. Okay.
Itself looks.
I heard go to Koval.
Do
Bleh.
this for me.
Bleh.
He is dead.
I'm done for. Your mother told me this trinket would bring good fortune. To think I trusted her.
She bribed you with it, didn't she? You weren't supposed to let her through at all. But it's not too late. She can still be saved.
True.
Not by me. Not anymore. Prava will know what to do.
You're leaving us? Abandoning her?
Yes.
Nothing left to abandon. She's good as dead. I'm sorry, kid.
Bye.
He really just left us. It's up to us now.
Right, it's up to you now. Bye. Well, I guess not. I don't get the option to just abandon you, do I?
I need time.
I don't get the option to just leave.
What
The
is
rest is up to you, petals.
How your mind races. Yes, I am Lilith, mother of sanctuary. Daughter of hatred. I have what you seek.
What is it?
The knowledge. You dragged your child all over sanctuary in pursuit of it.
No, I taught her how to survive.
Is that what you want to believe? Drop the act. You have questions. I have answers. I know the fabric of the cosmos.
Everything I've read has warned me against.
Well, damn, if you put it like that, if you put it like that.
So much, yet know so little. Will you accept my offer?
Maybe.
I don't know. Will you let me try? I want to try.
Your mother is alive. She came this way with Lilith.
How can you be sure?
Sometimes I see visions of the past. I saw them.
What? How?
Lilith's petals. Her blood was fed to me once.
This is what we call,
Time to prepare that.
you know, ripping off Final Fantasy XIV. Just saying.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Nice. I mean, we learned all of this in Diablo 3, basically. Or even maybe Diablo 2.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't think we've learned this in Diablo 1. Diablo 1 was quite different.
I'm not ready yet.
Tonally as well. This is closer, but it's Not a want to. Oh, hello. We're just doing some gaming for a bit. For now, we're just doing raw gaming. So you're like witnessing Diablo 4. We're still within what was in the beta, but we are sort of getting...
Time to prepare that. There.
Was Rama the first Nephilim? Ah, yes. Just doing pure gaming for now. Without any politique or any other things. We're just enjoying our Diablo 4.
So curious. You are eager to know why you were spared.
True. I am eager as always. Yep.
You have faith in me.
I want to.
I wouldn't say faith.
Good. For now, all you need know is that we are going to meet my son.
What a weird guillotine tale.
Rathma, the first necromancer.
Maybe.
He is that, and more. He is the key to my plans.
What a weird tale.
Sounds like they're searching for Lilith's son, Rathma. Together.
Mother, what are you thinking?
Thinking is for the weak. Oh, level up! 32. Let's go. Wow. All right. What I would like to do is to be able to summon more than one. I want to be able to summon more than one. There's a boss at the end of this dungeon. So we're gonna have to fight a boss. Again, one more dragon staff. Oh. Right? Louis Define. Washington, like George Washington. Damn. France will choose Louis Define. Makes sense to choose the great comedian Louis Define. How much money? Oh wow. So much gold. So much gold. Frederick the Great. What is max level in this game again? Greece will choose Alexander the Great. What would Poland choose? I have to think. Don't talk to me, you pervert. Don't talk to me. What is it?
Our mutual friend needs your help. But we must be cautious. Here, she wanted me to give you this letter.
Okay.
I do not know how much longer my shaking hand will hold a quill. So
Oh, their letter was interrupted. Jesus. Oh yeah, I want to... Okay, we will finish the quest later, okay? I don't have time for friends right now. Lilith demands my attention. Listen, there's no time. Have upgraded the potion. The Dragon of Krakow, true. Although the Dragon of Krakow is like was a villain. The Dragon of Krakow was a villain. And was defeated by drinking a lot of water with stuff and exploding.
Wait. What?
I mean, that is true. Now he's a hero, true.
Locked again. Does Lilith know we're coming?
Maybe. There you have it.
You've mastered your fear, but I still sense your pain.
I think the dragon works.
My magpie.
The dragon is the best champion.
She must be.
The Krakow dragon works. Works for me. A dragon. Although technically speaking, that would make the Polish champion the most powerful one of all. The rest are just humans. Poland has a dragon.
To reach,
You know.
we will need to cross a lake at the bottom of these ruins.
A villain in the fairy tale.
I will teach
Maybe...
As you wish, mother.
good
I don't know. Mieszko I. Mieszko the First.
blood is the key.
Who cares more firepower, literally? True! The dragon.
I don't need sparing. Tell me.
Lilith planned
True, history was distorted
one
by envious,
your mother seemed receptive.
receptive mother.
We have to reach them.
We do need to reach them. Huh. Alright. We might not have as good gear as we had before, but I would say that our skills are pretty good. Well, the experience is getting slower now. True, the dragon was a victim of misinformation. Alright. I will be streaming for some time still. Alright, we're getting it. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's... How seen my idle fantasies yesterday seemed I believe in the horror dream, but I was misled. With them as our champions who can barely survive, but Lilith will make us victorious. All my life I've searching, but it was me that needed to be found. My gosh. What a...
This barrier. It looks like the same kind of magic as before. I think I can dispel it.
Dispel it, Giggler. Alright, let's get in. We're almost there. What's here? It is time. If we don't get any potions, we're gonna have to go to the town, replenish. We might need to replenish. Oh no, we don't need to replenish.
Never enough blood. I will follow you to the ends of Sanctuary, Mother.
Okay, we do actually, I think. Okay, we don't need to replenish. Good.
A priest. He must be from the escort Vigo sent. Oh, he's been drained dry. There she is.
Well, that's your mom. Here we go.
You're just in time. Beyond this lake lies the necropolis of the firstborn. A trove of magic and knowledge.
Now give me your blood.
I opened the way for Lilith. But I could not pass through with her. I lack divine element, you see.
Stop.
But I can find it. I'm so close. I simply need...
Mother, stop! Look at what Lilith has done to you. You're writing in your own blood.
My little magpie. She awakened me. She showed me things I can't even put into words. Once I've finished, you will understand.
I don't care what she showed you. Please, let's just get out of here.
Oh, I see. Yes, clever magpie. Trying to lead me away so you can take all this for yourself. This is my discovery, not yours. I will finish these runes with your blood.
You must stop this.
Look at the gifts she's given me.
Well, I have no choice. This is basically self-defense. Oh yeah.
Take what's mine.
Too late. Well, that's over. There we go. What a boss.
You were protecting me. I don't want to hate you. I'm trying. I really am. We're going to make Lilith pay for what she's done. So we need blessed blood. Go back to your Prava. Get that blessing. Beg if you need to. Whatever it takes.
Don't order me.
Started this damn ritual.
Man,
I'm going to finish it.
damn.
Me in the Mistral Woods.
Why there?
The Horodrim hid a vault there. Finding it was her life's work. So much for that. Maybe it will help with the ritual. If not, at least I can bury her where she'd want. I need time. I'm sorry. Just leave me.
Okay. That is what you want. I shall leave you. Hi. It is time for us to seek new avenues. I hope I can get a horse. Yeah, now we can finish that side quest as well. And there you go.
Keep walking before I... Oh, it's you. Thank goodness. The sister is in the cellar. Come quickly.
You're gonna help the sister. Help the sister.
I knew you would. Don't have much time. You need to perform blood rites. Exorcise demon.
What?
I cannot. You need my prayer book, but Chalice is lost. Need to get new one.
Where?
Margrave. Matve. He is Chalice keeper. Be wary. He is suspicious. You may need to deceive. Please. Hurry.
Alright. Let's go. In her wake, the mother of exorcists. Alright, I'm ready. Ready to do this quest. I'm more than ready. I'm prepared.
Who are you to demand such a thing? None but those who have dedicated their lives to worship may touch the holy implements.
I am on a solemn task from the Reverend Mother Prava herself. Shall I tell her you are unwilling to fulfill her request?
Please, forgive me. It is so rare to hear any news from Kjovershad, let alone from the Reverend Mother herself. I am honored. Here. It will need to be consecrated first, of course. Anointed in the blood of sinners. There are deserving brigands skulking in the caves to the east.
Damn. Of course, busy work. What am I supposed to... Wait. No, that's not it. It can't be it. Can it? Okay, where are the bandits? Fill the chalice with the bandits' blood. Brutal. How much blood do I need? Seems like a lot. More bandits. There you go, we've done it. The bandit has been slain. The bandits have been slain. So let us go. Let us return where we belong. My grandfather was big.
Good. Now, take a piece of the burning wood from this holy pile. Excellent. The Reverend Mother was wise to choose you for this task. The chalice is now ready.
This must have belonged to a traveling merchant. They tried to hire more guards in Margrave, but nobody would sign on. As they traveled on, members of their caravan disappeared, one by one. I don't think they made it to their destination.
Well, we've done one side quest. We're gonna do a second side quest. So many side quests, gigglers. So many side quests. Oh.
Thank the light you're back. The sister, right after you left, the sister, well, the demon inside her is speaking through her. She's in terrible pain. She told me about the chalice. Here, I'll place it while you prepare. We must hurry.
Wow, this person is cutting wood with... Oh, okay. Now the axe appeared. There was no axe before. It was bare hands.
Father Enormous, as I shed my wicked blood, let it be purified in thy light. Let the light fill the darkness within all of us.
Oh, your pitiful shouting again!
The light push out the darkness hiding within this woman. Father, force this demon out!
I knew it! I knew you were involved in something abhorrent!
No! Stop him!
Stop this instant! The Reverend Mother will learn of this heresy! I will see you all burn!
Burn. I will all see you burns. Dylan burns.
Hurry, finish it!
Light! Purge the wickedness!
Enough! I tire of this.
Sister, no!
No! No! How is she still fighting? Impossible!
And yet... Weakling. Like she had 0 potions.
Say something!
What a weakling.
It's too bloody cold down here.
Oh, light be praised!
Yes, you did well. The demon is truly banished. I'm impressed you were able to copy the ritual so quickly. It took me ages to master.
Sister Octavia, you are all right. But these people have engaged in blasphemy of the highest sort.
Sword.
Lying, stealing holy implements, brutalizing a priest of the cathedral. They will burn on the pyre before the day is out. How could you be so rash? When the Reverend Mother...
Oh, and what will you tell Prava? That you allowed a commoner to so easily deceive her holy representative? That you abandoned your flock in Margrave and left them with no guidance from the lights? If I am to be tied to that horrific pyre, then you shall be there with me.
No.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I suppose I have been away from Margrave over long. I should return swiftly. But, Sister Octavia, please, take better care of yourself. The cathedral is stronger with you on your feet than in a sickbed.
Bye.
My friend, give me just a moment and I will meet you outside. You deserve a proper thanks.
True.
And thank you, Peter Kvera. I know it wasn't easy for faithful folk to do what you did for me.
Sister, you saved my boy. There was no choice to make.
If we did not do everything we could to save you, how could we call ourselves followers of the light?
That's fair. Where's my thank you?
Yes, I can already feel the warmth returning.
Oh.
Thank you, my friend. I put a great deal of weight upon your shoulders. I asked you to lie for me, to put yourself in grave danger. If you had rejected me, I couldn't say I'd blame you. But you didn't. You saved me, and in so doing, saved countless others I can still help.
What about Priest Matvey? Are you worried he will cause trouble?
No. He will keep what he's seen to himself. Hopefully, I can teach the rest of the clergy to have a bit more faith in the members of their congregation.
True.
I want you to have this. It's not much, really, but I hope it brings you some measure of good fortune. Thank you again. You will always have a friend in the cathedral.
See that the kitchen is ready for tomorrow's service.
Don't be so rude.
You've returned.
Yes.
The Reverend Mother will want to hear of this, but she's away at Corvalar. Seek your blessing there. Everything is unfolding as Inarius foretold. Soon, he will be free to escape Sanctuary and return to the heavens where he belongs.
He does not belong in the heavens. That bastard. Ugly Narius. We're gonna get to the Holy Mother. The chat is very quiet. But it has been a long and intense stream, so I cannot blame. It's been like 8 hours, over 8 hours. Yeah. I mean, this has been a long stream. So it's perfectly understandable. A real intense time. Today I had all day to do various things, but tomorrow I have to go and meet with mom. Oh, orange boots. Wow. Oh, a necromancer. Okay, let's go. Also heavy topics, yeah, that is true. I think it went all very well. I think it all went pretty well. All things considered. It was a very difficult, you know? A lot of the talks that we've been talking about were historically quite difficult conversations. Uh-oh. Well, I've got saved by that. By my super refreshing. So that's nice. That saved me. What the? Well, that just happened. My God. So let's go to Prava.
State your business.
Reverend Mother Prava expects me.
Open the gates.
My goodness.
You were good soldiers. Worked hard. Fought hard. Drank hard too. Brothers.
Damn.
Sisters. I hope you find peace in these flames.
Vigo, what are you doing here?
So you lived. I came clean to Prava. About taking that woman's bribe. It's looking bad. My ass is on the line. Might not have a job when she's done with me.
I remember what. Oh. Ay.
Right? Let's go together. Maybe she'll go easy on me if you're there.
Let me just say that Vigo. I just remembered how his story ends. And it's not pretty. Ay.
Hold. She's expecting us.
We go. Good luck.
Well.
Commander replaced the forces we lost at the mine. So, you've returned. Vigo here tells me you were braver than he.
That is true.
First, you will be made worthy of a blessing. A holy war cannot be won with faithless troops.
Maybe.
Make no mistake. This war is holy. Lilith has brought the eternal conflict to Sanctuary. And Inarius will deliver us as writ in prophecy. Until then, we have a...
Don't hold your breath.
Make the pilgrimage to the Alabaster Monastery. Cleanse your spirit. Then we may discuss a blessing.
Just give me a blessing, Mother Quacker.
Useful. Come by the ruins, south of here.
Hey. Damn. Almost. We're almost past the beta.
There's a shrine west of here. Bears a relic. I'm told it takes on your sin. Ways you...
Wait.
Cleanse you. Prepare you to stand before the Father. I hope you don't have many regrets, friend. This kind of thing is a lot deadlier for some than others. Watch out, all right? I'll find you at the end.
I will admit that it was not easy. First time around. Alright, let us go and...
Creature of darkness, for you have wandered beyond the reach of the light. Lift your sins, breathe deep the cold air. The path to redemption lies before you, if you have the faith to walk it.
Damn. I'm pretty high level compared to this whole thing.
Let the ice into your bones. Welcome your pain. For the agony of the flesh is the first cleansing of the soul. Make your faith stronger than any hurt.
I need more. I need more potions. This one was much easier.
Frown at the mountains towering over you. Feel how small you are. Embrace humility. Accept your place in worship to the Father, for he has shown us the way.
Has he though? Has he though? A little bit sus, this father. You know. Well, god damn it! Jesus Christ! thought I was okay, but apparently not. Hello! Thank you, Somniostatic, for the gifted tier 1 sub for Lenitas. Thank you so much. It's true, it's been a very intense... Also welcome, Somniostatic. It's been such an intense day. I think we can probably prioritize today's conversations as a video. You know? I think it's a pretty, well, series of conversations to sort of prioritize, like the first one and the 2 additional calls. I think that's pretty good thing to put out there as a thing. My plea to Russian shields to drop the Bandera Poland thing. Thank you very much. Yeah. I think today is a pretty... It's true, you're a white name. My goodness. White names. Cannot use emotes. Although I'm pretty sure you can use emotes. I think you're a moderator on the... Wait, what am I? Oh no. I think you're a moderator on the page as well, right?
Engineer's pilgrim, look into yourself. Find your faith. Feel how it fills the void within you. Remember, you are nothing without faith. Hold fast to the light.
Pretty sad, Faith. It's like Lion King. Remember, Simba. Remember who you are. Remember. What a sad faith of a person that just... Thank you for the tier 4 subscription. Thank you, Somniostatic. Thank you so much. Thank you. My goodness, thank you. Thank you so much. Missed the talk, didn't I? Yes, you've missed. You have in fact missed all 3 of the talks because we had one talk and then Anastasia called for a bit once again, and then I asked her to call for a 3rd time for a mini topic. So we had 3 conversations, not just one. You know? But it's okay. You can watch the VOD and leave a comment. But thank you very much. Yeah. Because later Anastasia called in to sort of... I think it's just one segment. I think it's one because Anastasia sort of called into... sort of... what's the word? Clarify, yeah. Clarify something. And then I got actually agitated and wanted to tell Anastasia that I'm really annoyed when people say in debates and panels that, oh, the US is not helping Ukraine from the goodness of their heart, and who cares, you know? It's a huge frustration that I wanted to share with Anastasia, that the whole narrative of, but the US is not helping Ukraine from the goodness of their heart. Like, who cares? Yeah, it was a very nice talk, I think.
So, I like playing cards. Doesn't make me a
Oh my
sinner.
gosh.
But that bribe. Good soldiers died on account of what I did. Is that the kind of man I am? The kind I'll always be. I just... Damn it. I'm praying. Why isn't this working? You made it. That makes one of us at least.
You heard.
Is there proof yet that them was... Apparently there's strong proof
But enough about
that...
You're about to meet Father Inarius himself. Not everyone comes back, you know. You'd better. I owe you a stiff drink.
I'm gonna tell you after the... Okay. Apparently there's some strong evidence pointing to it to be some Russian unit that wanted to scare Ukraine but messed up. Something like that seems to be the current... Something that is pointed by strong evidence. So yeah, it's nice to talk to Anastasia because she knows about a lot of history from this particular region, and we can compare notes, you know? And have conversations about it. Which, technically speaking, some of the topics that we've talked about are considered pretty difficult topics in Polish-Ukrainian relations, mind you. Like, super difficult topics, complicated topics, you know? And I think it went very well discussing these things. There are a few other topics that sort of, I think, might be good to discuss next time, like the fact that in Poland also there was this budding, I think there are elements of certain chauvinism among Polish people as well, which should be cut. Them, you know? And I explained earlier in the stream that is why...
And remember,
oh my god.
Small, wonderfully small.
Yeah, calm down. I'm talking to the stream. So I said that it's one of the reasons why I insist on calling the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth not Poland, because it feeds into this narrative that especially far-right Polish people like to build about the Polish greatness, etc., which is just bullshit, you know? This world is a temporary one. We were born into sin and corruption and sanctuary, and only through the good work of the Father we shall be lifted to the heavens above. My goodness. It doesn't get any more Catholic than this. Our Father Inarius laid down his ground, opened up the sky, and created the sanctuary for the bounty of the world stone. It doesn't get much more Catholic than this. The falling sickness claimed her childhood, but the Father gave her a new life. the Reverend Mother Prabhas, but one of his many blessings. Cast down from the heavens, but prophesies to return. Our father Inarius will ascend to the heavens, and his wings will be redeemed. What about that other angel that always helped us ever since Diablo 1 or 2? The father points the way to the light, but the order of the Knight's Penient was founded to carve out our path to it. My goodness. Let's get in. Okay, cutscene. Big cutscene, actually. What a butthole.
This is how you choose to approach me.
Forgive this intrusion, but
Tell me what you need.
I must traverse the Black Lake, and that cannot be done without your blessing.
True.
If I've learned anything during my time here, it is that what we're looking for and what we need are rarely the same thing. I once thought I could find an end to this war, but there has been no resolution, only more pain. Everything I've done has pulled me further from home, from the place I need to be. This world we made was born from the impossible, and yet, like its creators, it rots from the inside.
I don't... Lilith has entered the ancient city. With your blessing, I can pursue her.
Your kind are weak, and this world has been wasted on the crusade to be unworthy.
It's your fault that humans are weak. It's your fault, you bastard.
This audience is concluded.
You made humanity weak. You bastard. I've played the Diablo games. I know your game. What a bastard. I know what you did. Can you believe this person? Are you watching this? Are you not pissed? Are you not angry? I am angry. I'm like this. Alright. I made the character with a very specific look as well. Why does this keep repeating? Speak to the Reverend Mom. Reverend Mom, speak to me. Right, let's go.
Blessed are those who bask in the light. Let our faith be our armor against the encroaching dark.
Light. It could have rhymed, you know.
Ah, you've returned. Come.
It could have rhymed.
Let us speak inside. Out of the cold.
Well, it's your fault for going barefoot in such a weather. How do you even function like this?
Yet you stand before me unscathed. I know his ways. That is approval enough for me. In the name of the light, I bless you. May the light flow through you and keep you from corruption and sin. Our victory is prophesied in the heavens.
Don't be so sure. Okay, so what now? Oh. Right. Let's go, let's get rid of some items while we were at it. Our stream has been on for, oh my gosh, 9 hours, 20 minutes. What a hardcore streamer I am. What a hardcore stream.
Came apart nicely.
You're so close to beating the beta. And I want to also do the side quest as well. But I do want to move the main story forward. Nice. Just wanted to leave this bite. I just cannot leave gear that I can destroy in the blacksmith.
There's something strange going on here.
There's something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters, of course. Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters. Those bastards. Oh, this is so... Uh-oh, okay. Did I just level up? Was that a sweet sound of me leveling up? Was I not mistaken? Wow. We're doing well. All right, we're getting there. Damn. What an intense place. It's good that we've earned some potions because we've burned for your HP. Oh no! I have no potions! How's my gear? It's still pretty okay. I'm ashamed. If I were playing hardcore, that would not have ended well for me. But we do want to, you know, beat the game at least once without having to worry about the hardcore.
You're stuck in an illusion created by the Horadrim. The portal will lead you through this crude trap.
Who are you? Who are you, dog? So place your bets as to who this is. Who do you think this is? Is it the angel from the other Diablo games? Is it... Who is this? Who do you think this is? Feel free to place your bets. Why is a cross here? Oh, we've gained some. Oh my god. I've almost died again. I'm being too... brazen. Give me that potion. Oh. Alright, we're done with this area. Let's go with the dog. The doggy teleport. It's too bad that you cannot sprint in this game. As in, run faster. Like in Diablo 2. Dog is gone. Back at Tristram again. Cain was here. This is the blacksmith.
Who are you?
An admirer of sorts. I saved you in the mountains. You'd lost your horse and crawled into that cave. Would have frozen to death if not for me.
Why are you helping me?
Oh, it's very simple. You want to stop Lilith, and I want you to succeed. But you'll never do that by following the Horadrim.
Who are you?
Their path always ends in fire and death. Seen enough. Open the door.
Why are you telling me all this?
To warn you, a day will come when the Horadrim stumble. Don't be there when they do.
Damn. Hello, Maya.
Lead you to that little girl you're looking for. Tristram, the Horadrim of old imprisoned Diablo, the Lord of Terror beneath the earth. And then they built this town nearby. You can see how that turned out. like the world the way it was, without Lilith. Her little game of rebellion will only lead to chaos. You've already seen visions of the damage she can do. Yes, I know you have fed her blood. Do you feel it changing you? Perhaps not yet. But as long as Lilith walks in your world,
Uh-oh.
matter of time.
I'm out of here. Yoink.
Back in the Haradrim's illusion.
Arel! There you are. I think I've lost my way. The same thing happened to my mother and me earlier on. The trail to the vault ends here, so it should be somewhere around in these woods. Someone toying with us. This is a maze. This.
Hello. Oh my god. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. How are you? We're doing the story of Diablo 4. Hello, hello. It's true. You're about to learn the secrets of the Haradrim. The secrets of... Yes, hello.
I see. The path is different now. The statue was the source of an illusion. We must be close.
It's true. What an intense day. I think we've been streaming for almost 10 hours. 9 hours, 50 minutes.
Finally, the Haradrim.
Because this is like a hardcore stream. So we'll do some more story and then we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we will just hit 12 hours and then I'll go to sleep. 12 hours seems like an okay time to stream, right? An okay amount, 12 hours, right?
Not what I expected. But let's not give up hope. All we need is one book, one spell, to help us cross the Black Lake and stop Lilith.
It's a bit more complicated than that, as you will learn.
Sealed shut. What of the passage over there?
Unfortunately, the best character of Diablo is already gone. Deckard Cain. They should return Deckard Cain or something. That would be a fun... That's a fun favorite. Oh, Deckard Cain. Marathon runner Lucy, true.
This is... I think it's written in Horadric code. And here, the same symbol on the door.
Can you read it?
I have an idea.
Okay. Are you gonna throw the book at the door?
You might want to take a step back.
You're gonna throw the book at the door, aren't you?
Chespith Chut.
How do you know how to read this?
Let's keep on. Wish Mother was here. Hey! Wait for me! It's the same seal as before. Should be easy enough to break it again. But why would someone use it here?
There's a different door on the other side.
Of course. We can't let anything stop our pursuit of Lilith. I'll open the door, and if we split up, we'll work faster that way.
Only if you stay on this side of the door.
Fine.
What am I looking for?
Don't you know? A book, a scroll, or anything that will help us cross the Black Lake.
Nobody knows anything. It's the blind leading the blind.
Chespith Chut!
Nobody knows anything. Alright, we're getting there. Step by step. Like in that song, step by step. All right. Oh, I was hoping this was a pool of blood. I like the lighting, but dimmable light for your face would be nice. Ah, well. I have to work on the lighting, actually. I do have to work on my lighting. It's one of the things that I should still... Alright, let's go. Oh! Oh, that is nice. Alright, now we're cooking with fire. Wait, what? For what? I did not know. What did Xanderhall do? Why? I did not know. No. What happened? Holy crap, what happened? Can you spill the beans? Oh. I don't know what happened. Does anybody know? Is it a perma ban or temporary ban? Damn. I am taking your master's book. I am definitely taking your master's book. Oh yeah, I'm taking her book. Alright. You're done. You are done. Burn them. Lucy, I think you accept too much from me. What do you mean? Accept? What do you mean? Oh, expect.
Why was a demon guarding that book? I should take this back to Neyrel.
Well, you knew that Xanderhal was banned from Twitter. I didn't know. My goodness.
I hope you had more luck than me. Interesting. This ledger was written by the Haradrim. This is chronicling spells
Oh.
created by Rathma.
Damn. I wonder why he was banned.
What we are looking for.
No. But it can still work. There must be a spell in this book we can use to bring my mother back. She knows the ritual to cross the Black Lake.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
It's all we have. My mother will help us through. Meet me down there.
And there you have it. We're about to revive mom of this person. 10 hours. Maybe I should go to sleep. I've been streaming for 10 hours. So what do you think? Sleep or continue? Sleep or push on? Yay or nay? Give me your votes. Give me your votes. Sleep? Alright, I'm gonna sleep.
About nicely.
If it's time to sleep, then it's time to sleep. And remember that in 8 days, we're gonna do the Juneteenth on the Juneteenth, as I promised. It's already set up and we also will be doing a stream tomorrow. So there you go. Thank you all for coming today. Love and solidarity. I'll see you all very, very soon. And yes, I'm gonna type it in here. Love and solidarity. Yoink, yoink. Love and solidarity. Bong, bong. Good night. Good night, gigglers. I see you tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow when I will give you brand new things and brand new topics, and we will raid. We will do savage raiding tomorrow. Good night. I will read before I sleep. Good night. I press end stream.